Well, let's hope this works again. Sorry for the inconvenience, everybody. This is round 2 of trying to get this settled. I'm going to edit all the links. Hopefully, Kurt will be in here in a moment. Hey,
Welcome back.
hopefully this won't clock out on me. I'm fixing all the links right now. So go on with go talk about the Huey Lewis stuff and start over. I can start sending this out.
Uh, okay, yeah. So it looks like Fugly has popped on. It looks like he sent a little thing here.
Oh, Fugly's here.
Yes.
I don't see him.
Well, he's. I'm on the event page right now, and because I was just telling people, Joseph looks like Joseph Brown is on here, or wanting to be on here. He left a
Really?
message. Yeah. We got Joseph Brown and Fugly waiting to hop on here.
Well, the link I gave you, you just popped on here, right? Like it was easy.
Oh yes, and I'm hoping here. We got some people in the little chat bar here. We got like 4 people ready to rock and roll here.
Okay. Oh, I hope this doesn't keep freezing, man. Ugh.
Is there a different a different place you can sit in your house where maybe you have better reception or something?
No, this is the only quiet place. Everywhere else is loud.
Well, that might be something that we might consider is like, I mean, if it's loud, it's almost like there's something it's almost like we could sort of tolerate that versus if this cuts out. I mean, what if like we got a whole like stream of people down here who.
No, we're good now. I'll turn off my webcam. I think that might help slow things down. Hey, David, how are you?
Welcome. Can you hear us, David?
Testing. Hello.
Whoa, James is back. We got James here. We got Dave here. Holy moly! And it looks like I don't know how to get. I want to get Ugly in here. He's on the event page.
Yeah, I got a notification from him.
The event page doesn't link.
Is it working?
Here. Yeah, it's working. We can hear you.
But the event page can actually show you who, because people can leave messages on here, so I can at least kind of like keep them up to date as to what's happening.
Yeah,
so,
did you put the link up to the new one?
Oh yeah, I did.
Ugly's here!
Ugly's here! Oh my god! Yes!
It's about to get weird, man. It's about
Hello, god damn it.
Hey, Fugly.
It's good to see your face, Fugly.
Right. You mock me, you son of a bitch.
How are you this fine morning?
Hold on a moment. Chlamydia, was that you? Is Krauser the Jew hater there?
I'm right here, Fugly. I'm right here. What's up, dude? No laundry room. How about that?
How's it hanging, you knob?
Oh, I just got done watching your little interview on Don't Call Me, whatever you want to call it.
Right. How novel, how clever.
Yeah, when was that recorded, by the way?
Excuse me?
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes, David.
How are you today, Fugly? You doing okay?
I've been better, but take a good look at me, goddammit. Right.
Oh. How did you get internet? You're supposedly by the Hollywood sign. Where are you right now?
Right, I live in a cardboard box under the Y in the Hollywood sign, but I hacked into one of my neighbor's accounts. Oh.
You're real handy with that hacking shit, huh? You've hacked everything.
It's
You have
so
to pay for
glorious to be with you knobs today here at a Google Hangout. It's kind of like Cough-Cast, but without the comedy.
It really is. So Fugly, we have James Knuckles on here. Remember the James Knuckles Twitter
That's
account?
me.
Right, how is it hanging, Knuckles, goddammit?
It's hanging. I mean, you know, it's...
Right. Mine's hanging about this much, but you knew that, genius.
Yeah, you've sent me many tweets about your micro penis.
Right. It's all shtick, life, death, it's all shtick, or some such. Right.
Indeed. Fugly, how's the race going? How many votes? I don't know. What are the polls like?
I believe I have 14 write-in votes at the moment, but neither here nor there. Who could really say? And more importantly, who really gives a right?
Okay.
I'm voting for you, Fugly.
Right? You mock me.
I might
I'm not
vote.
mocking you. I'm voting for you.
So, what is the point of this Google Hangout today?
There is no point. We're just here.
Well,
God damn it! You mean I'm here for nothing? Really?
Yeah,
I'm
you're
here to
not.
talk to you, Fugly.
Yeah, we want to talk to Fugly.
Do you want me to go get him?
Are you
mean
getting
Fugly the clown? With a
Fugly?
K?
Are you getting ready for Red Nose Day?
Sure, that GMO fest. Right. Where they're gonna rot all the kids' brains and their teeth. I can't wait. Oh. Must have been that cabbage sandwich I had before we logged in.
Yummy. Fugly.
so
Oh, go ahead.
oh yeah, no, go on, James. What were you gonna ask?
I was gonna say, candidate Fugly, what's your stance on marijuana legalization?
Oh, I'm all for it, goddammit. Anything to help us get through this abortion, otherwise known as life, right? What's your
Okay.
stance on it, genius?
I'm for it. I don't know. I don't care what people do.
Right.
Let them do
Yeah,
that.
nobody
thing.
really gives a
Some
shit.
people snort Prozac. Some people smoke weed. You know.
Right. Whatever soaks the rag.
It's true.
Whatever soaks the ride.
The rag.
Oh, soaks the rag. Oh yeah.
Right.
Here are a few things. Here are a few possible places should Andy Kaufman come back. Aside from, well, first I want to point out, Fugly, the show that you had on there. We gave you a plug, the Call If You Dare show, and I told the at-home viewers to search for Fugly, the KLOWN, and then Call If You Dare, and then they'll come across your video. So it sounds like Kaufman could have very well made a guest appearance on your show there, huh?
I'm sorry, repeat the question, please. In other words, take the dick out of your mouth.
The show you're on, Call If
Sorry,
You
was
Dare.
that against the Google Hangout rules?
I don't know if we have censors on here. You know, that'd be crazy if someone just showed up there, the Google Hangout censor.
I could censor you if I want, but I'm not going to.
Just kidding, Chlamydia. Go ahead. You were asking if Andy Kaufman was on Call If You Dare, is that right?
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, Call If You Dare. So there's a possibility that Mr. Andy Kaufman could have showed up on there. Now, when was when was that? I know it was uploaded yesterday. Was it actually shot yesterday, or was it shot a long time ago? It has that like VHS quality to it, so it looks like maybe it was on a long time ago.
Oh, give me a minute. Oh. Excuse me, goddammit. I believe that particular episode was shot to 15 years ago.
Oh, that was 15 years ago.
I gotta watch this.
Right.
Wow. Because I was watching it, Fugly, and there's a few callers who sounded very much like Andy Kaufman, which I was like, that's interesting, you know. And it wasn't just one caller; it was a bunch of different people, and they all sounded the same. Yeah.
It boggles the mind as well as the taint. Krauser, were you even born 15 years ago? Aren't you like 14 years old?
25, you narc.
25. So you were 10 years old when I... Or no, you were... My God. How old were you?
I was 10, Fugly. You're right.
Right.
I'll be back.
Okay, man. You're very good at math, Fugly. I'm very...
Who the hell just dropped out of the conversation?
Oh, that was Knuckles. Knuckles disappeared, which, by the way, Knuckles has a theory. He thinks you could be Andy Kaufman in disguise. Fugly.
How novel. How mother-f***ing clever.
Well, you know, I'd almost ask him. I almost feel compelled to ask him what time the Midnight Buffet begins. You know, I'm kind of compelled to ask him that.
I've been asking myself that same goddamn question, Chlamydia, for so many years now. What time do they serve the Midnight Buffet? Does anyone know? Is it a rhetorical question?
At midnight. I've been saying this for weeks.
That's the obvious answer, the go-to. What the hell is that incessant ringing?
Oh, I think David had to go get a phone call. So, John, you just had a sonic screwdriver right there.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Which one? Who's this? Which doctor think that?
Excuse me, goddammit.
I think this is David Tennant's one. But in the words of Fugly, that's neither here or there. Next question.
Oh, yeah. So Fugly, these are some of the possible places that we think that Kaufman could pop up here. So, well, tonight, you know, this is the crazy thing, is that we ended up finding out, John found this out, is that tonight is actually the finale. Isn't that interesting? May 16th is the finale of Saturday Night Live. So how interesting he could possibly pop up on there. He could pop up on The Last Letterman, which is May 20th. There's May 21st, another Red Nose Day, which is happening, uh-oh.
He's got a shirt.
Look at that. Uh-oh.
Would you like me to do a little striptease, you knobs?
Yeah,
Well,
take the mask off first. Start with the mask.
But the problem is I look the same under the mask as I do with it on.
So now, isn't that interesting? So let's say if you are Kaufman in disguise, you could possibly be flying on a plane tonight to show up on Saturday Night Live, on Letterman. Red Nose Day, of course, which is May 21st, and then there's an event on May 29th called Make Kaufmania. These guys are making a documentary, and I don't know what's going on there. I wish I was in town to go there.
Right.
So that they're all in different places.
For all I know, I'm in New York right now as we speak. I don't know where the f I am. I thought I was under the Y in the Hollywood sign.
What? It looks like you're in a studio somewhere.
Right. Was that Krauser, the Jew hater?
Yeah. No! God!
Sustained.
Oh man!
Objection!
Objection or overruled.
Oh, objection!
Sustained, goddammit. Krauser just admitted in the Google that he's a Jew hater.
I have Jew friends. His name is John Paul. Okay?
Right. It's all shtick.
Overruled.
Don't worry, Johnny. It's all shtick.
I know.
Right?
Yeah, right. You're right, Fugly. You're right. So where are you? Where are you? Fugly must be What's behind you there? A little changing room?
I told you, genius, I had to sneak into my nearest neighbor's den and hack into his goddamn account just to make this video call.
So did you know Chlamydia and I are going to hang out soon?
And by hang out, do you mean fuck each other in the ass? Right.
No.
Hello?
Hi.
Right.
Where'd Kurt go?
By the way, how is Chlamydia making this video call from the back seat of a bus?
I think he's at his house.
Right.
And I'm at my house.
And you're in Chicago, is that right?
Yeah, the Cubs have won 6 games in a row, Fugly.
Jesus, Bozo Christ. Miracles never do cease. Is it snowing there in Chicago?
No, it's raining.
How fitting.
It's better than snow. At least it's not snow.
I spent some time in Chicago many a year ago. I actually dwelled in the area of Central Avenue. Are you familiar with it?
Yeah, I'm very familiar with Central Avenue. In fact, I visited there recently to visit a house.
Right.
Do you know what house I'm talking about, Fugly?
I can neither confirm nor deny. Right.
See, Kurt, he knows, man. He knows more. I'm gonna probe you when you're sleeping, Fugly.
Oh,
Not my side of the road, genius.
I'm kidding. I would never probe you.
Some have said there are those who have implied that I take it in the poop hatch, but again, I can neither confirm nor deny.
I respect your privacy, Fugly. I would never find you and do that.
Right.
I respect
right.
it. Yeah.
So who do we have here? We have Chlamydia and the Jew hater, and yours untruly, Fugly the clown, freak avenger of the depressed. And is that it here in the hangout?
That's it. We're waiting on more people.
Right. Apparently I've scared everyone away, including Knucklehead.
well, oh, you know what? He's at work. He's actually popping in between, like, he's probably at his desk. He said he was at his job. We have another person who wants to join. 2 more people who actually want to join the call, but for some reason, I don't know. They're saying that it's taking them forever to. All they have to do is click on a link, right, Fugly? That's what you did. You just clicked on a link and it took you here, right?
I just hacked in with my neighbor's account. I don't know how the hell it worked. I mean,
well,
I'm
Kurt,
not sure
you
how
did
I'm
it.
even doing this.
All you do is click the link and you get on.
Oh, you mean one of the 38 links that Krauser sent? Right. He kept saying, new Google Hangout link. Oh, wait, here's another one. Oh, wait, the last one is now invalid. Please stand by. Right.
Let me see. Tell people who wants in. I'll try to find everyone.
Let's see.
Who wants a piece of this action? This incredibly vibrant comedic hangout. Right.
Right.
Who wants in? Tell them to email me.
Oh,
Hey,
so
hey, you guys hear me?
Hey!
all right. We got Andy Kaufman himself on the Google Hangout, ladies and gentlemen.
How's it going, guys?
Very
Hello,
good. I'm glad you're able to
damn
join
it.
us. I'm glad the link worked for you.
Yeah, finally. I tried calling in multiple times, but it just like loaded forever, and then I backed out of it.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh
Well, it's
gee.
good to finally see some of the people following me on Twitter.
Fugly just yanked his.
Mr. Kaufman?
Oh my gosh. Who do you have there, John?
You scared the shit out of my ass. I just wanted to put that out there in the most sincere way. You frightened me, sir.
John's got a guest on the show. Who introduce your guest there, John? What do you got there?
I think his mic is off.
Oh, I can't hear you. I cannot hear you, John. Oh, delicious. Oh, that looks delicious. That looks delicious. I think we need to form our own circus, Fugly. I have a it's great. I think we need to form a circus and travel around and go places.
Twist my arm, Brain Trust. I don't have anything better to do.
Well, as rumor has it, I might end up becoming your manager. How about that? I've never managed anyone before.
Do you think you might actually get me a paying gig, unlike my previous manager, Hemi Belismus, and
So
my
you mean-
agent, Bob
I-
Noblick?
I thought your manager was George Shapiro.
Eh. You're a crafty one, aren't you, Krauser?
I'm so smart.
Could
Krauser
always
has
have a wrestling-
pretty good
could always
sense of
have a
humor
wrestling
for a
bit.
Jew hater.
Yeah. Why don't you become a wrestler, Fugly?
Oh, yes.
Well, I've already been there, done that. Check it out, baby. Right?
That is so kick-ass.
Oh,
That
I
is
think
so
somebody's-
bad.
I think somebody's false claims here.
I don't know about false claims.
Yeah, that's Andy
False
Kaufman.
claims? I'm sorry? What
Well,
what
That's Andy
exactly do you
Kaufman's
mean?
shirt.
Well, he subtly hints to being Andy, so but you're Andy, so I don't know.
Good.
Dun,
There's
dun.
Andy Kaufman right there. I'm with stupid. Right. Or some such. Right. Just kidding, but seriously. Alright, so let's do the go-around like we did on Coughcast. Coughcast? Who among us here believes Kaufman is dead?
Oh, here we go again.
I don't believe he's dead.
Well, aren't I living proof that I'm alive?
I think so.
Hey, what do you think, Kaufman? What's your take on this situation?
I feel pretty well alive here.
Right, right. Well, there you have it. So everyone thinks Kaufman is alive. Is that right?
What time do they serve the midnight buffet?
Yeah, not a bad impression, you son of a bitch.
Here we go.
Overruled.
What time do they serve the midnight
Sustained. Sustained.
My question is, what happens when Stephen Maddox comes on here and Fugly's here? Is there going to be a confrontation?
Whoa, I have a
Objection.
open.
You know, Maddox and I have never been seen in the same room at the same time.
That's true.
Right.
Are you trying to tell us something?
Yeah, that's what I'm
Andy-
thinking.
No,
Yeah,
there's
Andy-
more to it than that. I just don't think we've ever been seen in the same room at the same time.
That's true. That's true. Andy, what's your take on Stephen Maddox? What are your thoughts?
I'm trying to figure out who that is.
Oh,
You haven't. You haven't.
is that you, Kaufman?
Oh, that was not me.
Oh,
So.
hold on, I gotta shake one out.
Oh my God. So you. Oh.
Oh,
I can smell that all the way over here.
excuse me, god damn it.
Almost as if you were in the next room. Wouldn't that be hilarious? The camera pans over and you're sitting in the next room.
Technically, he
Right.
farted in your face.
You know, I guess this dispels the rumor that chlamydia and I are one and the same.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's very true. That's very
I
true.
think you just gave everybody pink eye.
Yeah. Better than the brown eye.
That's true.
Oh,
So
right.
what's interesting about this is that Andy Kaufman lives in one way or another has somehow brought us here to this point. Oh, Fugly, can you talk a little bit about
Oh.
what- about the-
Hi.
oh wait, who is that?
Hello, god damn it.
There's a
Ooh,
woman.
it's a lady.
Yeah.
What is-
Oh, is it a young
I'm
girl?
eating
I
a
haven't
cookies
tried
and
this
cream
one.
bar.
I
You're
thought it
eating
was a woman, but it's a child. Back! 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 I'm sorry, but I have a
Fugly.
phobia of children under the age of 12.
I love you, Fugly.
Who the hell are you? Right? Quite the eloquent one, aren't you? Hold on. Oh. Excuse me, goddammit.
Johnny, you know what's so great
You're
about...
my favorite.
Hey, what's your name? What's your name, little one? What is your name? What's your name? What's your name?
Who do you work for?
What is your name?
Jessica.
And what time do they serve the midnight buffet? Maybe she knows.
Well, that's true.
I can't believe I'm spending my time listening to a kid chew. I've really hit a new all-time low. I thought the last all-time low was on Comcast.
Crazy. I love the fact that we have the future of America watching this right now. She's learning all about Andy Kaufman through us. This is crazy. This is amazing. This is going down in history. She'll forever remember this, especially since it'll be documented.
Well, the problem is that
He's
most
gonna pay
people
the
don't even remember who
psychiatry
he is.
bills in 10 years.
That's true, Kaufman. Many people do not remember.
Fugly, you're my favorite.
You mock me, but at least you get it.
No, I want to do more.
I
I want to do
want
more.
a wrestling match right now. I can beat you.
Krauser has been attacked!
Oh no!
Oh,
Wait, someone else has joined us. Someone else has joined us here. M. We have M. M is watching us. Who is M? Their microphone is not off. M's microphone is off.
right, let's dispense with all the novelties.
Yeah, all of them. Let's get them out. Let's get all the novelties out.
Right.
Ooh, nice. Nice.
I'm back.
Look, John, we got M. M is on here watching.
Who's M?
I know, right? All the mystery.
Is it M for mommy? Is it Gloria Steinem? Mommy dearest, is it you?
It could be.
It says his microphone is muted, and I'm trying to unmute it, but I don't think he has a microphone. I think it's...
And by microphone, do you mean penis?
No, I mean microphone, Fugly.
Oh, right. You were being literal for once.
Do you want me to bring my sister back in here, Fugly? I will.
Yeah, bring her
no,
in.
here's the shit out of me. With all due respect, children frighten me to an incredible degree. I have a phobia of them.
James
But you
Knuckles,
knew that, Krauser.
I'm back.
James Knuckles
What the
is
hell
back.
is that?
I am.
We've lost Andy Kaufman. We've gained James Knuckles, and also M is here watching. James, I like that.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's awesome. Oh, Dilliner! That's what it is. Matt Dilliner. That's who it was. And then he disappeared.
He's gone.
That was Matt Dilliner.
Dilliner's the one who carved the Fuggo lantern at
Well,
Hollow.
Hey, that was
Right.
dope.
Tell him to come back. I ejected him because his microphone wasn't doing anything.
Wait, you...
I want to refresh it. Maybe he's having computer problems.
Uh-oh. Oh.
Objection.
Here, I'll send him another message just to let him know that we have no hard feelings.
No, I was trying to unmute his microphone, but it wouldn't do anything. I don't think he has a microphone. I don't know.
He's probably just staying to be entertained.
Oh, well, you could sue me if you want. Oh, what's in that briefcase, Fugly? Can you open it up and show us?
Oh, I wasn't aware that that was on camera. Well, I don't know. I might have a few little tricks up my sleeve.
All right.
Sleeve. I haven't opened this case in 12 years, so it's going to be a little musty in here.
What's that?
Oh.
Right.
Rest in peace.
I do believe this is the original protest sign from the Man on the Moon premiere.
Ooh.
How goddamn clever.
Ooh.
This one was from outside the Museum of Television and Radio. Right?
Oh, I like it.
How clever, but we obviously need to fill up the airtime here with some sort of entertainment.
I like it.
I have some more questions, some more presidential questions for you, Mr. Candidate.
Right. Go ahead, Knuckles, you son of a bitch.
What's
Spit it out, genius.
maybe I don't have any questions. I thought I wrote some down. These are all random. This has nothing to do with your presidency. Who designed your mask?
I'm not at liberty to say because I signed a contract.
Oh, okay.
And
That's cool.
action. God damn it. Cut.
Do you
Go again. Right.
do you meditate, Fugly?
Sure, I meditate, usually via my micro penis. But you knew that, Knuckles, God damn it, right?
I'm well aware. Yep.
You guys are all aware of my little tricks and my little shtick.
So,
Do
Fugly,
you meditate, Knucklehead?
I remember for
I tried.
Kaufman.
Look at Clendenin, he's falling asleep. He's sucking sleep out of his eyes. Jesus, Bozo Christ. We truly have hit a new low. Go ahead, Knuckles.
I think Kurt wanted to say something.
Oh, so Fugly, when we were interviewing you for Kaufman Lives, you showed us a couple of interesting items from your briefcase. They were not novelty items, however, one could consider them as novelty items. You had a screenplay in there. Do you have that still? Can you show that to us?
Oh, the Tony Clifton story.
Yes.
Actually, I sold that, Chlamydia. I sold it for low-grade black tar Mexican Prozac. Sorry, baby.
That's all right. That's all right. You had something else. There's something else that you showed us. You had that, and then you had Oh, Last Will and Testament. Is that what it was?
Oh, yeah, right. I sold that as well for more goddamn Prozac.
You're junkie, bro.
Is that what I was interviewed for Kaufman Lives?
Yes. You showed those items to us.
Right. Wouldn't you say that Kaufman Lives is sort of, I don't know, maybe an extension of Kaufman? Right?
It kind of is. It kind of is.
I mean, is Kaufman Lives ever actually going to see the fucking light of day?
I do want to know when the release date is.
It's I talked to John Lumberg. He's got to film some more stuff. He's coming back to the U.S. Towards the end of the year, so probably won't come out till next year, I'm guessing.
Right. By the way, I'd like to point out for the proverbial record that Lundberg, Johnny Lundberg, promised to not only pay me for my appearance in Kaufman Lives, but he also guaranteed that he would have a hooker there at Jerry's famous f***ing deli, and he came through with neither.
So now, yes. Now, John. Do not kick off this faceless person. This is Matthew again. He's come back. He's in a different incarnation.
Okay. Well, it says his stuff is off, so I just assume he doesn't want to be seen.
Who's the mystery man?
Yeah.
So I think Fugly wants to know why you didn't have the female escorts and the black tar Prozac for him when you interviewed him.
Me?
Yeah, I think that's what Fugly was saying.
No, he doesn't want that
Those
from me.
Kaufman Lives.
Yeah, he wants that from Lumberg. I'm not giving that
That's
to him.
what it was. He wanted that from Lundberg. That's right. That's right.
I didn't promise Fugly anything when he came on my show.
Singing in the rain, I'm just singing in the acid rain.
People are always promising fugly things and then not delivering. I feel for him.
I promise Fugly I'll vote for him for president. That's it.
It gives me a reason to register, I guess.
That's true.
Well, I think he's for what, the flying. What party were you for again, Fugly? The flying furniture party? Is that what you said?
That was the furniture throwing party, genius.
Oh yeah, same thing.
Right.
You got a big following here in Chicago. Okay, I'm gonna make you a fan club. Oh, this
Would you guys
guy.
like to join me in blowing a line?
Yeah.
Here we go. Theater of the fucking mind.
I'm gonna do some too. Okay, okay. Oh,
Damn it, that's some good.
oh yeah.
Right.
So Fugly, what are you doing the next 2 weekends, Fugly?
Yes, good question.
I guess just counting down the minutes to my eventual fucking demise. How about you, Knobs? What are you up to?
No, wait, is there nothing else you're doing? You're not appearing anywhere? You're not going anywhere?
Brockton, maybe?
Ah.
I'm sorry, repeat the question, knucklehead?
Are you a fan of David Letterman? Are you gonna go visit David Letterman?
Oh, I hear Letterman is chosen to have Bill Murray on as his final guest.
Well, you could pop in.
Think so?
You know, I
Yeah,
never liked Murray. He's too smug, and I wonder if when he goes on Letterman, if he'll discuss how he beat his wife.
Oh gosh.
Just kidding, but seriously.
It's okay. You used to wrestle women, but I digress.
Oh, that was Andy. That's different, completely different people.
Oh yeah, they're different people.
Were you talking to me, Krauser?
No, I wasn't talking to you, Fugly.
Oh, right. Where were we in this comedic gem?
I was asking what you're doing the next 2 weekends other than waiting for your death. Are you going anywhere? Are you gonna perform anywhere?
I don't really plan that far ahead, Krauser.
Yeah? Oh, I could tell 31 years you don't really plan much.
All right, Krauser, let's cut the fucking and cut to the chase. You actually believe that I'm Kaufman under this mask?
No, I never said that.
Lying?
I never said that. You're saying that.
I didn't say that. I've never claimed to be Andy Kaufman. I've only claimed to be the bastard
Yeah.
hellspawn of Tony Clifton and Gloria Steinem.
I never said you're Andy Kaufman. I'm just curious if you're going to see Letterman. You're in California.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Letterman shoots in New York, genius.
You said you were gonna be at Red Nose Day, so I figure you're planning on going to Red Nose Day.
I never claimed to be going to Red Nose Day.
Son of a bitch.
Listen to Coughcast, buddy.
He totally. You said you got a spot on Letterman on Facebook. I saw the post.
Yeah.
You said you're going to be Letterman's one of his guests. Remember that?
Oh, right. That must have been the other fuck. I mean, never mind.
How many fuglies are there?
Overruled. Objection.
Well, there's Steve Maddox, who used to be one, apparently, according to Fugly.
Allegedly.
Sustained.
Yeah.
Fugly.
Yes.
What is your earliest memory?
I guess that was being shot upon, literally.
What
When
does
I
that
was
mean?
in the foster home. As the story goes, Tony Clifton and Gloria Steinem got together after doing acid at a party at entertainer John Davidson's house in the Hollywood Hills. The next thing you know, 9 months later, here's Fugly, right? Which was
You got a pretty good memory there, buddy.
funny there, Krauser. Anyway, so they had me. They named me Fugly for obvious reasons, right? Right. And then they promptly put me up on the Hollywood adoption block, where I was then taken under the wing of Joanne Worley. Are you aware of her?
No.
No.
Right. That's before your time. You might want to Google it, Brain Trust. Right. Anyway, in the adoption center, the orphanage, if you will, Apparently, I'm not the only orphan here, chlamydia. I remember being shot upon by an orderly. Literally took a goddamn dump on my head. Thereafter, I went under the name Shot Upon the Anti-Clown for many years, including my brief stint in Chicago.
That's how you got your name. You literally got shot upon.
Right, and then I later reverted to my beautiful birth name given to me by Tony and Gloria, Fugly the Clown, clown with a K. Right. How novel, how futher-mucking clever. Does the fun ever start? Does the asininity ever stop? Look at chlamydia, he's stoned again.
I'm looking in the, on Twitter here, in my direct messages. Looks like Joseph Brown. He's saying, "Hello, Kurt. I wanted to watch the Google Hangout. It says I have to use a web camera and sound. I can't. Is there a link to just watch?" I told them they could just watch what's going on. Then they go, "John sent me the link and I'm watching. I tried to talk in the chat, but I don't think you guys can see it." So, wouldn't that be interesting if Joseph Brown joined us? Fugly, do you know who Joseph Brown is? Have you been looking at his tweets?
Brown, right, from Twitter, right? That son of a bitch owes me $47. And I intend to collect.
Why does he owe you $47?
I could tell you, Krauser, but I'd have to kill you or some such.
Well, you can kill me. I don't mind. I'm curious.
He's
I
going
don't
on.
even know who the hell Brown is. Who the hell is the guy?
I saw the aftermath. Didn't he get like footage of certain somebody somewhere?
Ah.
Oh, in Walmart. Yeah.
I never
Yeah.
got to see it. I just saw like the after tweets or whatever.
Yeah, Joseph Brown did. I'll put that in the. If you guys can open up your little chat bar there. Oh crap! It looks like my computer wants to restart in 14 minutes. You know, that's so weird with computers these days. It's like they want to update stuff even if you don't want to, and it'll just do it.
You can
There it is.
postpone it.
Postpone it, yeah.
Yeah, just hit postpone.
Okay, good. I just postponed it.
Good.
I'm
I'll be
gonna
back.
put.
I'm
bar
back in a
there.
second.
Put a
I gotta change my laundry.
Okay, James. I'm
Yeah.
going to put in the chat bar over here. If you guys click on the upper left there, there's the chat bar icon. I'm gonna put Joseph.
I'm sorry.
Videos. I'm gonna put those videos in the link. Okay, so you can check them out.
Word.
It's the
There's a
chat bar.
chat bar? Oh, there. Right.
If you click the upper left there, there's like a little. You can see like who's been talking already. It looks like a little blue thing. I'm gonna put the Joseph Brown videos. The link to them. That they're so fast that you really can't see it all that well. I don't know. It goes by so fast, but it's very interesting.
I'd still like to see it.
All right, I'm gonna take a look. I'm gonna take a look here. Oh, there you are. Okay, there you are, James. I see you in the corner there. What other investigations have you done, James? Like in terms of like Andy Kaufman and stuff. Have you checked out Andy Kaufman Lives?
I have, yeah. I read through a lot of it. There's a lot of stuff there.
Oh, you saw the archive on
A lot of different
archive.org?
versions, yeah.
Oh, wow, that's awesome.
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's a lot to take in, a lot to process.
Yeah.
What was also very interesting to me was Stephen. What the hell was his name? Steve Rocco.
Maddox?
No,
Steve
Stephen Maddox
Rocco.
as well.
Oh, yeah.
But Steve Rocco, that's some. It's all so interesting. There's really no other word I can even think of to describe this entire thing. But I don't know, because I read something online where somebody tried to get in touch with Rocco, and they called him, and the number just redirected to Shapiro's office. Did you read that?
Really?
Yeah.
No, I don't remember that.
Yeah. I want to. If I can find the link, I'll show you.
Wow, that's awesome. So, wow, interesting. Yeah, Steve Rocco, he's a very curious case because he was like the one of the Orange County what was it, Orange County District.
He was on the school board.
Yes, yes, and
There's a bunch of videos.
suspected he was Kaufman just because he was going there and he wasn't even talking about school stuff. He was talking about these people called the Partnership. You probably read about that, right? The Partnership.
Indeed, yeah. I wanted. Well, yeah. I tried to buy his book, but it's like expensive.
Steve Blackwell has a book.
Yeah, it's like I don't know. It's like an autobiography or something.
What? That's crazy.
I'll find the Amazon link.
Yeah, man, that's crazy. He wrote a book.
But I also read that he was the one who registered the domain for Andy Kaufman Lives. Or wait, not Andy Kaufman Lives. One of them. I forget. This is what happens when you smoke weed and you read things on the internet. One of the ones. So.
People were suspecting he was behind Andy Kaufman Lives only because, let's see, what was it? Why were they thinking that he...
Now, hold on 1 second. Has Knuckles, I forget if Knuckle had chimed in when we asked who believed Kaufman was alive.
I wasn't
What
here.
say you, Knucklehead?
Do I believe he's alive? I can't say for certain. There's simply not enough concrete evidence. Do I believe he faked his death? For sure.
You do? Is
Yeah.
that right?
Yeah.
Wow, wow. How lovely. How novel. Go ahead.
I don't
Taking
know.
notes here. Just taking notes.
Fugly, do you, well, what are your beliefs?
I believe Kaufman definitely faked his death.
No. I mean, do you believe in God?
God?
I don't care about any of that Kaufman stuff. Fugly, do you believe in God? Do you believe in Jesus?
Repeat the question, Knucklehead?
Do you believe in God and or Jesus? Or Satan, maybe, I don't know.
Oh, let me answer that question simply by saying... Right.
What time does the Midnight Buffet open?
Right, I was just... Good job, Jew hater. I was just going to say, I believe in the Midnight Buffet. That's what I believe in. Right.
But no
Hey,
midnight buffets
Knucklehead,
in
you know what
schools?
time they serve the Midnight Buffet?
One could only assume at 12 o'clock at night.
Right, that would be the obvious answer, so we're looking a little deeper here, but
That's
I
all I
know
got,
you're
man.
stoned, so you get a
Okay.
pass.
Okay.
Right.
This is the best cake I've ever had.
The cake is
Well,
amazing.
I hate to be a party pooper, but I have to get going here.
Oh
Right. How the hell do I get out of this thing? Did you just cut me off, Krauser?
no! I could kick you out if you want me to. Are you?
Ooh, that was a nice delayed feedback there, Krauser.
Fugly,
Fine.
really quick. Matthew had something nice to say over here about you in the chat bar. He thinks you're a genius. If you get a chance to check out the chat bar, you really.
All right, well, you tell Matthew thank you for mocking me. At least he understands the concept of clowns. Clowns were meant to be scapegoats, the scapegoat of the village. Right? The fool, the village idiot. Right? Anyway, until next time, I guess
bye,
I'll
Fugly.
see you all in hell. Is that right?
I'll miss you, buddy.
Goodbye, you son
Sure
of a
you
bitch.
will, you hater.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
Well, there goes Fugly. Now what do we do?
Oh my God, that's terrible. Well, we have other people on here who've been trying to get in. It looks like Joseph Brown has been trying to get on. Looks like Sherry Havens is now on.
Sherry, you there?
She's
Hi.
she's in the chat bars.
Can you hear me?
Hey!
Oh yeah, hi Sherry.
How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm just great. I figured this thing out after what? An hour and 7 minutes?
Is
Something
it
like
that hard? Really?
It is with grandchildren running through the house.
So Sherry, is this like broadcasting on? Can you actually like watch this as it's happening on
Yeah,
YouTube? Oh,
I can see everyone, especially you, Kurt, and John. I saw Fugly. Got to enjoy that. David looks confused. Let's see. Wake up, David.
David, what time is it over there? David, you okay?
He doesn't know.
His mic is muted. David, your mic is muted.
Hold on.
There you are.
Oh, good.
Yay.
Can you hear me now?
Oh,
There
yes.
we go.
What time is it over there, David?
It's just freezing.
What time? What time is it,
It's
David?
8 p.m.
Oh, 8 p.m. Gotcha. Thank you, David, for jumping on here and stuff. I know you got a lot of stuff going on with your music, and are you when do you think you're going to tell us about these great projects that you're secretly brewing here? Yeah, hello, David.
I'm saying it keeps on freezing for some reason.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay, how much money you guys want to put on that Maddox will show up now that Fugly left?
I've never heard Maddox speak. I don't think.
No. Oh. Well, you're missing out. It's interesting.
Maddox, that's the part I don't know what to like. Because he's supposed to be Kaufman's illegitimate son.
I'm just
right?
gonna clear my coffee. Right back.
Okay, man. No,
Interesting.
It's funny because the last Google Hangout we had with him, he completely denied being the son after all this time. But he does it on and off. But the one thing he'll never deny is the faking death story that he has. He'll stick to it the whole time. But he goes back and forth about the son thing. It's weird.
Yeah, I don't know.
I got a feeling he'll show up at some point. He always shows up to these things.
Well, I'm
James,
excited.
what's interesting here is that I'm looking at this link that you sent me. This is interesting. It's called R.O.C.C.O. Behind the Orange Curtain, or A General Accounting of Corruption in the Golden City. Now, this came out in 1992, and the crazy thing is, the person who wrote this is by Petrucelli Rocco. So I'm wondering how this person is related to Steve Rocco. Like, what's going on?
It's a pen name? I don't know. I read this on that I got from Wikipedia, so I'm not sure how accurate it is. But
Wow. It's
yeah,
really
Steve
interesting.
Rocco's is as his 1992 autobiography. Yeah, blah blah blah, published by. Talks about his secret chronicles and public record accounts of corruption, murder, and scandal. All of this is happening in Orange County.
Wow. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's
Wow.
interesting stuff.
It's
Knuckles.
crazy. There's so many red herrings, over this time that it's
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. Like I never know what to grasp, what to hang on to.
That's the funny thing. Just like when you think you've got something to hang on to, all of a sudden the story changes. There's always like the element that stays there, which is the fact that Kaufman faked his death and there were bodies that were switched. So that's the thing that never seems to go away. But all the other stories sort of like shift around that. So.
Yeah, everything revolves around the same thing with him. It's
Interesting.
all. Have you heard the story? Like, have you been involved for a while, or are you new to this?
Relatively new. I just found out about Kaufman in December.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
the basic story is that Andy wanted to get out of the limelight, and he wanted to do it in like the craziest way.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, no, yeah, I got that much.
Oh,
I've
Okay.
I read a lot, almost everything I could read on the internet, and
Okay.
also the movie.
Yeah. So you heard the Nate McCoy story and all that?
That was allegedly the fan that had cancer that he swapped bodies with.
Yeah. So you're caught up with everything that needs to be caught up on. Everything else that's said is like either here nor there,
I gotcha.
Yeah.
It's all very interesting, man. It's
I
like
think-
Yeah.
what's
We
up?
can hear you, David.
Okay. I think I figured out what the problem was.
Hmm.
Really? So is everything better now?
I think it's my camera. I think that's why it's going so slow.
Yeah, cameras do that on this thing. So, Mr.
Probably
Maddox.
that. So I'm just going to like run audio for now and see how it works.
So, Stephen Maddox, if you're listening, buddy, come on in and join the fun. I have a feeling you're one of the 3 listeners who are listening right now.
You know, it's so interesting. Every once in a while, I'll just do little searches online about like Andy Kaufman fake death, all that stuff, just to see if there are any new blogs or any new theories or any new, well, let's say, Stephen Maddox sites that might have popped up. And I found this one. This is interesting, and this is probably the most easiest way that the story could probably be told. Okay, so someone on Answers.com, this one says, did Andy Kaufman fake his death? And then the answer, so someone answered it, and it says, yes and no. Just like Tony Clifton, Kaufman switched identity with cancer-stricken Nathan McCoy. Nathan died with Andy's name. Andy, a devout Buddhist, vanished with Nathan's name. Stanley Kaufman proved his love for his son by signing a fraudulent death certificate. A select few proved their love for Stanley with total silence. So it's really interesting, that more and more throughout time, and just in these various areas, something like that will pop up. Sometimes in the olden days, I would find them in comment sections and stuff. I remember there was one on TMZ. There was a comment in a comment section on TMZ about Andy Kaufman faking his death, and it was from Orangestad, Aruba, and so. That was one of the things that he would tell Lynn Margulies, was that if you were to fake his death, you'd go to Aruba. So, of course, that was interesting. But throughout all this time, there've just been so many red herrings that you don't know what really to grasp onto. One of the accounts that Stephen Maddox has, it's called Howdy Doty, HOWDY _DOTY.
Yeah.
And
who is
what
that?
it used to have on there, it used to say...
Has the pictures, isn't it?
What's that?
I think that's the one that has the pictures, right? The one that supposedly is Andy, or apparently. Or is that Andy Not Man or something like that?
The pictures are everywhere, man. They're on every Maddox account.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
So Maddox has multiple accounts?
Yeah, there's a bunch. There's like a private one that only select people can follow. There's a lot, man. I think
Deep Mouth?
Deep
Who's
Mouth,
that?
that's him. That's Maddox.
You think so? Fugly said it might have been, I don't know how accurate anything Fugly says could be, but he let it slip on one episode of Kaufman and said it could be Lynn.
Mm-hmm. I think that was the rumor early on, a long time ago. Maddox has basically confirmed that's him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and the last Google Hangout we did, that 5-hour-long one, he basically said it was him.
How very interesting. I
It's
would very much like to
It's all
speak
very
about
intriguing.
it. Yeah.
There's so many accounts, I lose track. Like I can't keep up with all of them.
I think nobody can, to be quite honest.
Kurt just dropped.
Maybe his computer restarted.
Maybe he found Andy. But now what do I do? Now I'm in charge, kind of. What are we talking about now?
We shall talk about why he did it.
Why he faked it?
Yeah, no, I'm just messing about.
'Cause
We could go on forever as to why he did it.
I was talking to my buddy who he wanted kind of proof that he did it, and one of the main reasons I used is when he was going through his chemo, he shaved his head. But don't you lose your chest hair too?
Yeah, and your eyebrows.
Yeah, and your eyebrows, and then
They said that on the documentary they made as well.
in one of those pictures where he went to the psychic doctor, he had
Which
all
is
this
bullshit.
chest hair. Yeah, yeah. I feel like he knew that stuff was BS.
The miracle.
Too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Part of me knew that he knew it was fake, but with his sense of humor, he probably just wanted to laugh. I don't know. I believe he believed in the meditation stuff. He was very into that. But as far as the
for sure.
healers, I bet the healers are just for show, just to show that he's kind of loony or something. But going back to that, yeah, he had all of his chest hair. I'm like, well, if he's going through chemo and he died a few months after that, he should be completely hairless. Yeah. I miss Fugly, man.
Yeah, Fugly's a hoot.
He's a character. I'm excited for his interview on the Kaufman Lives documentary. I want to know what he said because John Lumberg hasn't told me anything, and I feel like he
Really?
said so. Yeah, and I bet that Lumberg had to find out his real name somehow to have him sign the documents to be in the documentary. I doubt any legal document says Fugly the Clown. I bet he had to use his real names. So maybe Lumberg knows something. I don't know.
Interesting.
hmm hopefully I'll be in it. We've been talking about getting me in there now, so then I could be somewhere.
Lord.
He'll be back. Kurt will be back. Matt, Kurt wants to know how you got involved in all this. Hello?
I
Kurt?
think he's muted. You're muted still.
Me?
Matthew. No, not you, John.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he is muted, yeah. I don't know who that is. Hi, Matthew. Will he say hi back? No?
Oh, he said he's excited for the Fugly interview. Oh, he doesn't have a microphone.
No mic. Dang. Okay. Well, Kurt texted me. He wants to know how you got involved in the Andy Kaufman stuff. Hello?
Just me, or wait?
Yeah, you.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, I spoke with him earlier about it. I was watching. I'm a big Adult Swim fan, and I was watching an interview with one of my favorite, I guess, comedians from Adult Swim, Eric Andre, and in it he had the album Andy and His Grandmother, and he said if I was on Desert Island, this would be one of the CDs I bring with me, because this man's a genius. And I thought to myself, if he thinks he's a genius, then he must really be on some next level shit. So I listened to the album, and it was amazing and beautiful. And then I started getting into more of his stuff, and it really kind of opened my eyes. Like I didn't I don't know. Looking into this Andy stuff has made me realize not to take everything at face value. You know, like to always consider the alternatives, I suppose.
I've never heard the album. Being a big Andy fan, I really got to get out
Really?
of that. Yeah.
It's on YouTube.
Yeah. I might put it on a CD and use it for one of my road trips coming up soon.
Oh, word.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty great. There's there's some I don't know, I guess I don't want to spoil it, but it's all pretty great. It's good stuff.
Yeah. Is it Robin Williams on there?
No. Robin isn't on there. Bill Hader, he like narrates it. He like opens it.
Oh, nice.
Better Not Live, yeah, but beyond that, it's just Andy, Smuda, and other people whose names they bleeped out.
I think it was at his Carnegie Hall shows with Robin Williams. I think Robin dressed up as his grandma.
As his grandmother, yeah.
Yeah. I bet in like 3 years we're gonna hear the Robin Williams faked his death stuff.
Oh boy.
Because every celebrity fakes their death. I heard the other day about Paul Walker faking his death. I'm like, what? Do celebrities just die? Like, no one just dies. Oh, B.B. King, yeah, he faked his death. Yeah, he's still alive. Like every person faked their death. Everyone alive. But and there's all the Michael Jackson stuff. At one point, I was into the Michael Jackson thing, but then I'm like, well, this is just silly. There's nothing really hardcore about anything. It's just people making things up. Like,
my mom asked me about that. She said, "You think Michael Jackson faked his death?" I was like, "I'm not sure if I care, Mom. I don't know."
I don't think a guy like him could do it. He was too big. He's one of the biggest icons of all time. Andy is just kind of like you either know him or you don't know him.
He can disappear easily, yeah. He can just fade away.
Not Michael Jackson. Like,
true.
You can recognize that nose and that plain white face anywhere, like, unless he got like plastic surgery.
More, yeah. Again.
Because there's all these like people who are like, oh, in this CD it says alive. It's because he's alive, and I'm like, what are you talking about? It's just a lyric in a song. Like, alive. And there's a video floating around of his body and in the helicopter and the gurney, and his arm falls off, or like his arm gets off the gurney, and everyone's like, "Oh, he moves." I'm like, his arm probably just fell.
That's gravity. Yeah.
He's moving, guys. Then there's like a Twitter account, kind of like Maddox, but it's called like Front, and everyone thinks it's Michael. I'm like, how do you know it's Michael? He hasn't said he was Michael. He hasn't hinted at it. He just says love everybody all the time. Like, this has nothing to do with anything. Then there's the Elvis stuff. I'm not sure what to think about the Elvis stuff.
That I don't know either. I don't know a whole lot about it.
I know that there was a documentary on the History Channel the other day that he was actually working for the CIA very briefly. Like, that's all declassified, which I thought was cool.
Huh.
Fake his death or not, I think that's really neat.
That is interesting, yeah.
Yeah, the documents were leaked out recently that he was a CIA agent.
What was he doing?
When he would do like international tours to like Russia, he would like hang out with the top guys and sell the information back to the U.S. Stuff like that.
All right. That's some shady shit. That's cool. Elvis was a spy.
Yeah. So now people are like, oh, he faked his death to go work for the CIA full time, and the CIA helped him fake it. And that's why his name is spelled wrong on the grave. Like,
jeez.
So regardless, I think the whole CIA thing is cool, but I don't think he faked his death. I think he had a heart attack on the pooper. Like, and then it's easy for Andy to do it though, because that was his style.
It's true.
He could have done it. I tell people when they ask me like, do you know for sure? I'm like, well, I think he did, but I'm not sure if he's alive today. He could have died 5-10 years ago of something, you know?
I'll tell you what, the reason that I cling to it, I think that Fugly is Andy.
Yeah.
And if ever one day he removed his mask and it wasn't Andy, I would believe Andy's dead for sure.
Mm-hmm. Why do you think he's Andy?
Because he's always got a mask on. Who else could he be? Why would he be doing what he's doing if he wasn't just in disguise laying low and fucking with people?
Well, why would Maddox be doing what he's doing?
Maddox is a mystery to me. That I don't even know. I don't know, man.
It's because I look at Fugly and I'm like, he looks like he's younger under that mask. He doesn't seem to be older.
Think so?
The way he moves, like if you look at his hands, when they zoom in on his hands, they don't look wrinkly or old. It looks young. Looks like a younger guy.
Perhaps.
So, but
I don't know, man.
And like on Coughcast when he's been on, he's hinted at being Andy so many times. Like I lost count of how many times he hinted at it. He's like, yeah, I came out of hiding 31 years ago almost. And
He's like, I've been living under the Y for 31 years.
Yeah.
Oh, what a convenient number, Fugly.
And then he always hint at like, oh, go talk to Lynn at the Circle K in Albuquerque, and I got this address to this Here's the crazy thing. I got an address to a location near where I live that Andy supposedly lived at. And on the housing record it says Andrew, G. Kaufman has Andy's actual birth date on there from when he was born. I'm like, that's not a coincidence. That's perfect. So, I went to visit, they're remodeling, there was nothing there. And I only told maybe 2 people where that location was, and one of them wasn't Fugly, but Fugly knew. So I was like, he's referenced it a few times. He's like, oh, Central, and like he would say the street name of where I went, and I didn't even tell him where I went. And
Interesting.
That blew my mind. I was like, how do you know this? Like,
Fugly, he's up to something. I don't know.
If he's not Andy, I feel like he knows something.
Exactly, that's what it is. Because I've tried to listen to when Zmudo had some sort of interview. And Fugly tried to call him, but he wouldn't take the call.
Yeah.
And Fugly and I don't know. I feel like maybe there was some sort of contractual thing. Like, no, I can't talk to that guy because for legal reasons or something. Mm-hmm. That's my theory. They're not allowed to speak.
And Fugly hinted at being at Red Nose Day, so if he pops up,
I know. Yeah.
That'd be so funny if we're just watching it and you just see Fugly on TV.
I would like to see Fugly reunited with his father on Red Nose Day. That'd be great.
Him and Tony Clifton just up there, staring at each other. It'd be such a surreal moment. Like, I wouldn't know what to do. I would probably freeze. Like the last hangout we did, the character Alan Terry, right?
Yes, the hoaxist.
Yeah. No, that's Alan Abel.
Wait, Abel. I don't know who Terry is then. Yeah,
Alan Terry is another one of these characters that have popped up over the years. He wears an old person mask, and he claims that he's like this old like rock and roll legend or something, or that I don't know what he claims.
Huh.
He just keeps talking about how the Beatles suck and how he thinks Andy Kaufman's out there, but we all know it's something affiliated to Maddox. I thought it was Maddox for like a year, and then the last hangout we did, they were on at the same time talking to each other, and I was so boggled. I was so floored. I didn't know what to do.
It's crazy.
I'm like, oh, you just rocked my world. Like, I wish Fugly would have stayed and Maddox would have showed up to clear that suspicion. Ah, Maddox is usually here by now. He must be getting ready for something big. I don't know.
Did you tweet him?
Yeah, I told him we were here. I'm going to see if anyone's tweeting right now. Oh, Kurt's back. Yeah, you can talk. I'm gonna check. I'm gonna check Twitter and see if any of our Maddox accounts have been active. But we were just talking about Fugly again.
Oh yeah.
And how Fugly knew the location I visited. Remember I went to that location, Kurt?
Yes. Now we can't be so specific, right?
Well, I'm not gonna say where it was, but he knew where it was without us telling him.
He kept it spoiler free.
Yeah.
What, James? What?
He kept it spoiler free.
Yeah. I'm not saying where it was, but it was near me, and it was a location, and we didn't tell Fugly at all, but when I mentioned Chicago, he's like, oh, I spent time there, and he mentioned the exact street that I went to. And we didn't tell him that. Like,
no.
Yeah, that's...
He gives us these little Easter eggs, you know, and so you wonder, is this just more misdirection, or is he secretly, you know, in close contact with Maddox, or I mean, God.
How would Maddox know I went to this location if he doesn't know anything too? Like, I told everybody that I was going somewhere nearby, and they both know where the general area that I live, so they just guessed it, but then they knew where I went. It's so weird. Like, I don't know what happened. It just happened.
It is. Matthew, do you have a microphone? I'm so curious how the heck you came across all this stuff, because I know you've been out there and following this stuff for a pretty long time. I mean, ever since AndyKaufmanLives.com, I've seen you out there involved with stuff and in the forums, you know what, James? I'm going to give you a link, and unless you've already checked it out, I'm going to give you a link to. Have you checked out the Network 54 or the Wave and Wake forums?
I don't know. No, neither of those ring a bell.
A link there in the chat bar for you.
You're posting things? I don't know what chat that's. Did you just post it? Because I don't see that.
Wait, I'm about to. I'm copying it.
Oh, okay. There's a ding. I didn't know.
I'll be back in a second. Gotta check something.
So I put something there in the chat bar for you, James, in case you want to check that out. Matthew's seen most of this stuff. But basically, I try to do sort of nothing more than a fan. Followed this saga for like 17 years now. So Matthew, how'd you come across AndyKaufmanLives.com, Matthew? For the at-home viewers and or listeners, Matthew is he's typing answers to us. I don't think his microphone works. And so James, I've done sort of like a loose bibliography, I guess, of sorts in that little link there.
Mm-hmm.
And so you can kind of see. I've left other things there for for people to investigate still, because there's still a lot more out there. But yeah, I kind of put a little list of things that that kind of led me through stuff over the years. So there's a whole bunch of blue links there you'll see as you look through the article there. There's just a lot of stuff. You've probably come across most of it at this point, but still, it's.
I got you. No, it's pretty cool. I've noticed in one place.
Yeah, God, it's incredible just to know how much this has been moving along over the past years, and not much of the populace has known about it. Okay, so Matthew says promo from the movie. So promo from the movie. Oh, so you promo from the movie. So Matthew, do you mean promo as in Man on the Moon, Like you saw promos for Man on the Moon, and then you saw Man on the Moon, and then it inspired you to go check out like if he faked his death or not. Because in that movie, they don't even really talk about him faking his death. There's one.
Yeah.
Well, there are two little hints that they give in that movie. One is that Jim Carrey goes.
Oh, never mind.
What, James?
There was a doctor, and they were like, when they're in the hospital, they're like, that doctor's not wearing doctor shoes. That guy was an actor.
Mm. There was that. There was a line where Jim Carrey says something about he's talking to someone, and the line he says something of short of faking my death, da-da-da-da-da-da. So there's that, and of course the third one, which is at the end of it, and it pans across. You see Tony Clifton up on stage, and it pans across, and then you see Bob Zmuda in the audience. I don't know.
Cow. Wait, can I interrupt? Can I interrupt you real quick?
Yeah.
You know, so we're talking about Joseph Brown, right? Remember earlier the other elusive Twitter account that no one knows who it is? Well,
Yes.
I'm on our page, on our live stream page. He just posted the street address I went to. We didn't tell him either.
No.
Now this whole thing.
No.
Oh
Oh,
gosh.
Okay. Is there any way to delete that, John? Is there any way
No.
to delete that?
But he didn't give an exact number. He just said the street. He didn't say what town. He didn't say. He just said he gave the street. He gave very little. You can't really go anywhere with this.
Okay, you're right. That's right. You're right. There's no true ad. That's true.
That's
I
just
don't even know how to get to the page.
well,
Did
it's
you guys,
just it's literally just a street name. But now everyone seems to know where I went. It's like, what are people following me now? Like, Joseph Brown, get in here right now. I want to talk to you. Oh man, I think John Lumberg is listening. So, shout out to John Lumberg. If you want to come in, man, feel free.
Indeed.
Yeah, John. You know,
Yeah.
and I can't wait for Kaufman Lives to come out. That's just good. That's just gonna be so kick-ass. The only way that I knew that or I had any sort of inclination that Kaufman faked his death, like, so let's say for instance, if I saw Man on the Moon, I don't think I would have really derived. I don't know. It's tricky. It's tricky because it's like before I saw Man on the Moon, I read Andy Kaufman Revealed. I have it up on that bookshelf somewhere. Andy Kaufman Revealed by Bob Zmuda. I read that before I moved out to California. Oh, I read that, and then I read Bill Zemmy's biography about Kaufman. And so I read those before I moved out to California. I moved out to California. I read those, and then I saw the movie. So I had that information in my brain before I saw the movie. Oh, here comes Matthew. Okay, I was a fan of Andy before the movie, but the movie definitely made me dig as deep as I possibly could about everything. So, Matthew, when you saw Man on the Moon, did it actually... Were those clues that we were just talking about, those clues, those kind of 3 or 4 instances in the movie, was it those that actually got you investigating it, Matthew? And that's how you came across AndyKaufmanLives.com, or how the heck did that work, Matthew? While we're marinating on that, I just want to point out, this is sort of my list of various ways in which people suspect things that lead to the idea that Kaufman faked his death. So here we go. There's a picture of Bob Zmuda. There's some, how should I put it? There's some things that I'm about to say that leaves it sort of suspect, and then things that, well, I'll just say it. So there's a picture of Bob Zmuda pushing Andy Kaufman in a wheelchair. Now this was apparently right before he went to the Philippines, I think. And Bob Zmuda, he's smiling. He's smiling. He's pushing along Andy Kaufman. Kaufman is like this. It's like he's posing for a glamour shot photo. And he's got a hat on and he's smiling. And he's smiling. And he's in a wheelchair. Now, as it was reported, apparently that photo was taken by the Inquirer. Now, Zmuda and Kaufman, I forgot which book I was reading, but there's a particular bar in Hollywood that this one person who worked for the Inquirer, I guess they would go to the bar, they'd hang out in a booth, and they'd listen for any sort of like dirt or any sort of like things that they could publish in the newspaper. So they're always listening for stuff. So they didn't know that Zmuda and Kaufman knew who they were. So Zmuda and Kaufman would sit in a booth nearby, and they would start talking about stuff. They would just start talking about stuff out loudly, so the person sitting in the next booth, the Inquirer person, would hear about these things. Now, it's possible that during those conversations, that Inquirer person heard them talking about this, that they were going to go to the airport and all this stuff, because it wasn't really widely broadcasted that Kaufman had cancer. It somehow, I don't know how it dribbled out, how it came about. Maybe the person heard them talking about it in the booth, in the booth or whatnot. But there just so happened to be a photographer there to take a photo of these guys. Now, as the story goes, Kaufman got out of the chair and he was swearing at them, and was, just really angry and like chasing after the photographer. So that was kind of interesting. Now, this is the other thing. There's a photo of Kaufman standing there with Lynn Margulies around one arm, and around the other arm, his nurse. That was out there in the Philippines. And she was there with June Labo. June Labo is the guy who did the psychic surgery. So she was the nurse. So there's a picture of Kaufman there with his arm around Margulies and around this lady who was his nurse. So he's bald, but he's got this very, very furry chest. And so as people say, when you're going through treatments, and if you got cancer and you're going through the treatments, you lose all of your hair. You lose all of your hair, not just on your head, but all of it. So that's a little suspect, right? Now, this is another thing. Kaufman told a lot of people that he was thinking about faking his death, and he would do it with lung cancer. And that was a little suspect to people because he was in the transcendental meditation. Now, as Tony Clifton, he smoked. I don't know if he inhaled the smoke, but so that's something there. Now,
I always wondered about that.
Oh, about the lung cancer.
It was always written as like Andy never smoked. He never touched a cigarette, but Clifton smoked all the time. There's a video of it.
And that's the crazy thing too, is that Kaufman was a vegetarian, but Tony Clifton ate like meat, and drank whiskey. Kaufman didn't drink. So it was just so interesting. It's like so interesting. Now this is the other thing. He talked to Alan Abel. Have you been listening to any of the Kaufcasts?
I've heard a few of them, a number of them. I know who Abel is. I just actually recently watched his documentary.
Awesome.
Pretty interesting about his daughter. Yeah.
He's a genius, isn't he?
Yeah, it's pretty great. I love it.
We got to get him back on again soon. I'd love to talk to him. I wasn't on that one episode we had him on.
Oh, he's so good, man. Once you wind him up, he's just like, he just never stops. He's got so many stories that no one else has ever heard, So it was like this awesome exclusive thing to get these stories that no one's ever heard. So he talked to Alan Abel. Now, as you probably know, Abel, let's see. I thought I had it saved. The Alan Abel obituary. Of course, he faked his death, right, James? Alan Abel.
Yeah, I heard that. Yes, I'm aware.
So he faked his death, and he did it in the New York Times, and then about 3 or 4 days later, he came out of hiding. Now, Andy Kaufman became friends with Bob Pagani, and Pagani is still friends with Alan Abel. So Pagani introduced Andy Kaufman. Bob Pagani introduced Andy Kaufman to Alan Abel, and Alan Abel talked with Kaufman for like hours and hours and hours and hours about how he faked his death. I guess Kaufman
he had a lot of questions.
Yeah, all those questions like, okay, how'd you do this? What are the specifics? All this stuff. So that's kind of a suspect thing. Now the other thing is the Andy Kaufman Social Security number. If you go into the it's called the Death Index. If you type in anyone's Social Security number who you know or that you heard about who died, okay, if you're able to get a hold of their Social Security number and you go into that Death Index and you type it in, they will pop up. Their name will pop up, the date they were born, the date they died, all that stuff. Andy Kaufman's is not in the Death Index. That Social Security number is still in use. It's not the Death Index. So that's another suspect thing. Now, there's the other thing. The Tony Clifton story, that screenplay. This was written, I don't know how many years before 1984. I don't know how many years this was written before it. But that was a screenplay that he and Zamuda wrote. And in that screenplay, Tony Clifton dies of lung cancer at Cedars-Sinai Hospital. But then he comes back later in the movie, so he fakes his death. This was in a screenplay that they wrote. So he fakes his death with lung cancer
at the Cedars-Sinai Hospital.
Yes.
At the same day.
Very interesting. Now, this is the other thing.
Same day, May 16th, and the day he actually died years later.
And so this is the other crazy. dude, it's fascinating the fact that this stuff. Now, all this stuff has been talked about throughout the years, right? Now, all of a sudden, out comes Andy Kaufman and his grandmother, which you heard, that album.
Indeed.
That was the first time that anybody ever heard, right out of Andy Kaufman's mouth himself, that he was thinking of faking his death. So that's kind of interesting. After all these years of this stuff coming out, through the various Stephen Maddox Twitter feeds and on AndyKaufmanLives.com and stuff like that, we've heard about all this stuff, and all of a sudden, bam, out comes Andy Kaufman and his grandmother from Andy Kaufman's mouth himself. So it's like, and that was recorded long before. So
It's true.
It's just crazy. So then of course the Bob Zmuda book came out recently, Andy Kaufman, The Truth, finally, where he talks about all these various, he kind of brings up all these various conversations that he has with Kaufman, where Kaufman's going, okay, well maybe I should knock my teeth out. Did you read that book, James?
I did not. I don't know where to stand on Zmuda because due to the nature of their relationship, Zmuda and Kaufman, what they did, they mess with people. They just like to mess with people's heads. I don't know if I can trust anything that Zmuda says. That's my issue. I haven't read any of his books just because I'm not sure. Because for the longest time, he said that Andy was dead, right? For 30 years until last year, right? The year before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much of it to buy into when it comes from Zmuda.
Well, it's interesting. So throughout all the years, he's denied that Kaufman, faked his death. However, he still held out the hope because on the 20th anniversary, Tony Clifton had an event at the House of Blues. Then, on the 25th anniversary, he had an event at the Comedy Store, and so he still kind of held out this hope that Kaufman would return and stuff. And I guess over the years he's had secret seances, with psychics to see if they could get Andy Kaufman's ghost, his spirit, to talk to them. And I guess they weren't able to do that. So, it's such a it is such a thing. It is tricky to try to trust what Zmuda says.
He got psychics to try to talk to him.
Yeah. He would have these seances. From what I heard, Lynn Woodley talked about that.
Gotta be a put on. I don't know, man. That's the thing with Zmuda. I can't tell.
Well, you know what? What's crazy is like. So I came across this stuff like around 2003. Okay, so I was very fortunate to see the evolution of Andy Kaufman Lives throughout the years. I mean, I would log on there frequently, and I would see how the website would change throughout time.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, to see that evolution and to hear this information and know all that information, and then for Zmuda's book to come out, you might want to read it. You might want to read it just because.
I've given it some thought.
The thing about that is it matches up with what Maddox has been saying for all these years. It's eerily similar. Like if you take Maddox's story, add a few names to the Zmuda story, it's the exact same story. And that boggles my mind that it's the exact same thing that we've been told for all these years.
Well, what makes you think they're not in cahoots? They're not working together.
I never said they weren't. That could be something. That's a possibility. But he's of course denied it. He said he's never confirmed or denied that he'd never talked to Zmuda before. Whenever we'd bring it up, he would just not answer the question.
That's what they do, yeah.
Yeah.
Like dodge questions.
Something that Matthew Dead put over here. Something he goes. My favorite tidbit is that 516. Is Andy's childhood area code for Great Neck, New York.
Mm-hmm.
That's something to pay attention to right there. 5/16. That's today. That's the date he faked his death. Man, just all these little things, and let's say if it comes out that because Steve Maddox says that he's been throughout all this time, his father Samuel Maddox, or depending on what story you want to hear, I'll just say Sam Maddox, whether it's the grandfather of Stephen or the father of Stephen, apparently was friends with Andy Kaufman, and he was a very big trickster. He had connections in the media, and he apparently had helped Kaufman figure out how to do some of this stuff and how to fake his death, I guess. Now, what's interesting is that the one thing that stays the same between Maddox's stories and Bob Zamuta's stories is that the bodies were switched. Now, in the new Zamuta book, he doesn't mention anything about Nathan McCoy. Hold on a second. My water's boiling for my coffee. I'll be right back. One second.
Okay.
By the way, I'm speaking with Joseph Brown right now.
Get him. I'm gonna get a microphone.
He said his camera is not being recognized by Google, or it can't its camera won't let him come on this thing. But John Lumberg, who I'm also talking to now, who's watching, he's just like a behind the camera guy. He doesn't really want to be in front of it, so he won't be joining us. But he's watching. He said he's trying to get Joseph to come on too, but Joseph is nervous to come on.
Oh, no worries, man.
Yeah, we're not gonna bite. But I'm trying to convince him to come on. We're not gonna do anything bad. He's got information. He's claiming he does.
Yeah, I've seen his. Like I said, I saw the aftermath of it. I saw the mysterious tweets that were referencing tweets that were seemingly deleted. So I couldn't really read everything.
Let's see. He of course he laid out the partial address of the place I went to that no one really knew about, and he said he's done research and there's links all around from that address to other places, and he's not giving me information because he doesn't want to do it publicly on here. I don't know. It would be cool if he came on, but I don't think he will.
Oh, that's cool. Whatever he wants to do. It does sound interesting, though.
No.
Oh, another thing. I'll wait till Kurt gets back. Never mind.
Where'd he go?
He said his water was boiling.
Oh.
Okay. Yes.
Oh.
So Kurt, I was just telling him I'm talking to Joseph Brown right now, and Lumberg said that he's nervous to come on, and Brown told me his camera just won't work. But we're talking on the chat room here on the actual video itself, and he seems to have some information too, so it's interesting. So if this
wait,
huh?
You're talking on the chat bar on the event page? Is that what you're saying?
No, on the actual YouTube live stream of this video.
Oh,
it's yeah. I'll put up the thing. You have to pause the video when you go, so you don't get the feedback of 15 seconds from now. Let me see.
So another thing I was thinking about that leads me to believe that Andy is, at least faked his death. Whenever anybody asks his brother if he's alive, he never says no. He never says he's dead. He's always like, I want to believe he's still alive or something like that. You know? Mm-hmm. Have you noticed that?
It's very interesting. If he definitely knew that his brother had died, then you figure there's. Well, yeah, why would he say, I'm still holding out a sliver of hope?
Exactly.
That's
I don't know.
Also, I'd like to know about that letter that he reads. He always reads the little tiniest portion out of the same letter. I shouldn't say always, because he's only done it a handful of times, but it's signed by Nathan McCoy. It's Look online for the
that one I have not heard.
Maloney. I think it's Chris Maloney. I think it's called The Death of Andy Kaufman. The Chris Maloney documentary. Alan Abel. And that was one of the things that Alan Abel said. He said, and they show footage. They show footage of the parents coming out of the funeral service, right? And neither of the parents looked sad. That was something that Alan Abel was talking about. They didn't have that appearance like, oh my gosh, my son just died. It was almost like there was a different vibe to it. Now, this is the other interesting thing, is that in that video, you could see them putting a casket into the back of a hearse. Melody Clark is someone who's been following along these shenanigans for a while. And Melody Clark, she did this great thing on her blog. She compared two photos of a casket, okay? Because there's a photo of Andy Kaufman's open casket that apparently was taken right there. That's been floating around, and it's a blue casket. It's a blue casket, and you see it just open, right? Mm-hmm. Just with the lid open. Now, in the video, the casket looks nothing like that. In the video, where they show them putting in the casket, it's like a large brown, like sort of curved kind of thing. But the casket that's in the photo is like a blue, almost like long box. So That's very.
Yeah.
You know, who knows who was paid off at let's say at the funeral home or anything like that. I mean, there's, like the mafia. That's how they get away with stuff, right? They form relationships with the garbage men and the funeral parlors and all that jazz. So,
I thought they threatened people.
So Joseph Brown said something interesting in this chat. It's very interesting. We're talking, and he says, if I can find things, and so can others. And if I share some, they might find something different. It led me to him, but he found out. That's what he said. And he says, at least I think I found him and lost him. So I don't know what he's referencing. He's being cryptic. This could be another, hoax account. You never know, but you just can't know unless you know.
Well, and that's the thing too. It's like for us to discount everything now, even though there are all these red herrings, for us to discount everything and just, because then all of a sudden, like what could easily happen? There's that trap of falling into this cynical sort of attitude of like, yeah, right, you know what I mean? Where it's like we lose that wonderment, we lose that curiosity. I think that's one of the things that I love so much about this whole adventure is the fact that it's just like it's sparking the curiosity, it's sparking the wonderment. So. If we were to rule out everything that came our way and go, oh, well, that's just a fake account, that's just another Maddox account, well, then it's like, then it's almost like we're not opening ourselves to all these other possibilities. So I'm glad that, at least we're playing with this idea of going, oh, who knows, this Joseph Brown might know something. I mean, it'd be interesting to find out how he found Kaufman, or how long he thought he had him in his grasp, so to speak.
I asked him again to come on Kaufcast. Maybe we can get him on.
Matthew Dead says he's definitely excited to hear from Mr. Brown. So
yeah, I think we all are. Joseph Brown's been around for a few months, and there was a time where he went quiet for a little bit. So yeah.
Then of course
he says, I'm not trying to be cryptic. I just don't want to say things exactly publicly.
I tried to find those videos that he put up on Vimeo. I couldn't find them. I can't remember what his account number is, but I want to get those up there for James to check out.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think they were deleted, or the ones that I've seen were censored or something. I tried to follow the tweets; they were deleted.
What's interesting, Kaufman Lives. John Lundberg on there. He was really good at he's really good at freezing frames. Like he can freeze a frame. So the two videos that went up were just like so quick, so fast, so quick, and you're like, what is that? What is that? And you're trying to pause the video. John Lundberg was able to like go and pause it and take a screenshot, and it was cool because he sharpened the image. And then he overlaid Andy Kaufman's face on the top of it, and it looked like Andy Kaufman. It was crazy. It was crazy. It was like a guy pushing around like a shopping cart. All of it fascinates me. And and on top of that, what's so great is that all these great relationships that I've formed with these people throughout the years with this stuff. I mean, I wouldn't know half you guys if it wasn't for the AndyKaufmanLives.com stuff. So, I really owe a lot to Stephen Maddox. John Krauser and I talk about this all the time about just like how awesome it is, how much he's taught us, and especially I've been applying a lot of this knowledge too, which has just been fun, and seeing what sprouts from that.
Oh, here's an interesting tweet. Lundberg just tweeted me. He says Joseph Brown is a real person. He's not Maddox. So Lundberg knows. Lundberg knows who he is. So, wow.
Interesting.
He says, I might send the video again. I just have to decide if it's unfair to that person. That's what Joseph Brown said. Man, Joseph Brown, you're awesome. You gotta. I love this stuff, man.
I do. I know. It's adventure. It's a lot of fun. I feel like Indiana Jones or something when you're like blues, or like a cross between Indiana Jones and Sherlock Holmes. That's what it feels like.
He says, the real reason I posted the video is because I wanted him to contact me. It wasn't to freak people out. I don't think anyone was freaked out, Joe. I don't think you freaked out. I think the only people who saw it are like people like Kurt and I and everyone who's kind of involved with the Maddox stuff.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see what Joseph Brown thinks of Steve Maddox. That's what I'm curious.
Yeah.
If he's not Stephen Maddox and he's a completely different person, and that's a new person to, I don't know. Oh, this thing never ends. We're gonna be here 30 years from now doing Google Hangouts, like
Think
when
so?
Andy Kaufman's 100 years old.
Yeah.
I'm hoping it comes to an end on Red Nose Day, or the day after, or whatever.
But we were
Seems
talking
like
on we talked on Coughcast the other day. We were given like an exact plan of how things were gonna work.
from Deep
But
Mouth.
yeah, and then last night I found out, one of the plans was an SNL appearance after the Letterman show. The last Letterman show was on the 20th. Um, then he was going to appear on SNL after that last Letterman show. But the last SNL for this season is tonight, so there is no SNL after the last
Did you
Letterman show.
see that link to the?
The
to-
master plan.
there was an address tweeted. There's an actual address with details. I
What?
am pretty sure I saved that info. Hang on.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It wasn't like an SNL or like a VA hospital or something.
Yeah, it was at the hospital.
Yeah,
and
I
it was
don't-
like a Saturday Night Live event, but it wasn't, NBC Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
It was like some sort of Narcotics Anonymous meeting, from what I could tell. From what I could tell, that's what it was.
So Andy Kaufman's big reveal is going to be a Narcotics Anonymous
Maybe. Hang on, let me see if I emailed it to myself. I think.
So that the theory that to appear on actual SNL is now gone because after the last Letterman show, there is none unless he shows up tonight as Tony Clifton to get that whole thing going that was posted. It's like there are days where I'm just like this can't be real, but then there are days like, oh, this could be real, and I go back and forth all the time. I still stand that Andy faked it. I'm not sure if he's alive today. This whole thing could be a gag. If it was a gag, I'd laugh. I wouldn't be mad at Maddox or anyone involved. I'd get a kick out of it, and I'd be
It's interesting. That's all. That's
Yeah.
I was saying earlier. Like, it's very captivating.
My friend told me, he's like, you'd probably be mad if you found out that this was all fake. I'm like, I wouldn't be mad.
I'd be excited.
I'd get a kick that I was fooled for like almost 2 years, and then I think of like Kurt and Jack Bristow who have been here for like 10 years. And I'm like, wow, they really got played.
Well, and I don't know why anyone would ever, like, if it was all this was a gag. I don't know why anyone would ever choose to even reveal the fact that it was a gag. I don't know.
Yeah.
What you really gain from that, because then the story's over. You know what I mean? But if you never admit it and you just kind of let it simmer and let it go, there's always that wonderment. There's always that curiosity of, wait, hold on, Lundberg. I mean, Krauser, is your sonic screwdriver a vaporizer?
No, I was just messing with you.
I'm so surprised I haven't seen one of those yet. Oh my God,
No.
that's serious. I'm smoking the TARDIS.
Oh, okay. I see that link you put up.
Yeah, those were well, that's what I found. I didn't copy the tweets or anything. There's another one there too.
Massachusetts.
Oh, that's what I found. I called the number 2, and there's a lady that called me back, but I didn't answer because I was asleep.
You
That
called
was
it.
early.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Huh.
What were you going to ask them? John and I were talking about this on Coughcast, like what someone could actually say once they call these people up.
That's the thing. Like, I called. I was like, yeah, I was just trying to get some information about the Saturday Night Live event. Like, could you tell me anything about it? And she was like, well, I don't know. I'll transfer you to the PR department or something. And then that lady called me back, and said something. She said she didn't even know. She was like, you're talking about Saturday Night Live? Like, I'm just making sure we're talking about the same thing. It was very, I don't know, it was a very back and forth, roundabout type thing. She called me back the other day, but I was asleep and didn't answer. I think that was yesterday, maybe.
So,
But
I'll be back in a second.
great investigator.
And then I got some news, but I'll be back in a second.
now, John,
Yes.
so you say you're going to be back in a second. Will you still be able to hear us? Are you going
I'm
someplace?
just running out of the room real fast. I'll be back in a second.
Okay, real fast. I just want to say this really fast. Is that Matthew Dead goes, can someone send him, I think he's talking about Joseph Brown, can someone send Joseph Brown a direct link to the Hangout, maybe? I would love to see the video. So we've already done that. I've sent Joseph Brown this stuff to try to do it, but he says I would love to see the video. So maybe, John, if you can ask Joseph Brown to give us a link to his videos, that would be nice. Okay, good. Good. So James, I'm glad that you called these people up because that was the crazy thing is that there was that information there's that information that Deep Mouth had tweeted, and he and I were wondering like, okay, should we give away this information or is this only for us or and then I thought, well, okay, is he expecting us to call these places? Is he expecting us to get a hold of these people? And then I thought, okay, if we were to call these people, and we were to try to get a hold of these people, what would we say then? What would be the next step? And it sounds to me like, because, like, what do you say? Oh, is Andy Kaufman with you guys? So do you think
Exactly.
taking his death all these years, would he suddenly go, hey guys, guess what? I'm Andy Kaufman. Let's have our dinner at the Narcotics Anonymous.
Like I can't just call them and be like, yeah, Deep Mouth gave me this number.
Right. Yeah, there's nothing to really hold on to or grasp onto. So it's just like what do you do? Now what do you do?
I don't know.
It's kind of like when John went out to that this address. He thought, okay, cool. I have this particular address, and that's suspected as as to where Kaufman currently lives or has been living over the past 30 years, or one of the addresses that he lived at. So he went out there, and then we realized, well, okay, what's the first thing that he's going to ask these people, or like what's the first thing that he's going to do? So, oh, John, I'm just telling James about your adventure out to the location. James, did you hear John's adventure out to the location yet?
Well, I didn't hear about the specifics, but he said he found a Kaufman-related address, and other people knew about it that weren't supposed to.
Just sort of what you went to, John, when you went there?
Well, we went to the location, which was a house that was apparently the address of the deceased Andy Kaufman. And I'm like, at first when I heard about it, I was like, I don't know. There's a lot of people named Andy Kaufman. But then when I saw that the birth date on this guy was the exact same birth date as the Andy Kaufman who played Locke on Taxi, that sparked my interest. And it's close by where I lived. Or live. I'm not going to say how far, but it's close. So me and my buddy went out there, and it was being remodeled. There was no one there. There was nobody. It was on a very busy street in a very big town. Nobody was there, so we decided to walk around the stores and kind of like show people a picture of Andy and say, hey, have you ever seen this guy come in? We figured because Andy's like in his 60s, he'd go to some pharmacy. So we went to like 2 or 3 pharmacies with the picture. And when we went to the Walgreens pharmacy, the lady got really like nervous and like hit the panic button. And,
Wow, really?
The manager rushed over. He's like, what do you guys want? And like she kind of like, I'm like, oh, we just want to know if you've seen him. He might go by the name of Andy or Lynn or Nate. And I show the manager the picture. She briefly looks and just goes, no, go. And like she rushed me out.
Wow.
I felt like we were going to get arrested. So after a little bit, it was kind of like a dead end, but we're thinking about going back in the next week or two and see if the house is done being remodeled and if there's anything of note. I would love to run into one of the neighbors of the house.
Yeah.
And the thing about the house is it's on this busy street, but it's pushed back. Like you wouldn't even notice it's there unless you knew it was there. It's very secluded, even though it's on a busy street. So we didn't find anything, but people were kind of nervous. We were asking around, like, that was it. And also,
it's interesting. It's hard to like do that kind of stuff without seeming like a creep, though. You know, like I see what they were. I don't know. They were probably like. Did you think they had some sort of agreement with Kaufman? Like, hey, if you see people asking about me, don't answer.
I don't know. Maybe they were just like, because I'm kind of a bigger guy. My friend is a skinny white guy, so I don't know who they thought we were. Maybe they thought we were like mobsters or something. Hey, have you seen this man? He owes us money. Like, but one of the things Joseph Brown said before I left was, "Last Letterman is not Bill Murray. This is second to last. The last Letterman is a quote surprise guest."
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
And of course, he said my address is long dead, which I figured. Because it said on the housing detail the house was sold a few years ago to someone else. So he moved away. The crazy thing about that address was Andy's sister lives around that area. She lives around me, which is around that area that I was at.
Interesting.
So that's something I was like, oh, that's kind of neat. But yeah, Joseph, I know the address is dead, but I'm gonna go around maybe and ask the neighbors. I'm just out of curiosity. I'm not trying to like. And here's the thing: people are like, "Are you trying to find Eddie?" I'm not trying to like hunt him down and expose him. I have no at. I don't think I'll ever find him. And if I did find him, I definitely wouldn't even. I don't think I'd even go up to him. I would just kind of look at him and I wouldn't bother him. I'm sure he doesn't want to be bothered now. It's just a curious thing that I'm doing. Like, I don't want to like go out there and go, Andy's here, and go to TMZ and be like, I found Andy Kaufman, guys. Like, if I ever found him, I would tell a very few select people, and that would be the end of it. So yeah.
I just want to collaborate with the guy. I want to create stuff with him. I'm sure he's got so many ideas, you know. And even if he worked anonymously, like through us, that would be awesome. I mean, just the fact that we got this secret little brainstorming session, you know, with with Kaufman, and we're creating these projects, and God, that'd be awesome. I would love that.
I don't think he would. If he doesn't show up in the next 2 weekends, I doubt that if he's still out there, he will ever reveal. Like,
Agreed.
Like Maddox has said, the times he's talked about it, he's like, why would Andy reveal himself now? But at the same time, he's hinting that he's going to reveal himself. But then when you speak to him in person, he's like, yeah, why would he do it? You know, it's.
Mm-hmm.
But if I did it, if I was Andy, I would definitely want the world to know when I actually do die that I faked it. I would have some kind of record with a lawyer, maybe a video, something like that. Just absolute proof that, you know, I did fake it, but I'm actually dead now. But I've been living all this time.
I'm dead now, but I got you.
Yeah, that's how I feel it's gonna end if he's around, if he's out there. As much as I'd love to see him appear on SNL or Letterman, part of me doesn't think he will.
I don't know. I want him to come back and continue to entertain. You know, do the Tony Clifton story and be in other stuff. I think it'd be great.
But how old? Like, we don't know what his condition is.
True. I'm sure he's still hilarious though.
Yeah. No. This is the thing: is that what if he just pops in, just to go, hey, guess what? I've been faking it this whole time, and then goes, and then disappears again. Just to show me that, look, I did it. You know, and off he goes. Off he goes. We don't know where he goes or what happens at that point. Or
that'd be great.
Yeah. That's what I feel like. If he were to reveal himself, it'd be something like that. It wouldn't be something where, here I am, now I'm ready to jump back into the spotlight. Because any of the stuff that I've seen throughout the years, he just really loved doing things his own way. He loved creating his programs, how he wanted to create them. He didn't like being under the thumb of the producers and everyone at Taxi. You know, and like, the only reason why he did Taxi, which you probably already know, is that he, in the deal, number one, he never wanted to be on a sitcom. And he said, okay, if I am on this sitcom, I want to have a limited number of episodes that I'm on. I just want to kind of be, you know, like the Fonzie who pops in and out every once in a while. And then if you're going to give me this sitcom, I want to also be able to make my own TV show, which is where he and Luda. Yes, yeah. But then that wasn't released until years later, you know, and that was only as a, what do they call it? You know, sometimes if a show is canceled, they'll just stick another show, like an old rerun or something. They'll just put it in that place. Yeah. Now, from what I was reading, apparently that show, it was one of those things. They just put it on the air, and it happened at the same time that Johnny Carson was on the air, and his ratings beat Johnny Carson's ratings.
What? Huh.
Why is that?
Interesting.
That's I just love that.
It was a great special. I saw the bootleg on YouTube. It was quality, but it was entertaining.
Oh, it was so fun. It was so fun. And then, like, when he thinks that the cameras are off, he starts getting all mean and stuff. Okay. He goes back to his...
My favorite thing is the soundstage, the PBS soundstage thing. Have you seen that?
Which one?
Where he interviews his ex.
Oh, yes. Yes. And he's at the desk that's, like, way up there, and he's, like, looking down at her.
She has to climb up to get her water.
Elaine Boozler, right?
Yeah. Exactly, yeah. But that was great.
Joseph Brown says he's been doing this for 25 years, and that he has flight logs. He has an address in South Carolina. Wow.
South Carolina, huh? That's
yeah. Oh, what's the name of this town? Beaufort.
Buford?
Yeah, that's what he says. He says look for an address in Buford.
I have family in Buford.
Well, now you can go look.
Oh,
Go ahead. Just
awesome.
start roaming around Buford with this picture, going, "Have you seen this man? He might call himself Nate now, but he's." Find an aged picture of Andy, or like just make one. Like go to those websites and put like 30 years aged, and just walk around with that picture. Man, I've now that we said Buford, I wonder if like if Fug is gonna come around going, "Oh, I spent time at Buford."
Yeah.
No, but my theory, I think Fugly is Andy, and I think Steve Rocco may have been Andy as well. And
The
because
guy who's
Rocco
running
had
for
like a
mayor.
yeah, well, who's on the school board. He had a PBS show for a while, and I think that Andy is just driven by this urge to maybe entertain, to like put on a show, because Fugly's had multiple radio shows. Um, you know, Rocco had the PBS show. Fugly, like, why is Fugly doing what he's doing? That's the only thing that gets me. Like, he can't be. He's got to be hiding. It's Andy in disguise.
Like these are his little ways to just try to still keep up his entertainment.
Exactly.
I just can't
Don't
get
mess with
over.
people.
I just can't get over how young I think he is.
You think
I-
Fugly's young?
I don't think he's, because Andy would be what, 60 something now? What-
True.
It would be he'd be in his 60s, and as I told you, like when you look at his hands, there's no wrinkles. It doesn't look like they're aged hands. It looks like he might be like around our ages, you know. He just doesn't seem like he's a 60-year-old guy in there.
I don't know, man.
Ugh.
No.
I do think he knows something, but I don't.
I would like for him to take off his mask. If I saw that it wasn't Andy, I'd be satisfied. I'd be done.
He promised me in a message on Twitter that if the Cubs won the World Series, he would do it. So let's all root.
Cross my fingers.
So we still have Matthew listening. Matthew, I want to ask you real quick. We'll just kind of let this marinate while you're typing in your answer. Did you read the Bob Zamuda book? And then what were your thoughts about it? So if you could just put that in a little chat bar for us, Matthew. In the meantime, I'm gonna go fill up my cup with the coffee that was just brewed. One second.
Word.
I'm
But
talking.
yeah,
Joseph Brown has given us a lot right now. He's saying, I'm always hesitant to go public for a few reasons. One being that I don't want to out him. Another being that I could be totally wrong and don't want to violate the privacy of an innocent person.
understandable.
Yeah, which I get. He's like, so as much as I want to share, I don't want to be unethical. And he says, and mostly what I have shared, I've made it so only he would understand and then know that he should contact me. But so he seems to think he's got Andy cornered somewhere, but he might be wrong, he admits. So and he's saying like South Carolina, man, you might be right next to him somewhere.
It's possible. It's crazy.
He was by where Kurt lives now in LA when he lived there, and he was by Chicago, now he's by you. Is he just roaming around the people involved in the conspiracy? Eventually, he was with Jack Briscoe in Mexico. And he was in Maddox in Indiana.
And that's what's crazy is that Maddox is, like when I talked to him on the phone, he was saying that all these years, he's just been taking menial jobs here and there, and just saving money, putting whatever money he can into hiring detectives to take him to wherever the heck Andy Kaufman was, because he, in the story, I don't know how much you know about this, James, but in the story he told me, Maddox said that he was the son of Andy Kaufman. Others, he was an acquaintance. Now, so once Maddox found out about that, then he started trying to track him down, and so ultimately, apparently moved right next door to him, in Albuquerque, and kind of scoped him out, saw what was going on, and then eventually confronted him The guy said, no, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. And then Maddox ended up, he had some health issues. He was in the hospital. He's all hooked up to all these IVs and stuff. And the man who is now, who goes by the name of Lynn, so he says, that man shows up to the hospital and goes, yep, I am who you say I am. I am your father, and we're not going to talk about this ever again. Now, and that was right before Maddox went into surgery, before he went under and went into surgery. So his theory, from what he said, that he thought maybe the only reason why Kaufman revealed himself was because he thought that Maddox was possibly going to die. So when Maddox, I'm gonna put a little link here to a video if it's still up, and then you can take a look at it, and then you can see who he claims is the modern day Andy Kaufman. Chances are you probably already saw this one, but I'm gonna give it to you anyway because it's just really interesting. And it sort of explains a little bit of what I'm telling you here. So basically in the video he alludes that there's a reaction that he gets, and it was the day or a couple days after Maddox got out of the hospital. Here's in the chat. After he got out of the hospital, and Lynn saw him for the first time out of the hospital, so he was almost like he was surprised. He had a look of surprise on his face, where he's like, "Uh-oh, now that you know this, are you gonna let people know? You know, am I gonna have TMZ cameras showing up to my door?" Maddox gave me a couple addresses back then, which I haven't shared with him because I don't want to. He goes, "Don't share this with anyone, not even your brother." And I was like, okay. That put this level of importance on there. So I thought, I can't give this out. But you never know with these red herrings. You just never know, because it's been this thing that's just been kind of been going on throughout this whole time. I mean, Joseph Brown could very well be another alter ego. But then again, John Lundberg says that Joseph Brown is a real person, right?
That's apparently.
So I'm curious how
that was my theory too. Joseph might be until just earlier when you said John had confirmed it. I want to see this movie. I want it to come out.
I wonder if Lundberg is gonna go to Joseph Brown and maybe do stuff with him.
Dude, that would be awesome. And the other thing that I really, really want to do is I want to interview Dr. Stephen Rubens. Dr. Stephen Rubens is the man who apparently was the doctor of Andy Kaufman's during that time. So I really want to interview him. So,
yeah, that would be good.
Do you think he was actually Kaufman?
Joseph Brown is just going nuts. I love it. And I can tell you what he's saying in real time. Joseph Brown. I asked him, what do you think about Maddox? And he says, Maddox has much information. I said, do you think he's a fake? And he goes, I can't tell you for sure, but I do know that his information is online with the things I have found. He could be someone else who found them or someone who really knows. I think most likely someone else also found the information, if the information is even real.
Interesting. Well, Matthew Dead says he believes Joseph is absolutely legit.
Wow. So there's actually I wish I had I hate to say it, but proof, because you never know. But with Lundberg kind of backing him up, maybe I buy it, because Lundberg just doesn't back anyone up like that. Yes. So yeah, I know, Joseph. I'm pretty much certain you're not Maddox anymore. I'm sorry if I thought you were. This whole thing is just, you find one Twitter account pops up, and you're like, oh, who's this? So.
Yeah, if any of you guys, James, this is for you too, and John, I don't know if you. I'm gonna give you guys a little link to the. James, I would say bookmark that video I gave you if you get a chance to see.
Already done, buddy.
I'm gonna give you guys a link to I have a list that I've over the years of what I call, like Kaufmaniacs or puzzlementarians, whatever you want to call them, people who have been kind of been a part of the shenanigans throughout this whole time.
I just got a tweet from Maddox.
Really?
Yeah, let's see what he said. It just popped up.
Oh, is he?
Oh, he's listening. He's He says, "Ask James to do his best Fugly impersonation."
That's great.
I
Go
don't even
ahead.
know.
Go. Just do it, man.
Hello, goddammit.
Oh, you're. Oh,
That's brilliant. That's brilliant. Oh my god. Oh my god. James, that is perfect.
Oh, so now that we know that Steve is listening, why don't you come on here and have some fun? We don't even have to talk about Andy. We can talk about whatever you want to talk about, dude. It's fun to talk to you.
Dude,
Yeah.
that's incredible. That's
haven't-
incredible.
You haven't talked to him in like a month.
Dude, that's amazing.
Oh man, that's funny. I look at my phone because I'm kind of on social media now, watching everyone's Twitter as we go, and I just saw one from him. So.
That's great. Oh, that's great, that Maddox. Oh, that's great. He's probably watching right now. That's awesome.
He's watching. I know. What's up, dude? Best to Diane. Hopefully you guys are doing good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Diane is like this mystery creature. That's
Yeah,
just,
she seems like such a good girl. She's nice.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And she remind especially with I just love Twin Peaks, and the woman that he's always talking to in his recorder is Diane. So it's so funny that
Twin Peaks. People keep recommending that show to me.
Oh, it's phenomenal, and then it's going to be coming back to Showtime, which is awesome.
That's what I heard.
Oh man, I'm so excited! I
hear good things about it too. I'm a big fan of like horror movies and like creepy stuff like that. I heard it was really creepy for its time, so I gotta check it out. Yeah, man. Now we're just like waiting to see if Steve pops up.
I gotta go in a minute here.
Oh man, you're gonna show up and you're gonna leave and Steve's gonna be on.
I know, it's gonna suck. I'm gonna be in and out again because my break is almost over.
Here, oops, that's not what I meant to put in there. Hold on a second. I have a list that I want to give you guys, so that way, if you want to follow any of the Twitter accounts,
I think I'm following all of them by now.
There you go. I put it in the little chat bar over there. So there's just a bunch of them that I've sort of went through over the years, and I'm sure there's a lot that I'm missing as things go. So.
I just got Joseph Brown to agree to do an interview, so we'll do it sometime soon.
Oh, that's great. Oh, that's great. I wish you'd just jump on here already. That would just be so...
He's got to go to his cousin's house to do Coughcast, to use the webcam. He said, I would be happy if you would know I was a real person. I know you're a real person, Joe. Come on, dude. I got it now. As I was saying, like there's so many Twitter accounts that pop up every like few weeks, so you never know which one is real and which one isn't. So it just takes time for me to figure it out. So I apologize to you for saying that you're Maddox. I won't stop accusing Fugly of being Andy though until he takes his mask off.
Real quick, before I'm gonna have to leave here for a moment, but I might be back. What's the deal with these Twitter accounts that are like spamming the audio of Andy talking about his death? Have you seen those?
Yeah,
one is like.
That's Maddox's YouTube.
Yeah, those are those accounts. Those are all like these accounts that are kind of involved with all this shenanigans.
Like Aaron Narf.
Yes.
And other. Okay. Huh.
That's why it's so hard to tell who is who.
Indeed it is.
That's what's so crazy. It's like it becomes your entertainment, and and if you decide to like watch all these accounts, dude, I find myself checking like every 20 minutes or something. I'm like, I need to. Just go, okay, let's just let this marinate for a couple days. But that's the crazy thing is that Maddox, he likes to delete a lot of his tweets. So it's almost like you got to be on it in order to see what the heck, is sprouting out of there.
Yeah. Well, now I'm just waiting for Steve to come on.
Yeah.
I hope he does.
Matthew, did you read the Bob Zamuda book? I'm curious what your thoughts are, because you've been with this for a long time, and you've seen what's been going on with the AndyKaufmanLives.com and stuff, and I'm just curious what your thoughts are about reading Zamuda's book and matching that up with the information that you've already been told over the years. So I'm just very curious to see what your thoughts are about this, Matthew. That would be very interesting. gonna put this link up to for more folks
Now,
on.
Maddox tweeted me again. Should be Beaufort, South Carolina, is what he just told me.
Wow!
So now he's confirming what Joseph Brown said.
Whoa! Wow!
So at least we had him come out of Twitter hiding for this. Now he's
Yes.
because he
Yeah.
didn't tweet for the longest time.
Came out of hiding. I love it. Let's see. I want to get back to the event page because I know people are probably chatting on there, but I need to find it.
Oh, he mentioned me again. What? He said Aaron Croft. No, ARONKNARF is Frank Nora's backward self.
Backward.
What
But
does that
he's
mean?
tweeting the same things
Oh.
as Elves Paisley. Oh wait, no, not Elves. Hang on.
Oh, he just
Oh,
spelled
fine.
Frank Nora's names backwards for some reason.
That's incredible. I never realized that. Aaron Narf, if you mix it up.
Well, who's
Graham.
Aaron? Who's
That's awesome.
Aaron? Who's Aaron Narf?
Well, that's one of those accounts. That's one of those.
Really?
Yeah.
There's a couple different accounts that anytime somebody mentions Andy Kaufman, they'll tweet a link to the video of him talking about faking his death. It's not a video, but it's a video of an audio.
Aaron Narf. That's so funny. KNARF. FRANK. KNARF. That's Frank. That's crazy. Nora. I mean,
I gotta
God,
go.
that's
guys.
crazy. Aaron. Oh, God.
I'll be
James,
back and
dude,
forth.
thank you so much for coming by, man. This is so kick-ass that you
Thank you
joined
for
me.
having me.
Yeah, it's fun.
If I'm not back on here, I'll be commenting on YouTube.
Cool.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Good
talk.
luck on your...
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
See you, man. Now we wait. He's tweeting. He's out there.
Wow.
He's watching us right now. He's like, remember when we talked about a Kaufcast? He's like the master, and we're like all his little apprentices running around in circles.
It does seem cool.
Maddox is the big boss, and we're like the little people, and we're just going in circles.
Wait a second. Nathan McCoy? What? Nathan McCoy's asking me to join a video call.
Well, okay, can we get him on here?
What the hell?
Because if you leave, then you're out of here.
Oh, crap. That's true. That's true. What the hell?
What's his email? Can we add his email? Text me his email. I'll put his email in here and invite him personally to this. Does it? Because I could do that. I can enter emails to invite on here.
Dude, I can't believe. So apparently, 35 minutes ago, he was inviting me to join his video call, and it's coming through my. Oh man, it's coming through my.
Do you see an email anywhere? If you could text me the email, I can type it up and give him a personal invite to come on this, and I'll give him a direct link.
Let's see here.
Oh, now I was laying down for a second. I just jumped up.
Dude, what the hell? This is crazy. Nathan McCoy, I didn't even... Man.
Unless Nathan McCoy doesn't want to be public. Ugh. Let's try.
I want to find my way back to the events page. Because sometimes people are leaving little messages on there, but I don't know exactly how the heck to do that.
I'll go on it. I have it in my favorites. Let's see. So, do you see an email from him that we can pop on here?
Well, I'm really. It's not showing. It's saying Google. What? It says here no reply. What? Huh.
McCoy.
Dude, that's crazy. Let's see.
It has no email contact down there? No one's posted in the event page.
It says no reply something something. It's not giving an actual, let's see.
Really?
Yeah. They were inviting me to join a video call rather than, let's see here. This is what I was given. Look in the group chat bar. That's what was given to me. But
the world?
Yeah. Aside from that, there's no. It doesn't say.
Nothing. You can't go to a profile or anything.
Shoot. So 35. Let's see. Let's see if I could go to it. Okay, okay. Here, let's go like this. I have this, and I'll give this to you. This is what I found. Let's try this.
Okay, let's see.
See what that does.
Okay, here, I got his profile. Nate McCoy, yeah. I can add him in my circle and then see if he wants to come on.
Dude, I can't believe he tried to call me 38 minutes ago, and I didn't see it. I didn't see it. I think it. Man, that's crazy.
All right, let me invite him. Boom! I'm about to invite Nate McCoy. Invite. All right, I sent the invite. Now we just gotta wait.
Good.
Oh.
How crazy, right? I mean, there's just like just coming from everywhere.
Yeah, I sent the official invite to the thing that called you. So, who's gonna be on the other line? Like, I'm nervous, man. I'm excited. I hope he's still by his computer.
So Matthew, you're asking about this first one because I asked you about if you read the Zamuda book and you said the first one. I think you're referring to Andy Kaufman Revealed. Did you read? My question is, did you read Andy Kaufman: The Truth? Finally, I'm curious about that.
And I'll send you the link to the chat room. There. But come on, Nate. What would have happened if you'd have picked up on that? I wonder what.
Dude, there's just no telling what the heck could have happened. So you wait. So this thing that says Andy Kaufman. Wait. Oh my God! I didn't even see that there was a chat bar that's on this. That's crazy. So people can actually chat with you.
Whoever's in this call can. The YouTube link I put up is the actual live stream of what's going on. There's a chat room in there. That's how I've been talking to Joseph Brown.
Oh my God, I see it. I see it all. I see what you're talking about now. The addresses were scrubbed somehow. Okay, boy. Beaufort. This is crazy.
Now we wait.
Let's see here. I started 25 years ago. Wow, it's so cool that he's been talking to us about that stuff.
I'm just waiting now. Like I feel like we could end this now and be good, but like I feel like something's gonna happen. So now I'm waiting for a little bit.
Wow. Wow.
Ugh.
I know. It's. Oh, I have not read it. Just bits from the net. That's what Matthew says.
Yeah. Well, what do we talk about while we wait? Which. Where's Jack at? Is he sleeping still?
That's a good question. Gosh, I wish that guy was.
I'll invite him again. I'll send him an invite.
All right. He's always talking about how sick, like.
Yeah, he's not feeling well.
Guy is.
Nate McCoy, man, that.
I know. And I didn't see it until now. I had to go into my email box to find it, to look at it. And I didn't have it open during the whole conversation. Oh man. Do you have a link to the events?
Yeah,
like
I'll send it to you, but there's nothing on there.
Really?
Yeah, no one said anything.
Oh, gotcha. When did you? Is it my email?
It might be. I'll link you in a second. I gotta link Knuckles here tweeted me for the chat link for the stream. So, Mr. Maddox, what other information you have for me? Any more Twitter things?
This would be insane. You know, here we are this whole time talking about this stuff, and then all of a sudden, you know, and our friends and our families are just growing tired of us going, oh man, I'm tired of talking to this guy. All he wants to talk about is Andy Kaufman faking his death, and you know, and it's like for him for something phenomenal for him to reveal himself, let's say, just for a bit, even in disguise, whether disguised as Fugly the Clown or disguised as Tony Clifton or whatever, a luchador mask, who knows what. It just would be cool just to see like how people would react to that kind of information.
Yeah. Man, I hope. I'm waiting for someone to pop up. I know I say it a lot, but I'm anxious now. Once you said that Nate McCoy called you, that got me going. That got me like all wild up. Like,
yeah, man. Because my computer it restarted without my permission. Basically, I mean, I kept like going, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. But I noticed each time I like put it off, it was the time was counting down still.
Yeah.
And so it would go, okay, in 12 minutes, and then it would go, okay, in 8 minutes, okay, in 4 minutes, and then it eventually just kicked me off, whether I liked it or not. So during that time, that must have been when he sent me the information.
Huh.
God, I'm crazy.
Oh, now we wait. What do you want to talk about?
Oh, you know what? I was gonna Huey Williams' story. So Huey Williams' story. I don't know what you know about this, John, or what the at-home viewers know about this, but it's kind of an expensive book, and it's which is why I never bought it. But I was so fortunate because I helped out Kaufman Lives, being their PA and stuff, and getting them addresses and helping out with some of the interviews. As a thank you, they got this for me and they sent it to me, and man, it's phenomenal. And so this is sort of like the unofficial autobiography of Andy Kaufman, because Huey Williams is sort of a pseudonym. Now, there's a lot of fantastical stuff going on in here, and it starts out, sort of like a regular, normal story, and once he goes up the mountain, things really start changing. Now, the crazy thing about this is that there are dates and times and locations as to when he wrote these things, so you can see like where he was at when he was writing these passages. So the last passage in here is December 7th, 1983, 5 p.m. So that was 1983, okay? So that's what, 6 months or something before today. So the thing that I was curious about was if he, life reflects art, art reflects life. So I was thinking if maybe there were some clues in the book that allude to the idea of him wanting to fake his death and stuff like that. And it's interesting, as it gets near the end here, he comes across this Indian. He comes across this guy who's like this wise man of the mountain, and he's called the Chief. Call him Chief. And he's always going, how? And what happens is there's a certain time where he's walking with the chief, and they come across a wooden statue of the chief, because everybody loves the chief, and so they erect these statues of him all over the place. So you'll see him all over there, and one of his phrases is "Go up, go up." That's something he's always saying. So Kaufman, which might mean just go up the mountain. Now Huey's whole mission of going up the mountain is to find this woman that this girl that he keeps having these dreams about, and so he thinks that she's up in the mountain because he sees her. He's down in this like sort of carnival area, which sort of represents Coney Island.
Yeah.
And he looks up and he sees her go up this tram that goes up into the mountains. So he decides, I'm gonna go up there. I'm gonna go find her. Right. So his whole mission is to try to find this girl. Well, he comes across Chief, and so he's walking with Chief, and they come across this wooden statue of him. Well, the wooden statue goes like this and goes, and it becomes real, right? So Chief ends up wrestling the wooden statue that now becomes the Chief. So the Chief wrestles this other Chief, and Williams never knows which one is the real Chief. He never knows which one is the real one. He doesn't know which one is the fake one and which one is the real one. So whoever the victor is, Huey is like, okay, are you the Chief, or are you the Chief that I was walking with before, or are you the Chief that the chief just wrestled, you know, like which one of you won the wrestling match? Because every time the chief, so what happens is, so the chief wrestles the other chief, he wins, right? Then they walk along a little bit, and that's what's so crazy, that the chief tells him stuff. He keeps up the story of what Kaufman had told him before, and that's the only way, or that he told Huey Williams before. So now Huey's going, well, okay, this might still be the same chief that I was with. Well, now they come across another wooden statue, which then which transforms into a real chief, and then those guys wrestle. And so what happens? This happens eight or nine times throughout the thing. So Huey is like, okay, is this still the same chief, or is this a completely different chief? So there's this whole idea of identities switching and transformation. Now, meanwhile, it happens where Huey Williams ends up freezing, and he ends up freezing into this frozen sort of wooden state. Now, some people come along and they end up picking him up and like putting him in their like their antique shop. Well, then people end up buying him, you know, Huey Williams, which is frozen as a statue, and he's sold to like this rich family which has these bratty kids, and the bratty kids are like filing him down. They're filing him down, all this crazy stuff, and somehow he ends up transforming. Oh, that's what it is. Someone ends up putting him into a closet. Well, he ends up somehow shrinking. They end up putting him into a closet, and then somehow he ends up transforming into the girl that he had been searching for throughout the whole time. So then there's that aspect of transformation. So it's really, let's see if I could, let's see. I want to read some of the strange. There's some particular things that I saw that were like, hey, wait a second, that's. I want to read where he transforms into the.
It's curious because I know the book exists. I've never actually seen it or read it. I have barely heard any stories from it. I just know there's a lot of connections. I do want to read it someday, very badly. So if anyone out there, any fans of Kofcast, is a free book for me.
I ended up scanning like 14 pages or so. If I can find where those are at, I don't know if those are in my other computer that got a virus and it's just in weird frozen mode, so to speak. If I could find those files, I'll definitely send them off to you. So then
Awesome.
you know we can talk about that stuff. And
I want to read it. I want to read the whole thing.
oh man, it's a good one. It's really cool.
When you come up with it, if you're willing to part with it for a month or so, if you want to bring it, I can read it.
Dude,
Yeah.
dude, that's true. That's totally true. Yeah, dude, I could lend it to you. That's true.
That'd be fun. I'll probably be so into it, I'll read it within a month. I'm a very slow reader, so a month for me is fast.
Yeah, I really want to connect with you when I get out there to Chicago at the end of May. I should be going out there. So ideally, I'll have some time. I'll be going out there for work basically, but
well, if it's even like an hour at a coffee shop while you're editing stuff, we can just meet for like an hour. Like
yeah, dude, yeah. Oh, it'd be awesome. Yeah, man, because yeah, I think it'd be awesome to be able to talk about these shenanigans in person.
we can get a picture together and just plaster it all over everyone's Twitter account.
Yes, yes. Oh, James Knuckles is what? James goes. I have that book. So James, you have Huey Williams? Oh my God!
Everyone has it but me. It's expensive. I'm gonna look it up online. I'll see, because I know like eBay and Amazon had it. But it was expensive.
Well, yeah, it is. It is. It is, and that's what's kind of kept me from getting it all these years. And let's see what else we got. I have the AK book trilogy. So Matthew says he has the AK book trilogy. So do you mean the what God? And then there's what is it?
He wrote more than one, really?
Yeah. So he wrote 3 books. Actually 4 books. There's a Howling Mangu. Howling Mangu has never been released. I don't know why Michael hasn't released that yet, but it's I guess the Kaufman's first book. I guess there's just a lot of swearing in it and just like when he was younger, filled with angst.
Yeah.
So he did that book, and then he ended up writing the book God, and then he wrote what was it, stories and poems or something, and then he wrote Huey Williams. So it's really cool to like read stuff like directly from the brain of Kaufman. That's why the Andy Kaufman and his grandmother tapes are just so kick-ass, because
It says online it's not as expensive as I remember. It's $65 for the book.
oh,
There's 7 new books for $89, 13 used, 1 collectible. I don't know what collectible would mean, but yeah. Maddox. Steve, no clown yet? He's texting me. He's tweeted me. He's like, I texted Frank Nora. Is he in there yet? And then he goes, is any clown yet?
it's so funny because you'd figure he'd be actually watching it, right?
Yeah.
So you.
Should I ask? Should I just straight up ask him on Twitter if he's coming? So we know if we should. Yeah.
Ask him to pop in. Yeah, ask him to pop on in. Pop on in. It's funny. It's like all this stuff. It's sort of like the is that that have gone on in the past. I mean, now it's almost in a sense we're carrying on the tradition, right?
Yeah.
Like we're carrying on the tradition. Oh, which by the way, that Tony Clifton screenplay we were talking about earlier, that was actually read on stage. There was a thing. Some people performed it on stage, so I'm really curious to see how that went. I hope that someone recorded the video or the audio of it.
So, apparently, Steve texted Frank Nora, so Frank Nora probably got a text from Steve Maddox today.
Interesting.
So he's probably gonna like text me like, "Hey, Maddox contacted me." Let's see if Frank's on. Maybe Frank can jump on for a little bit. He said he was busy, but maybe text messages from Maddox will convince him to show up.
Also, you know what? I just noticed something else. Is that okay? Anti-Kaufman, who is on Twitter, did 2 things. Number 1, a photo here that says "lost in storage," and it looks like it's a cloth. Now, I don't know if this neck brace, dude. That's his neck brace.
What do you mean?
If you go to Anti-Kaufman on Twitter, you'll see the photo. You'll see a photo of Andy Kaufman's neck brace. It says "lost in storage." That's the little note that they have underneath there.
Oh, that's cool.
Isn't that crazy? And then on top of that, it says, "At last, we can stop the Photoshop and innuendo. The real Andy Kaufman has an account, and his name is
Nindy."
Yeah, NDYKAUFMAN. Oh man. Oh my God. Oh, crazy.
I think if Steve doesn't come on in the next like 10-15, we can bounce out and do more stuff. If Steve comes on though, I could stay on for another like 3 hours. I have nowhere to be till 5. Oh, here he is. Was the clown there earlier? He just said.
Why, yes, he was.
He was here. But is Stephen Maddox a clown?
Dun, dun, dun. I love it. I love this unknown territory. Let's see. Oh yeah, here he is. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just in a tweeting battle with Stephen Maddox right now.
Wow, how crazy that he's going right along with what Joseph Brown is saying.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, man. This stuff it's so fascinating to me, man. It's so fascinating. Look what Stephen Maddox has started here. He got us so entrenched in this craziness that we are carrying on what's going on. I mean, he's barely even doing anything these days, right? And so it's like it's up to us, so to speak, to kind of keep the ship afloat, I suppose.
Another tweet from Maddox. Andy Andy account is his nephew. So the
Wait,
account
say
we
it
were
again?
the account we were just talking about, the anti-Kaufman account that led to the other Kaufman account, is his nephew. Is not Steven's nephew, Andy's nephew.
Oh, so that could be Tyler Kaufman.
Yeah,
That guy
that's
should be
Tyler. Yeah.
I don't know how the heck he knows this, by the way. That's what.
He just knows everything.
Wow.
I'm surprised Andy Kaufman's not trending on Twitter right now, but he wasn't. I don't think he was that big of a star in the '80s. He wasn't like Robin Williams status or anything like that. I feel like it's like a cult following kind of thing for Andy. Like, people know about him, but not a lot of people. But I think eventually, if he ends up faking his death, everyone's gonna know who he was. And we could be like, "Oh, we told you so."
It's interesting that Joseph Brown here says, I visited San Francisco and the shelters. That was a big link. Interesting.
And the shelters are the ones that we were linked to are like VA hospitals. And I don't know if that connects. I don't know. Crazy, we've been going for almost 3 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Dude,
But
Matthew's still hanging on.
Yeah.
Matthew's still hanging out.
Mr. Maddox, if you don't come in, and we're not pressuring you. If you got stuff to do, do it. But we might be heading out in a little bit, folks, if our friend Steven doesn't join for a little bit.
Yes. So, well, and if that's the case, since we're nearing the end here, I'm just going to say this. I know I said it in the beginning, but we might as well just for kicks, just bring it up one more time. Is that the possible places if Kaufman makes a reveal, if he makes a reveal, tonight on Saturday Night Live, May 20th on Letterman. Now, how did you find out that he was having a secret guest? How did you figure that out?
That Joseph Brown said that.
Oh. So Letterman's going to have a secret guest May 20th.
I'm going to confirm this. I'm going to, after I look at the new... Steven, not busy, question mark? I produce hundreds of hours of show per month. So he's working on his show that's coming out in 2084.
Oh my God.
Oh, sorry,
my
Steven.
God.
If you want to take a 5-minute break just to pop on and wish me happy birthday a month from now, because I don't know if you'll be on Twitter in a month, you know.
Right.
I'm kidding. I don't like pressuring people. I just think it'd be fun to have him on.
Oh,
I
yeah.
like the guy a lot. He's a lot of fun. He's a bit older, not too old, but he knows how to have fun. I respect that out of him. You know.
Yeah, and he just does his own thing. You know, that's what's so kick-ass about it. It's just.
So in 10 minutes, it'll be 3 o'clock my time. It'll be whatever your time. So we'll bounce out if he's not here in 10 minutes.
Okay.
So we'll give him time to get himself ready, put a mask on if he wants.
Yes. I just want to mention 2 more dates, just for
Yeah.
kicks, just so the folks out there. Now, May 21st is Red Nose Day, of course. What's funny is that Fugly has a red nose, and that he's already set for the event. Should he decide to show up there? And then May 29th, which is Kaufmania. Kaufmania is a documentary that's being, I guess, another Andy Kaufman documentary that's being filmed. So May 29th, they're having some kind of event, some kind of showcase or something where you can meet some of the people involved. George Shapiro's going to be there. It's thrown by a guy named Rock Riddle, who was a wrestler. I guess some other wrestlers are going to be there. So that could be another opportunity for him to pop in and say what's going on. Oh, that was the thing too, is that they said that, I don't know if they said that Elvis will show up or if they said Elvis might show up. Let's see. Hold on. I'm just gonna. Let's see.
Real Elvis or Andy Elvis?
I know, right?
Yes, I'm okay.
Oh, someone's here. Who's here?
I
Ryan,
was like, what the fuck? Don't you remember me, man?
where are you from, Ryan?
Oh, nice question. I'm from Florida. You?
Wait, you're from Florida?
Yeah, man.
Why
How
is
did
it,
you?
why is it dark out there right now? Look at it. It's,
Let me ask you, sir. What do you know about Andy Kaufman? Like, how did you get led to Andy Kaufman?
I think so. You are so clever, bro. Why you are looking me different?
what's happening right now?
Oh, no way. I'm rolling a joint. I'm so fucking high, man. I don't know what I'm doing.
How did you get here, Ryan?
Do you know where you are?
I don't know who I am. Are you the father? Am I your son?
Amazing.
Wait. So, do you know where you are, Ryan? Do you know what we're talking about? Do you know anything about what's
Hi,
happening?
John. May I ask a question?
Of course.
Can I get some fries with that shake?
Okay, yeah, go to McDonald's. They have plenty of fries.
And by the way, do you know BBC television channel? It's
Yeah,
very famous all over the world, you know. What's that mean, BBC, do you know?
British Broadcasting Center, something like that.
No way! It's me and Big Black Cock.
What is happening?
Dude, where did you come from? How did you find this link?
Do you know Hangout Snitch? It's a website. Hangout Snitch.
Oh, I see. So you just happened to see this going on, and then you were like, "Hey, what's going on?"
No, Maddox. Stephen Maddox confirmed. That is the Piachu guy. P-I-C-C-A-C-H-U. What does that mean? What does that
Ryan, you're the
mean?
Pikachu guy? You were on here before and you talking about Pikachu?
Yeah. I'm looking for Pikachu.
What? And
Dude.
you're not in Florida. It's dark out there right now. Florida's light, man.
Oh, no way, man. I'm not liar.
It's nighttime where you are.
This is awesome. This is awesome.
Hey, John, you made my day, bro.
Oh,
Thanks a lot.
I don't know how I made your day, but I guess I made your day. Hey,
This is awesome.
how's Steve Maddox doing, buddy? How's Steven Maddox doing?
Hey, John, come on. Let's rolling more.
What?
Let's rolling more.
You want
Let's
to
do more?
What?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
let's.
rolling and joined. I want rolling more much, man. You got it right now. Every day, smoke weed porn. I'm giving up.
You're giving up what? What are you giving up?
Because weed fucked up my life.
You're saying you're giving up weed. Is that what
Yeah,
you're saying?
man. Actually.
So is this the last hurrah? Is this the last time is this the last time you're gonna be stoned?
And I was born in United Kingdom, but I'm living in Turkey because of my dad. He's really horny guy. I don't know my mother. Who is she?
I see.
I think so. She's from Turkey.
You're living in Turkey right now?
Yeah, actually. And I'm just interested in sex, drugs, and rock and roll. I have so basic life. I'm bored. I'm really bored, man.
What are you bored with?
What did you say?
Did you say you're bored?
Yeah,
What are you bored with? Why are you bored?
because every day is same, you know.
Well, what are your passions? What are your talents? What do you like to do?
I think so. Nothing.
Why, do you play music, or do you like to write, or do you paint?
When I was young, I'm playing guitar, but not right now. I have still 9 guitar.
You still have your guitar?
Yeah.
What is happening?
So,
John, why you are telling usually what's happening? What the fuck is going on?
I'm gonna turn my webcam on just for this. This sounds like a party.
John, bro.
Oh.
I'm talking about myself.
Okay. How'd you find out about this hangout? I'm curious.
I told you, it's a website, Hangout Snitch. If you want join public conference, you can do it with Hangout Snitch. You got it?
Okay, I got it. Is that where you
Yeah.
work? Is that like your job?
It's not my job.
How did
Then
we
I'm,
get on this website? Hangouts?
and by the way, John, you are looking like Bahamas people because of your T-shirt.
Well, thanks. I'm in Chicago right now. It doesn't feel like the
Oh,
Bahamas.
really? Chicago Bulls.
Yeah. I just like wearing Hawaiian shirts in the summer. That's what I do.
Oh,
Oh.
excellent, man.
So do you know who Andy Kaufman is?
By the way, who is Matev?
Oh, here's Maddox again.
Really? Give me a second.
What?
So, Ryan, do you know who Andy Kaufman is?
No,
Andy
I don't
Kaufman?
know. I have
You
no
don't know?
idea. Must have.
Then he's really out of place here.
That's awesome.
Oh, no way! Matez is my friend.
Oh, Maddox? Maddox is your friend?
Yes, man.
How do you know him?
Um, same on the Hangouts tonight.
Oh, you see him on Google Hangouts? You hang out with him on there?
Yeah, yeah. We will meet. I think so. 5 years ago. 5 years. I'm sorry. 5 months ago.
So
How'd you meet him? Just on the internet?
Yeah.
Yeah. And what do you guys like talk about? What do you? I'm just curious.
We are usually talking about sex and girls. I told you I'm just interested in sex, drugs, and rock and roll.
Oh, okay. I got you. I got you.
I got you.
So Ryan, do you ever see his face when you guys talk? Does he show you his face?
Yeah.
Oh, this guy gets lucky. He gets to see the face. Kurt's been talking to them for 20 years.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've never seen his. Well, we've seen his face, but he kind of hides it. He hides it a little bit.
Oh, I can swear you, I saw him, and he added on my Facebook. I'm checking right now.
Oh, you have him on Facebook?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know he had a Facebook. It must be hidden somewhere.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you don't understand how we know him. We know him different. Like,
I think so. We are talking about different persons. I think so.
Wait.
So after this whole time, we're talking about. So wait, hold on. So you're saying you know?
John, hold on.
Go on, Kurt. I'm sorry. That just killed.
Smoke weed every day.
No.
And,
are you
Kurt,
the Pikachu guy?
how old are you?
Amazing, amazing.
Ryan, are you the Pikachu guy?
Yes.
But
I may be.
What does that mean?
Pikachu. I think so. It's a cartoon. Am I right?
He doesn't know what we're talking
I
about.
don't know what that mean, Pikachu guy. What does that mean, Pikachu guy? I think so. Something like big black cock.
Now, Steven Maddox just tweeted me, sex and girls and Pikachu. I can't do this anymore.
Oh, man. Let's get medicated.
Oh my.
I think I'm... Oh.
Astounding.
Are you certain?
What else do we ask this guy?
Wait 1 second. I'm typing something here for.
John, do you know why I'm like this?
Why are you like this?
I'm too swag.
Yes.
This has nothing to do with anything, but I love it. Oh.
Thanks a lot, bro.
I must watch the video, he says. Steven sent me a video. Let's see. I'm gonna mute this.
He says you must watch the video.
Yeah.
He tweeted it to you?
It's from one of the Q&As you guys did.
Oh, he's sending it to you, of the Pikachu guy?
Pikachu guy.
Yeah, that's your voice. You've been here before. You know something, Ryan. You've been on this before. Ryan, you've been here before. You've done this before. No, you can't.
Yeah.
No. You
Please,
can't convince me
listen to
otherwise.
me.
No. I know. You've been to one of these. You were here before, like a year ago.
Gryffindor. Gryffindor.
Now I'm like fighting. Okay, let's go. Let's rock and roll, Ryan. Okay.
Now,
you were here before.
Well, now the crazy thing is, I think that guy's name was Maytar. M-E-Y-T-A-R. I think that was his name.
Are you Maytar?
Yeah.
Hey, you say yes to everything. Do you even know do you know what we're talking about?
What can I say, Johnny? What can I say?
What can you say?
I'm fucking hyped, bro. I'm so fucking hyped. I told you. Shut the fuck up.
What can I say, Johnny?
What can I say?
That's incredible. What can I say, Johnny?
We're gonna play
Johnny,
detective. We're gonna play detective now. I'm detective. You're the other guy. You got my crazy eyes going.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah, you want to go? Let's go right now. Question number 1. Who are you really?
What you know about me? What you know about me?
Whoa, what I
you
know?
about me?
You were in the last Q&A video talking the same way you're talking now, kid.
Everybody knows it's a very famous wine all over the world. What you know about me? What you know about me?
Okay, Pikachu, listen up.
So Ryan, you're telling us that you're famous all over the world?
Oh my gosh.
My favorite singer?
Oh, I thought you said you were famous all over the world.
Oh yeah.
So you're famous? You're famous?
I'm just a little bit famous, just in my city.
And what do you do?
Because my elders so rich. You got it? I'm not rich, but my elders are so rich. Everybody know me. But I have not talent or etc.
So Ryan, do your relatives ever think about funding movies? Would they like to fund any Hollywood movies? Finance them? No, they have no interest in financing Hollywood movies.
No, bro, no.
Why not?
I told you, I have so basic life.
You have an amazing life?
No, it's not amazing. So basic.
Oh, you have a basic life.
Yeah.
So this Hangout Snitch is a real thing, but I'm pretty sure you've been here before. I've heard your voice before on the other one we did. Okay, Ryan. Okay, Ryan, or Pikachu, whatever you got. He's getting ready to go. You know what? I got a fork, Ryan. I'm gonna stick this in your gel hair. Yeah.
No way.
So
I'm gonna piss myself.
So Matthew says here, he says something about Hangout Snitch. I don't know what the heck it's supposed to be.
That's what Ryan's talking about, but I'm pretty sure he knew, man. He knows.
Oh man. Do you have how many fuck buddy?
What? You just asked me.
Do you have how many fuck buddies?
No, I don't.
Oh, that's
really?
how he got here. So, Ryan, you got here through Hangout Snitch. That's how you got here?
No, he's lying.
Yeah.
He's lying.
I'm not. I'm not.
Well, how come you've been here before? Is it coincidence?
I swear. I swear.
There's a video on YouTube with a clip that you were here. I just saw it.
No. I'm not live. I told you. I swear.
So Ryan, you're saying that your relatives have all this money. Why you're not traveling anywhere or going anywhere or seeing the world?
Many times I'm going different countries, but I'm just going different clubs or striptease pub bar and etc. I don't like another place. Um, I don't know um, why I'm like this. I'm really feeling different. I'm fed up.
You're fed up.
Yeah. You know, money is really important if you want be amazing life. But when you have so much money, you will be feel so boring. Believe me.
Mm. So life
And
becomes.
yeah, and I'm feeling right now. I got the money, but what can I do?
Mm. That's quite a dilemma.
What the fuck?
Come make a movie. Come make a movie with me. Come to Chicago. We'll make a movie together.
Finance a movie.
I have ideas, Ryan. I can do this.
Yes.
And Kurt, do you living in Chicago?
Yeah.
John does.
I do.
John lives in Chicago.
You?
I live in California now, currently.
Oh, California.
Yes, California. And so I'm working with guys and we're producing movies and stuff, and so we're always, talking with financiers and stuff. So that's what I figured. If you have money to burn and you don't know where to put it, I can think of a few places you can put that money that might bring. Well, heck, have you ever wanted to act?
Act?
Yeah, actor. You've never wanted to be in a movie?
I know a lot of, but I can't remember. I'm really high.
Gotcha.
Where did this go?
And I'm talking with my fuck buddy. She make me crazy.
So you're going crazy?
She make me crazy, yeah.
Why is she making you crazy? I thought that was the whole point of that.
Because she wanna every time, every minute, every second, fuck me, fuck me, fuck me, fuck me. And I'm telling million times, I can't, I don't want it. Hey Johnny, why you are looking different, bro?
No, I'm not looking
I'm
different.
just laughing right now.
In my brain. I'm thinking number one.
Hey Johnny, if you want, you can be my fuck buddy.
No, I'm okay. I'm good. You can have her.
So,
hey, look this. Give me a second. Wait.
What are you doing?
So you have two phones.
Yeah.
You have two
not
different
phone. It's iPod Touch and iPhone 6 Plus. It's not phone.
And so two of your different lady friends are contacting you on two different phones? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, because of I have serious relationship and another half fuck buddies.
Gotcha.
This Kaufman show has turned into a very strange thing.
We have really good ass, man.
Ooh. It's amazing. This is amazing. This is what's happening. This is what's happening. Oh my god.
How do these people find us?
How? It's all part of the Chaos Carnival. Now would be like a great time for Fugly to show up, right?
Oh, please. Do you know Fugly the Clown, Ryan? I'm asking. I don't. Oh my gosh.
Have you all missed me?
What?
Oh my god, this is amazing.
What just happened? What just happened?
Dude, this is incredible.
Who's that? Who was that?
So, so Ryan, who's that chaos guy? Do you know who that chaos guy?
I don't know. I'm sure.
That's incredible. It's brilliant. He's just popping in. That's incredible.
Such a nice night. Such a nice night.
Dude, it really is a nice night. This is really turning out to be something unexpected.
I'm scared. If he shows up again, I might poop my pants. He scared me. I'm watching the screen. This kid's like making weird faces, and I don't know.
Least realize it.
He is really weird.
Right. Right.
He's really weird, better than me.
Stephen Maddox just said, "He is my sad self. Ask him the things you would ask the sad me." What? Did you get that, Kurt?
So Maddox said, "Okay, wait, hold on. Is this a tweet?"
Yeah, he said this. He is my sad self. Ask him things you would ask the sad me. Okay, this has become a game. I love it. I don't know what it means though.
And Johnny, do you like pineapple?
Yeah, I like pineapple.
I thought pineapple.
Oh, but what is pineapple?
Hey, I don't think you can eat.
Don't you know?
Who's
pineapple?
Chaos? Chaos, you trying to say something?
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
What?
Shut the fuck up, man. I'm talking with Johnny. Shut the fuck up and listen to me. You got it, bitch?
Go ahead, Ryan. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Okay, man. I'm feeling so angry. Keep up the motherfucker. I'm talking like nigger. Oh, such a fucking nigger. Keep up the motherfucker.
What
Okay,
is
those faces?
what the heck is this?
Hey, interesting.
Kurt, did you put us on some weird website? Did you put the link to some weird website? We got.
What?
No, I think Maddox sent Ryan because he says Ryan is his sad self. So let's ask him questions.
Hey, Cass, listen to me. Do you even leak?
Hey guys, do you want to know how I found your group?
How'd you found us?
Hey, Cass.
Basically, there's a thing where you can go on and you can crash people's hangouts. So I've got loads of private hangouts, and I can just join anyone's hangouts without them knowing, even if you've got a password.
This isn't private though.
Yeah, but people can't find it, can this? You've got to get like invited. But I can find the link of everyone's hangouts.
That's brilliant, Chaos.
Well, you guys have fun.
We're just trying to talk about Andy Kaufman here, and
Well, I'm going to go and crash some more. Maybe back.
Okay, bye, Chaos. Okay, there he goes. Okay, Ryan, are you Steve Maddox's sad self? Why aren't you answering
I will try.
Are you the sad self of Steve Maddox? Yes or no?
Like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
What is happening?
Maybe
Can someone explain to me what is happening right now?
I'm feeling like Doctor Who.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Yes. The Turkish version of Doctor Who. I like it.
Ryan, I have a question for you. Can you answer my question? Do you know who Nate McCoy is?
No.
Okay, then.
So,
okay. What about pineapples?
Pineapples. If you want, I can show what's looking pineapple.
Pine? Sounds like the name of a punk band.
Give me a second. I will look my archive.
So why are you sad, Ryan?
Give me a second. Keep calm, bro.
Kurt,
I know you are so wonder what's that mean pineapple, but I will show you. Give me a second.
Okay, I'm very excited for the answer.
John, I almost have a feeling this is gonna. I have a
What?
feeling this will suddenly turn into going from a family show to a something. I think something's about to happen here.
Do you want me to get rid of Ryan?
No.
Why not? Don't
Well-
you want me?
But Ryan, if you're thinking about, we're not. I don't know if we're allowed. You're not going to. Are you going to show naked people on the screen? Is that what
It's
you're
a
going to?
pineapple.
Oh gosh, he did.
It's
I-
pineapple.
Okay.
He's out of here. He's out
Oh
of
my
here.
gosh! Wait, you kicked him out. Oh boy.
That's crossing the line.
What's going to happen now?
I have no idea.
Censors going to come after? No, there aren't any YouTube censors, right? But there aren't.
If they're watching 3 hours in,
Oh my God.
we'll see what happens, man. I guess that's it.
I
Maddox,
guess on that note, I mean,
give Maddox 5 minutes. At 3:15 my time, 3:25, we'll bounce out.
oh my goodness.
5 more minutes left if you want to make an appearance, Steve. I don't know what that Ryan guy was. that got really weird really fast.
Wow.
What? Your mic is
I
off.
had a feeling something like that would happen. I had a feeling. Oh my goodness. Wow.
But Maddox was going along. He said, "Ask him the things you would ask my sad self." I don't get what was happening.
Oh my God. Matthew Dead, I like your reaction. I like your
Yeah,
reaction.
I don't think anyone understood what happened, especially me.
I guess I should have known when in the group chat here, Ryan goes, his words are pine nipple, and then underneath that it says masturbation time with a smiley face. So I guess I should have taken that as a cue, like, okay, maybe we shouldn't see what the pine nipple is all about. But it's interesting.
Oh, Steve's coming.
Are you serious?
He says he's updating his Hangouts. He's installing the update.
Wow.
Okay, I guess we're sticking around. Quick bathroom break? You want to take a quick bathroom break or something?
I do. I'll be right back. And I'm going to fill up
Yeah.
my cup too while we're at it.
Me too. We'll be back.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna... Oh my goodness! Look who we have here. Hello, Sire. Nathan McCoy has joined the conversation. I was going to take a quick bathroom break here, but I decided not to. So do you know who that Ryan guy is? Oh my goodness! Look who we have here. Hello, Sire. Check your Facebook message. Oh, someone sent me a Facebook message. I was going to take a quick bathroom break here. I decided not to. So do you know who that Ryan guy is? Oh. This is crazy. So my own words are popping up. Check your Facebook message. Oh, someone sent me a Facebook message. I was going to take a quick bathroom break here. Someone sent me a text message. Steve, thank you so much. I don't know if you got a chance to see this Braz Mataz, but man, it turned into a crazy, it really did turn into a chaos carnival, I gotta say. Ryan's going on the pine nipple, and then, oh, Matt sent me a, Kurt, I got kicked off from Hangout. Kurt, it's not the same Maddox, don't listen to the stoned lunatic. Oh, okay. Well, Ryan's gone now anyway. He's gone. So, okay. So, these are the dates here, Stephen, as you probably know. So, May 16th, I guess tonight is the last finale of Saturday Night Live. There's a possibility that Kaufman would show up for this?
No. So May 16th, I guess I just last, yeah, of Saturday Night Live.
So what's happening right now?
John, you know what's happening is you'll notice there's a delay on it. So anything we're saying is going to be right back to it.
Nate McCoy?
What's happening right now? What's happening is you'll notice there's a delay.
I don't know what to do. I can't hear anything. It's a lot of buzz.
Nate McCoy.
What?
Yeah, it's you.
Let's just be quiet and see if we can hear it on the other end.
Okay. It's you.
Let's just be quiet. You can hear it on the other end.
Okay. There's something. Hold on, I'm gonna refill my coffee. Right back.
Well, that was Nate McCoy, everybody. I don't even know what to...
Amazing! He's gone already!
He left. I heard nothing. I heard a lot of buzz. I heard us. I heard very faint talking. But not enough where I can hear what anyone was saying.
I called Nathan McCoy Steven, and maybe the thing is that maybe the silence and maybe the feedback was to symbolize the spirit of Nathan McCoy. Maybe that's what it was. It was to symbolize, it was a symbolic representation.
That was weird. Did you hear when you got back from your break? Was he already here?
Well, I didn't get a chance to even leave for my break. I was about to leave, and then I saw Nathan McCoy pop up.
Oh, and that the whole time it was that?
Yes, it was just a feedback of just like of a loop.
Oh, I bet that was Ryan. I'm just kidding. Apparently, the picture that he showed was man boobs, so we're okay.
It was man?
That's who said that in the chat? That was Knuckles. Knuckles said that he saw the picture as man boobs, so we're fine.
Matthew Dead says, "What a vandal." That's awesome. What a vandal.
I don't even know what that was. Maybe you're right. Maybe they put that noise there purposely to like otherworldly person. I don't know. That was interesting. What if Andy was just sitting there with like a musical instrument that makes that noise and just blowing into it the whole time? Well, Maddox should be here soon. He said 6 minutes ago he was updating Google Hangouts. So, you have nothing to do for a while?
So wait, do you think? Well, isn't it possible that the Nathan McCoy account could have been a Maddox account?
Could have been. But, you'd think he would come back as himself after that for a few minutes.
Man, what?
Earl's here. Hello, Earl.
Dude, astounding. Earl and Chaos must be friends. I wonder. They're making the same face, right? They're doing the same face.
Do it again, Earl.
That's awesome. What a great thing to be able to just pop in. Oh, he's gone. Oh, you removed him?
Get out of here. I'm the boss. About Nate McCoy.
Nathan McCoy's
doing the same face.
Here we go.
There's no feedback, so don't talk.
That's awesome. What a great thing to be able to just pop in. Oh, he's gone. Oh, you removed him? Yeah. I'm the boss. I'm Nathan McCoy. Nathan McCoy, it's good to see you. Thanks. Here we go.
I'm gonna play a little music, see if it loops.
Oh, I heard a sniff. Nate, you there? Whoever's there. Hey. I think he's got headphones in, so we can't hear ourselves anymore. Someone's listening.
The whole thing is such a glorious mystery, isn't it? That'd be nice. We could say that Andy Kaufman joined our Google Hangouts today,
Well,
right?
or it could be Steve.
Well, I mean, we actually did have an Andrew Kaufman join us, so we
you're
technically we could say Andy Kaufman joined the Google Hangouts. Also, Nathan McCoy.
Let's wait and see if he has anything to say. Nate, do you have something to say?
Is that the sound of a heartbeat?
I think he's calling someone.
Ooh.
There, now we can hear it better.
Claire, please leave a message and I'll call you back. Thank you.
Claire.
I wonder if that's from CMG.
Hey, Frank? Hello? Hey, Frank. Hey, okay. Sorry, are you busy?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay.
Huh. Hi, Steve. I guess we're just waiting for something to happen now. I love it.
So intriguing.
Did someone call him Andy? That phone call?
Which one?
The one where the guy picked up. The guy said, "Hi, Andy." I swear I could be wrong. I'll have to listen back to it. So now where do we go?
Dude.
How? We need Ryan back in here. He had the answers. I'm just kidding. It's just this awkward silence now.
I think it's fascinating. And
I love it. I'm having fun. I don't care if it's silent. This is fun.
I'm trying to get my camera to work.
Oh, hey, Steve.
I've been fiddling with the buttons, trying to figure out why I can't get the camera to come on.
Oh.
Okay.
How you
got
been?
any idea why the camera's not coming on?
If you look on like your right, or it'll show you like your name. You see your name?
No. I see a little camera icon.
Is it red?
No, it's white. And if I click it, it just has a line through it. And then when I click it again, it's just white. So I would assume
Oh, you on
it's
your?
on.
I think you're on your phone. It says video mode is unavailable for mobile users under your name.
Oh.
That's why.
Huh. 'Cause I'm on my. Now I'm on my iPad.
Yeah, it says video mode is unavailable for mobile users, so maybe that counts too.
Oh.
Anyway, how you been? Everything going okay?
Okay, that's weird. They think I'm a mobile user?
Yeah.
That doesn't seem right. I've used this before.
I tried. Yeah, I'm
huh?
trying to click. I'm trying to click it for you because I'm the guy in control. It won't let me do anything. So. Yeah. I think Kurt's in all right now.
This is no fun if I can't get my camera going.
Yeah. Can you use a computer to do this?
Oh, he's out.
Oh.
Probably figuring something else out.
He'll be back, but oh, there you are.
I guess that's what hangs it up.
Yeah.
And then that must be the mute.
That's mute.
Okay, so there's a picture of a camera mute. So it's just flat out not letting me use. Huh, that's weird.
You've used it before on here, right?
Yeah, although that might have been a webcam. But I thought I've used the iPad before. I know that's when the last time I stumbled onto your Hangouts a month or so ago. That was, yeah, I was using the iPad then, but I never had the camera on, did I? No, I had my finger over it the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know.
Huh.
Let me try my laptop. Hang on.
Sure. How's the weather out in New Mexico? Nice?
Oh, me?
Yeah, how's the weather out there, man?
Just had a hailstorm.
Hail? Huh.
Yeah, hailstorm.
I thought it was just mostly dry out by you guys.
Yeah, we did too when we moved out here, but no, we had a hailstorm.
Are you feeling all right, Steven? Is everything going okay for you?
Yeah, it's going pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Just tried to call Frank. He was busy.
Yeah, he told me he was busy. I tried to get him on earlier. You missed the clown. He was on right away.
Oh, James?
No, Fugly.
Oh. I thought maybe you meant Knuckles.
Well, it's cool to have you on. We've been going for almost 4 hours now. Wow. We're dedicated.
Yeah.
Christine-
Anyway, go ahead.
Well, I was going to ask you, how's your show coming along? The one that you're going to release in 2084. How's that coming along?
It keeps me busy.
How many hours do you work on it each day?
Oh, I don't know. Like, it just depends on the day of the week, but anywhere from 2 or 3 hours to 16 hours.
Wow.
How long is each episode?
Half hour the way it's cut up right now.
And it's all based around what we've been talking about? Or is it a different show you're working on?
No, the stuff we talk about is in 2084.
Okay.
So 20 years into it, that's when some of that stuff will start. You're talking about the Kaufman stuff, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so like around the 100th anniversary of his death, that's when that stuff will start.
Okay. So what's the show about? Like when it starts, is it like kind of about your life? Because I know you have a lot of things recorded of just you.
Nah, I never do anything about me, honestly.
No.
Well, yeah, I guess the show is. I thought you were talking about the Kaufman stuff. The Kaufman stuff is never about me. I guess in that my name is the name from the movie. So that's the only reason I've ever like personally connected to any of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? In other words, the only reason you're hearing my voice now or you've ever heard my name is just that freak coincidence of me and the character in the movie. So if that freak coincidence didn't exist, I would just be I'd be a blip on the computer. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. There would be no me attached to it. I guess that kind of somewhere along the way forced me to have to be attached to it. If that makes sense?
A little bit.
Well, I mean, do you know the movie and what it's the character and all? Whenever we make a reference to that movie, The Running Man,
mm-hmm.
And talk about my name, are you familiar with why that has some significance?
Yeah, I get
with the
that.
Kaufman thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because the character Stephen Maddox is an insurance guy who has been assigned this case of this guy who faked his death.
So what kind of show are you working on now? Are they two different shows then you're kind of doing? Maybe I got this all confused. I'm sorry if I got it all confused.
Yeah, I don't understand the question.
Yeah, me neither. So the question was really like, what show are you working on like right now? If the Kaufman stuff is all the way down the line, are they connected?
No, I mean the Kaufman stuff becomes like a piece within the show.
Oh, okay.
In 2084 because of the 100th anniversary of his death. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like the news. So the news is on, and then there's a kidnapping. So that kidnapping is part of the news for that day. So that's kind of like what the Kaufman connection is to the show that I do, which is, you know what I mean, when 2084 rolls around and it's the 100th anniversary, then like that's going to be on my show. That's going to be a topic, I guess was the word, a topic on the...
It's really interesting. I've never heard of a show that goes that far down. That's really cool that you're working on things. That's neat.
Well, that's the thing. The audience is the audience of the future. So now I'm free to do anything I want because they can't come get me or they can't try and change me or they, I can't be.
You still there? Kurt, you alive over there?
I'm taking it all in. I'm just blown away. I listen to the pieces and I try to fit them in my brain as to what I've learned throughout the years and what I thought I've learned throughout the years, and it's just...
I was going to ask Steve something. I forgot what I was about to ask him. Huh. Waiting for him to come back. If you're there, Steve, we can't hear you.
So, Steve, did you know that Ryan guy that we were talking with?
Ryan.
He claims he knows you.
Oh, he's out. He'll be back.
Wow.
He seems quiet today.
Yeah.
Should we ask him stuff or just hang out? Like, I don't want to bug him. Are you okay there? Do you need me to, like, slap you over the head?
It's such a tricky thing, because it's like... There are just too many questions in my brain. There's so many that I just don't know where to start first, I guess. And I don't know. It's just... It's just... I don't even know how to explain it. I don't even know how to explain it. Oh, there he is.
Hey, you back?
Yeah, I think I crashed.
Yeah, this Google Hangouts is a weird thing. I was gonna say I was talking to Rebecca on Coughcast the other day. She says hello. I don't know if you heard that episode. No, I interviewed her 2 days ago about all this. She says hello and hopefully everything is well. She wanted to come today, but she had to work.
Oh, is that the makeup artist in L.A. that wrestled Kaufman?
No, that's Ruby Tuesday. I'm talking. You know I'm talking about Rebecca, right? Is that
Yeah,
her?
Rebecca Foster.
Foster, yeah.
Which one's that?
She's on AndyKaufmanLives.com. She's one of the disciples. You talked to her on the phone.
Yeah. Okay, the psychic.
Yeah.
Okay, I remember the
Yes.
psychic.
Yeah, she talks very fondly of you.
Yeah.
I never met her.
No, she was she wanted to come today and say hi, but she was like, when I interviewed her, she really appreciated what you did, and she thinks nothing but good things to say about you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, she seems like a cool chick. She's in my neck of the woods too, which is kind of funny. Not really too close, but she's around. And Kurt and I are hanging out when he comes to visit in Chicago.
Yeah, Andy's sister lives out there too.
Yeah, I know. I think the Kaufman Lives people are coming back in the area soon. I don't know what's up with that.
Oh, John, could you just, I don't know if Steve knows about this or not, but could you just tell him about the strange person who kept contacting you, telling you not to investigate anymore about Kaufman, but he just kept hammering at you about it?
I don't know if it's even. I don't know if it's a thing. There's this kid. He's like a teenager. I think he just graduated high school. I think he's got like a mild autism, like not bad, but little. There's something up, but somehow he connected with Andy's sister Carol, and Carol started letting this kid into her home and sharing stories and letting this kid see all this stuff, and eventually he found out who I was from Coughcast, and he kind of sent me like threatening messages, like the family doesn't approve of what you're doing. You got to stop saying these things about the family, which I never said anything bad about the family on the show once. I never talk about them, and he's like, just stay away from them. Don't invade their privacy, and he'd go on and on for days, like threatening me. Like it was just a weird thing. Yeah.
That sounds like your Rantcast friend, if you ask me.
Which one?
The guy that you do Rantcast with that's always pulling pranks on you.
Yeah, but
that's his word right there. You're talking about a guy that pretended to be the police and had you call him.
Dude, that was nuts. He does that, but not a lot. But I'm gullible, man. So
what's the likelihood that this is?
No, because I met
him playing a prank on you.
I met the kid at the Comic-Con that was out here. He was meeting Jerry Lawler, and I was there too, and he knew I was there, so he sent me a message, and we met up. So I met him face to face.
What? Really?
Yeah.
Did you meet him face to face after he was sending you that stuff or before?
Yeah, he just knew I was there, and I was curious to see if he was real. 'Cause like you said, Steve, I don't know if it was my buddy Will. Could have been. But it wasn't. He was real. It was actually him, and he still said something smarky like, "Oh, the family, blah blah blah," and I'm like, "Okay, whatever, kid." Like,
He said it to you in person. What did he say to you in person? Like, what really? What?
It was very brief. He was just like, the family doesn't believe in any of this. They think this Maddox guy is a bunch of hogwash, and you shouldn't associate yourself with any of these people if you're a real Andy fan. And I just kind of brushed it off and changed the topic because you don't need to have the conversation. It's, I back you up, Steve. Regardless.
But didn't Ryan bring in a friend to pretend to be a cop?
Huh? No.
Ryan once had a friend pretend to be a cop, right, and call you or something?
Me?
Yeah.
You mean Will from Red
Yeah,
Cast?
Will. Yeah, Will.
No, that was his brother who did that.
Yeah, okay. But he elicited help from somebody to freak you out.
It was his brother. Yeah, but Will wouldn't do this because he knows I take it kind of seriously. He doesn't prank me much. That was probably the only time he's ever done it. So I really don't think this is him.
And you said you saw photos with the kid with Carol at her house?
Yeah, he had pictures. Like he had pictures of like things that Andy owned. He had a picture of Carol herself. He backed up what he said. It wasn't, I was very iffy because you have to be iffy. So
I'm confused. What kind of problem do you have with him?
I don't have a problem with him. He had a problem with me and all the stuff I'm doing to spread the word around about Kaufman and the fake death thing.
But why would you care?
I don't care. I just think it's a funny story.
Oh, okay, I was going to say, I can't imagine you would care because
no, it
that's
doesn't.
Just that. Go ahead.
It doesn't bother me. In a way, I got a kick out of it that the family thinks what we're doing is so evil.
Well, I've told you why the family thinks what they think because they're crooks. They're part of the crime.
Yeah.
Everybody looks at them as these innocent, and how can you say this, and it's sad, but they're fucking crooks.
Mm-hmm.
I've told you before, Linda Mitchell, Lynn Margulies, and Michael Kaufman are the three living people that participated in this crime.
Mm-hmm.
So to feel sorry for them or to be concerned, that's like the murderer showed up at the funeral and everybody's all like, oh, poor murderer, we want to spare your feelings, murderer. It's the fucking murderer. You know what I mean? Who gives a shit about how they feel?
The weird thing was...
The boo-hoo, my brother's dead stuff, you know what I mean? They're you're feeling for the crooks. The people who bamboozled you, that to this day bamboozle you. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Every time Michael Kaufman gets up and does something, he's bamboozling us, or trying to.
The thing is, he wasn't talking more so about Michael. He said he specifically said Carol a few times. Yeah, Carol hates this stuff, but I feel like Carol probably would have found out that Andy did this.
Well, of course, Carol made the choice not to participate. So in other words, she knew what Andy was doing. She went out there. She said, okay, I'm not going to be part of this, and backed out. So whenever there's, a list of people who absolutely participated, she is not. But does she know for a fact what happened? Of course she does.
Mm-hmm. I found it more, it didn't upset me. I found it more amusing that the family knows about my little podcast that like 100 people listen to. Like, I got a kick out of that. Like, I wonder if they're just sitting there every show going, oh, these people, what are they doing? Like, the kid said that I was disrespecting Andy's legacy and the family, and I just kept brushing it off.
Well, Andy doesn't have a legacy. What you're doing is Andy's legacy. Or what that kid's doing is Andy's legacy. There is no such thing as a legacy. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? To try and reach out and grab a legacy and get a hold of it and say, okay, here it is. This is a legacy. A legacy's ephemeral. It's made up. It's like passing gas.
Mm-hmm. It was just funny. I still laugh at the family.
No, you're torn up about it. You can see it on your face.
Man,
it eats you up. It bothers you.
You know what, Steve? I can't sleep at night. You know, I stay up all night wondering what Carol Kaufman thinks about me.
Oh,
I,
that one, yeah.
he's like, they'll never be on your show, John. I'm like, I don't want them on my show. They won't say anything interesting.
So,
Oh,
John,
man.
were you at all worried that when this kid was telling you this, were you at all worried that they're going to try to shut down the show, or that they're going to try to
Well,
sue
they
you
have
or
they have
something?
no
Or
they have no basis to do anything. It's not like I'm making money off of this. Like,
Well, you could if you wanted, make all the money you want. They can't stop you. What is
yeah.
CMG going to come and do something? You know what I mean? Let them take you to court and sit up there on the witness stand and say, well, they're part of a criminal activity and faking his death, so fuck them.
If it took me, I'll say, what basis? I barely use the name Kaufman. It's Coughcast. I could say that's like cough, like I'm coughing, you know. But my friend told me that there's nothing they could do at all. So I was never. I think at first I was worried, but then I looked into it. There's no legal grounds. I'm not slandering anybody, and every time I talk about it, I
But
say,
you should. I'll slander them for you.
I know you will.
I mean, that's what I'm doing right now, I think.
Yeah, I know you
I'll
will.
slander the shit out of them. Have you read any of the tweets I've put up there by Stan Kaufman's Spirit?
Mm-hmm.
Well, there you go.
I know, no wonder why they hate you. But I backed you up to this kid, and I'm saying, like, just don't believe everything.
Don't ever back me up to anybody for anything, please. Don't.
In a good way, though. Like, I just
No,
said you're a
don't.
good dude. Like,
No, I'm not. I'm a bad person.
you're not a good guy?
I don't know, but I'm not something you need to take an ounce of energy to back up.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, I did it anyway. Not too extreme. I just said that you're not trying to scam anybody, because that's what he was making it seem like. He just wants to scam people. I said, he's never taken money from anybody ever. Well, he's not scamming anything.
Yeah.
And I said that we've talked, you're a nice dude, and there's nothing wrong with you. We all might be a little nutty, but that's fine.
Well, I'm not nutty. I don't. I mean, I surround myself with nutty. I think.
I know that's why you're here.
I surround myself with people that believe Andy Kaufman faked his death, which is to me kind of funny. If I was in your shoes, I would not believe Andy Kaufman faked his death.
Mm-hmm.
It's absurd when you think about it. Why would someone believe Andy Kaufman faked his death? There's zero evidence. I mean, really, if you were going up in court, the best thing you could come up with would be that phone call where he's talking about faking his death. And even that is so circumstantial. It could be coincidence. It can be, oh, well, that's just the way he was. Or what? I mean, in other words, that wouldn't fly at all to try and convince somebody that he faked his death. And that's the best thing anybody has. Then you go from there down to the next level is hearsay evidence. So like Bob's book and, talking about faking death and all that stuff. Yeah, the guy worked with him, but even that's hearsay. So you couldn't, I mean, you can't even come close to try and make a case that he faked his death. There's absolutely nothing. On the other side, you've got a death certificate, you've got a grieving family, you've got a dead body, you've got a gravestone. So there's just this mountain of evidence that says, he did die. So, in other words, I think to believe that he faked his death is absurd.
Mm-hmm. But what makes you believe it then when you defend it?
I know it. There's a difference between knowing it and believing it. And I don't mean that like, oh, I know in my heart. I mean, I know he did it.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is to believe he did it, to me, doesn't really make a whole lot of sense because there's no evidence whatsoever
it's
that the general public has access to that you should believe it. It's absurd to believe it.
It's basically just agreeing with what you say and taking you by your word, in a way.
No. Oh, me?
Yeah, because you say you know it and you tell people I know it for a fact. So people can either just choose to believe you blindly or just say you're crazy.
Well, I've never really sensed that anybody believes what I say, that I know it. I think really to believe that he faked his death, I'm convinced, and I've been convinced of this for 30 years of doing this kind of stuff, it's like Elvis. People want him to be alive so bad that they're willing to believe the absurd. Because that's all that ever was with Elvis. I mean, Elvis was not a hoaxer. Elvis was not a prankster. Elvis was not the kind of guy who may have faked his death or whatever. It was a bunch of old ladies and fans who just flat out couldn't let him go. They wanted to believe so bad that this wasn't real, that he wasn't dead, that they believed so hard that they were willing to believe he faked his death. You know what I mean? They weren't conspiracy theorists, you know, all these old ladies and people out there, they weren't conspiracy theorists. They just couldn't accept that he was dead, and they wanted him to be alive so bad that, okay, well then he faked his death or whatever. And to me, that's the 99% of the Kaufman people who believe he faked his death. It's not that they believe he faked his death. They want so bad for him to be alive, and they believe he's alive, to where then, okay, well, he must have faked his death, and that's how he's alive. So, but it's all about believing he's alive. Does that sort of make sense?
That makes sense. Yeah, I get it. And I'd like to. I'm a big fan of his, but I don't need him to be alive to survive. In a way, I take you at your word for saying that he did it for a few reasons, and they're not reasons that I can physically prove, but I could back up a person who has been saying this for 10, 15 years and hasn't
30.
given up on it. 30, yeah, 30.
years.
And like that, to me, that shows a lot that you haven't backed down from it. So there has to be a bit of truth, and I just have a feeling. That's when I tell my friends about it, that's all I say. I don't have all this evidence and facts. You know, that's why I say I back you up, because you've been so believing in it for so long that there has to be some kind of truth to it.
See, you slipped right back in. You said I believe in it.
Sorry.
I don't believe in it. If I would not waste, to me that's like the no planes theory on 9/11. That's so absurd.
Yeah.
I mean, how in the world can somebody believe that there were no planes at 9/11? So that's kind of like the Kaufman thing. How could anybody believe that he faked his death? That's so absurd.
Yeah, you gotta know it.
Now, huh?
You have to know it, like you said. You have to know.
Yeah. Now, do I think a plane hit the Pentagon? No, that's absurd. But of course, planes hit the Twin Towers. There were countless people watching, and the countless cameras aimed at it. Planes flew into those towers. So the whole no planes theory, to me, is your classic. They did it in Mirage Men. That's what Mirage Men was about. What is the word for when somebody's there to confuse a situation? I'm drawing a blank. There's a word for it. Disinformation. There's no doubt the no planes theory was created by disinformation specialists. And what I mean by that is someone's job is to come up with something so absurd and throw it out there, and the conspiracy junkies will jump on it and say, yeah, maybe that's true. So in other words, somebody comes up with this thing, okay, we'll devise this no planes theory thing. And then a guy like Frank goes, no planes theory. Ooh, I like that, no planes theory. Yeah. And he goes out and he starts talking no planes theory. What happens? Well, those people around him, his wife, his friends on the internet, they go, ooh, Frank's losing it, no planes theory. I mean, that's what disinformation is. So you take the crackpots, you feed them something absurd like no planes theory, they run with it. Now, if you even bring up 9/11 being a conspiracy, people are like, oh yeah, the no planes theory, yeah, right, you're nuts. Does that kind of make sense? There are things to question about 9/11, like Building 7. Why did Building 7 just implode on its own? Nothing hit it. Yeah, there were some small fires, but Building 7 just, boom, imploded in like 7 seconds, dropped to the ground. You got to question stuff like that. You got to question what really did hit the Pentagon. Something the size of a cruise missile is supposedly a plane. So if you seriously start questioning that, all of a sudden what's going to happen is somebody's going to look, oh, you're one of those no planes theory nuts. And that's because disinformation specialists have put out this no planes theory to make everybody that questions 9/11 look like an idiot. Mm-hmm. Same thing with liberals want to take Christ out of Christmas. No liberals or Democrats give a shit about taking Christ out of Christmas for the most part. That's the Karl Rove kind of shit that you do. You say, oh, let's get out some news stories that the liberals want to take Christ out of Christmas. And then all of a sudden, woo, everybody rears up their head and says, you can't take Christ out of Christmas. They're trying to take my Christmas away. And now you've created a situation where you've got this mass of people turning against, but it was all made up by the enemy or by the person who wanted you to think that. And that's what disinformation is. Disinformation confuses the issue, makes people sound like nuts. And that's why, I don't know, that's why Frank is such a good friend of the show, is because as great as he is, he's kind of nuts,
We're all nuts. Kurt, do you have something to say? I've been hogging up all the talking here.
No, I'm just listening. I'm astounded. Matthew wrote something over here. He goes, Elvis is different from Andy because Andy wrote about it, talked about it, and planned for it. It's not that absurd to make that stretch that he would attempt to try to pull it off.
No, not at all. But I'm saying in court or to the masses, it's circumstantial.
Yeah.
If that was solid, if that was really good proof, a lot more people would believe he faked his death. And I think you could count on one hand the people that think he faked his death. And I think 3 of those would be the people that participated in it. And you'd have to give them truth serum to get them to admit it. Everybody else wants him to still be alive so bad that they will say, oh, yeah, he faked his death. And then all the rest of the masses truly believe he's dead.
Oh, Jack's here. What's up,
Hello,
Jack?
Jack.
How's it going?
How you feeling?
It's a little tired, but I'm okay.
Good to see you. I didn't know you figured to show up.
I played Nintendo. It woke me up a little bit so I could get in there.
Well, we got Steven. We got Steven here just in time.
Yeah, I saw that on Twitter. That really made me want to show up.
It was crazy, man. Talk about the Chaos Carnival. It was totally. We had Fugly on here. We had a guy named Ryan from Turkey. He was talking
That's the Pikachu guy.
Are you sure? Because he was denying it. He was denying it.
Everybody denies everything in this world. You trust too much, John. You don't even know for a fact I'm Steve Maddox. There's a picture up there that says Nathan McCoy, and now you're buying that I'm Steve Maddox?
Oh, look it. James is back.
Fugly's back. Oh wait, James is back.
I'm not Fugly, I promise.
He was on He was on the same time Fugly was on.
Yeah. No, so, and Al Terry's on the same time I'm on.
Yeah.
How could you do that with a TV, a computer, and another computer, and then an iPad? John? Oh wait, there would be feedback. No, what?
That's right.
What feedback? You plug in your headphones and you don't have feedback.
I'm sorry. I'm gullible.
I know.
I'm from
You're
Chicago.
Trusting.
I am.
You're
That's
trusting.
the kind of guy I am. It's.
So Nathan is Steven?
Yeah. For the
Okay.
most-
Well, no, that's the rumor
Hello,
these
Jack.
guys are trying to start.
Who are these guys?
These guys are trying to start this rumor.
I didn't do anything. Okay. I'm innocent, Steven. I'm very.
John goes to Comic-Con and tells people that Nathan McCoy is actually Stephen Maddox.
No, I don't do that.
And then gets Stephen Maddox's sister, Carol, all riled up and mad. And
That's not what I did. Come on. I didn't go to Comic-Con just to spread the Kaufman message, okay? I went to meet some people, so.
yeah,
Some furries.
Yeah. Meet some celebrities.
Be right back. I need some more coffee. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I go get some. We've been here for 4 hours, so it's respectable. I had 2 bathroom breaks already. I had some cake too. Had a piece of cake when I was in here. That was good cake.
So, well, Nathan, if you're so you're not Stephen Maddox. That's what you're telling me?
No, I'm just saying these guys are making it up. But I'm not saying I'm not Stephen Maddox.
Who are you?
I'm sorry, I was getting a glass of water. What?
Who are you, Nathan?
Oh, Nathan McCoy?
You're Nathan McCoy?
That'll work.
Okay. Interesting.
That'll work.
Where do you stay, Nathan?
Albuquerque for the most part.
Oh, Anonymous is here.
Do you meditate?
No.
Hmm.
I quit Ambien last Saturday, so I'm actually starting to meditate a little bit in an attempt to fall asleep.
Oh, that stuff is weird. It will make you feel all weird before you go to bed. Did you ever stay up on it?
Is he there?
Wait, what just happened? Now we got a mystery person. Who's that question mark?
He's gone.
Anonymous hacker. Wow. So wait, what'd you ask, James?
I think Jack mentioned something about getting high on Ambien.
Yeah, I was wondering if Steve has ever had that when he stayed up. Like you're supposed to go to bed afterwards. It's pretty weird when you stay up. I didn't.
Tripping.
Yeah, I didn't even know it would do that. It did that to me once. It was pretty wild.
What did it do?
It made me just like, it was almost, I don't know, like auditory hallucinations and stuff and weird, and it didn't feel like I was in reality. It felt like everything was okay, but it was just weird. It wasn't like a scary trip, but it was kind of, I don't know, I couldn't really explain it. But some people do parties with those, I hear, and stay up all night and stuff.
Yeah.
He'll be back. Don't worry. He dropped it. He'll be back.
Oh, did he leave?
He's done it twice already. He's having computer problems.
Maybe he doesn't want to talk about his Ambien addiction.
So Jack, how long did you stay up after you took your Ambien? How long did you stay up?
I could probably stay up 4 or 5 hours after it.
Did you? So you just sat there for 4 or 5 hours, just appreciating the weird hallucinations coming to you?
Yeah, and just whatever I normally do. I think I just sit around, just blank though. Different. It was weird. You're just content, just sitting there.
Did you hear voices or?
Yeah, it was like auditory things. It was like almost my thoughts were becoming audible voices in front of me. It was really weird.
Yeah, I'd be scared to do that.
Yeah, it's wild.
It was weird. The second Jack started to talk, I crashed.
Huh.
Oh. He's asking about your Ambien addiction.
Yeah, I've been taking it since the surgery, the heart surgery. I started taking Ambien, so like 5 years ago, almost over 5 years ago, July of 10.
Did you ever stay up with it, like when you were supposed to go to sleep, or no?
Not on purpose, but I would sleepwalk in a way. Diane would tell me the next day that I came out and was doing these crazy comedy routines and stuff that I wouldn't remember. So,
crazy comedy routines. That's great.
So I hadn't intentionally stayed up, but according to her, on numerous occasions I was awake while I was on Ambien, but I don't really remember it.
Is that why you got off it?
No, I've taken it for like 5 years now, and though sleepwalking was maybe 2 years ago that I was starting to do that, but well, I mean, like anything, I think I tried to get off of it right around that time and then went right back on it. So kind of like cigarette smoking, people, will get off for a week or a month or a year. So I got off Ambien a number of times.
Withdrawal symptoms or no?
Well, I pretty much haven't slept since last Saturday, so yeah, I mean, I just
that would probably doing that.
Yeah,
that's Xanax. Never get on Xanax. That's pretty bad stuff.
Yeah,
too.
I've heard that's tough to get off of. Yeah.
Is it raining down there in Albuquerque?
It was. We got all kinds of hail earlier, and
yeah, we're getting that now. It's wild.
Yeah, it came through. It was thundering real bad, storming, and but then it stopped as quick as it came.
So, Stephen, I've only heard little bits and pieces about this. How did you end up? I want to hear the story of how you ended up seeing Jack at, what was it, Carl's Jr. or something, or some taco place, or?
Carl's Jr. down on Manal and San Mateo, I think.
Was it Central? I'm real bad with names.
Yeah, no, it's Manal and San Mateo, because San Pedro is where the Guitar Center is. Manal and San Pedro.
Is it the one by that Pussycat Theater, or I can't even remember.
I don't think so. It's just it's a little bit west of the Coronado Mall shopping
Oh,
mall.
by the Radio Shack, kind of. There's that one Radio Shack across the street.
Could be. I can't picture it, but yeah, there could be. Probably is. But yeah, that Diane and I were going to Golden Corral down at San Mateo, north of Montgomery, and we're sitting at a bus stop there at San Mateo and Manal. He's just like, screw it, I'm hungry now. So we started losing interest in the breakfast buffet or whatever it was. Maybe it was just a lunch buffet at Golden Corral. And so we were going to go across the street to Taco Bell, across San Mateo to Taco Bell. And just a real random decision, well, let's go to Carl's Jr. right behind us. And so, yeah, we went into Carl's Jr., ordered, and over my shoulder I could hear a familiar voice. And it's like, oh, shit. So we go over to the drink station, and I turn around, and sure enough, there's Jack ordering. So I told Diane, I said, that's Jack. He's ordering food. And you were with somebody, you were with the guy, I assume your dad or uncle or something.
Yeah, that was my dad. We were going to see that Moses movie or whatever.
Ugh.
It was horrible. Yeah, they took so long to get our orders that day, too. I couldn't even eat hamburgers. I had to have a salad. But the lady in there, she was yelling at the poor guy behind there. Did you notice that or not?
Well, I noticed you guys were up there forever, and you left, and you guys left, and then your dad came back, and it seemed like the whole ordeal took like a half hour, 20 minutes to a half hour by the time you guys finally got done.
Yeah, that was the longest order I've ever seen, I've ever had. I don't know what took them so long. We didn't yell at them, but that lady was yelling at the guy. I don't even think it had to do with our order for something. She was, I don't know. She said, if you do that again, you're fired. I don't know what the guy did. He did something.
Wow.
I was thinking, I hope he didn't, like, spit or jizz in my fries or whatever. I shouldn't have said that on air, but.
No, I bet he just got your order wrong or something.
Yeah, which is totally fine. That doesn't bother me when anybody does that.
That's funny. You guys ran into each other.
So I didn't even know he was in there until he tweeted. I thought he was just tweeting me to say, hey, are you coming to Albuquerque today? Maybe we'll say hi or something. But I didn't know he was right there next to me in the store. I mean, in the Carl's Jr. It was weird.
Oh, yeah. You figure that's so insanely random because when I first met Jack was, way back in, like, early 2000s. And you were living in California, right?
Yeah, Rosamond.
Yeah, you were in California. I was in Indianapolis. So you figure I meet Jack a long time ago, over 10 years ago. He's in California. I'm in Indianapolis when we meet. So now, all these years later, he winds up in Albuquerque. By no connection or whatever, I wind up in Albuquerque. And then to have randomly run in on a Saturday afternoon, been standing in front of him at a Carl's Jr. was just so bizarre. I hadn't been to Carl's Jr. in a year.
And for me not even to know it either. I mean, I've even seen your pictures now, and I didn't even recognize you in there. But, you know, I wasn't looking for you either.
Well, that's the trick right there. If you're not looking, you're not going to see it.
You gotta start looking around, Jack, wherever you go. Just mix the place out.
We were already late for the movie, so I was just in a hurry in there, and I was just walking around and pacing because I was thinking, oh, God, I hope the previews are still on. It was a terrible movie anyway, so it didn't matter.
You should have never shown up to the movie.
Well, and that's what's sad, too, is hopefully, you know, because the odds of that ever happening again are so impossible that I hope you don't, like, go out of your way to, like, look for me, because just the chances of that ever happening again are crazy to accidentally run into each other.
Yeah,
I should have said something that was just too, I don't know, it was too overwhelming at the time and too weird, and I didn't know who you were with, and for all I know, you've corrupted my son's life and made him insane, and, pull a gun on me or something,
No, he wouldn't have said that.
Okay.
I think he's nice.
I think I think I'm gonna grab Kurt. We're gonna go to New Mexico and just stake out the entire state with Jay.
Yeah.
And just
it would be very, very difficult because, to be honest, I never leave the house. Rarely ever do I leave the house.
You sound like me now. I hardly leave the house either. I left today. It's like the first time in a long time.
I'm never home.
I'm trying to picture the last time I left the house, other than stepping out on in the backyard to let the dog out. I guess I went to Walmart maybe last Monday, I think. So yeah, that would be it. I think last Monday's the last time I left the house, and that was to walk to Walmart.
I left about 3 times this month. That was it.
Wow.
I'm just like so tired and exhausted all the time.
I leave every day.
Yeah.
Living the party life.
You don't want to be a shut-in. It's not the way to go. So that's a good thing.
It's okay. Kaufman Lives might be flying me to LA later this year, so I'll hang out with everyone out there.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should go.
Yeah, they want me on the documentary, so I might take them up on that.
But they're not willing to come to Chicago?
Well, they were here. I just didn't know them at that point, or else we would have communicated.
They're gonna pay to fly him out, though.
Yeah, they're talking about paying to get me out there, so it'll be a nice little free trip.
That's cool.
Sounds awesome, dude.
Yep.
Yeah.
Kurt's coming out my way at the end of the month. We're gonna meet up or something.
Hey, I'll be right back in a minute.
Yeah. Kurt and I are gonna chill and tell everyone about Andy Kaufman.
Steven.
What's there to tell, though, when you think about it? What are you gonna tell them?
Yes.
Go on.
I heard my name. Go ahead.
Oh, hey. Do you know who Steve Rocco is?
Yes. Yeah, he's the Orange County school guy.
That's it. That's all you know.
He stole ketchup from Albertsons and some rolls of film, and then like tried to sue Albertsons, and he had a public access show, and he got on the board of the Orange County School Board for a long time. He was on there and
Indeed.
stuff. So yeah, I mean, have you read like the Orange County Weekly and the stories about him in there?
I have indeed. I had a theory that
they talk about puzzlementary and
you
stuff
might
like
be
that.
him. Yeah, it's all very interesting. So
Nah,
you never met this Steve.
That's what I wanted people to infer. So I'm assuming it sounds like you inferred it.
I infer a lot of things. I'm trying to get you to confirm it.
Oh, that he's Andy Kaufman? No.
Or is he you? No?
No. He, I read a story about him that he got elected to the school board and nobody knew who he was. Basically, they hated the other guy so much on the ballot that this guy that nobody had they didn't have the first clue who he was. He got on the school board because they hated the other guy. So they voted for this random Steve Rocco when he'd never, gotten out there and tried to do anything. He didn't make himself available. What do you call it when you?
He didn't have a platform or do any speeches or anything.
Campaigning, yeah. He didn't campaign one slight bit. He, as far as I know, all he ever did was get on the ballot. That's what he did. He did the paperwork to get on the ballot, and they hated the other guy so much that they voted him on the school board. Nobody had a clue who he was. It took them forever to even find him, to interview him and talk to him. So to me, this was a fascinating person. So I then did the things I do to line him up with the Kaufman stuff, and then and then that's where all that came from. It was kind of funny. An interviewer even asked him if he was Andy Kaufman. It was pretty cool.
Oh yeah, they said he was in his house with his cats or something, and he was yelling, "Get away from me" or something to the reporters. I remember that article. The OC Weekly, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brad Friedman wrote about him. Brad Friedman, and then, if I'm not mistaken, a detective, Glenn Hardy, was hot on the trail, wasn't he?
Well, yeah, that was me.
Yes.
You're Glenn.
I was Detective Glenn Hardy.
Yes. Feeding him information.
I would drive to Ohio and go to this internet cafe. I'd drive from Indianapolis to Ohio. I can't remember what the cafe was called, but anyway, it was in, I guess, Cincinnati, maybe. Anyway, I'd go over to
drive. Wow.
Yeah, I'd go over to Cincinnati to this internet cafe and email or communicate with Brad Friedman as Detective Glenn Hardy.
Oh my God.
And then I would drive down across the border to Kentucky and use a payphone because that's the only payphone. I couldn't find one right around Cincinnati, but you could go over the border to Kentucky and there was a payphone that someone could call in, which is what I wanted.
Wow.
By that time, I think this was the early 2000s or mid 2000s, it was getting harder and harder to find a payphone where somebody could ring in. So he would call that payphone in Kentucky, and I would answer it as Detective Glenn Hardy. And so yeah, I had a lot of fun with Brad Friedman. Like everybody else, he finally got so burned out he probably hates my guts now.
Is he Bud Friedman's son or no?
I don't think there's a relation there. I'm not positive. I don't really know him all that well, but I remember talking to him about it, and I don't think so. If there is a relation, he doesn't want to admit it.
It's very distant or something.
Yeah, or he doesn't want people to think his career has had any part of his career has anything to do with his uncle Bud or his father Bud or whoever. So I guess what I'm saying is he says there's not, but if there is, it's probably that he doesn't want to broadcast that. You know what I mean? Because people, a lot of times, it's why they change their name. They don't want, oh, well, you're only an actor, or you only get acting jobs because your parent is an actor, or you only, do well in this because your parent.
I think Charlie Sheen did that, didn't he? I think his real name.
Yeah, like Emilio Estevez or something, yeah. So, yeah, matter of fact, I even remember once when I was like hot on the trail of Puzzlementary, I checked into a hotel in downtown Indianapolis under the name D. Glenn Hardy. I actually had my friend David Hardy, whose name is David Glenn Hardy, had him check into the hotel so that it would actually be David Glenn Hardy or D. Glenn Hardy checking into the hotel. So Brad, who I knew was instantly going to check and call the hotel and confirm who was there. Yeah, I mean.
Oh yeah.
So Brad.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, no, I just. So that was like one more step to get Brad Friedman to believe that this person, D. Glenn Hardy, really existed, was to have my friend check into the hotel, and then from the hotel room I talked to Brad. And yeah, it's just always funny when I'm doing that because I'm getting, he's being very open about what he thinks of Steve Maddox and Claire Chanel, and and he's calling her a bitch, and he's saying all these,
Was he saying that? I can't remember that, man.
Oh yeah, Brad. Well, I mean, to me on the phone, Brad Friedman's calling Claire Chanel a bitch, and. But
you're Claire Chanel. This whole time.
For the most part, yeah. I mean, other people took on that character and stuff, but yeah, as far as the original Claire Chanel, that was one of my characters, yeah.
She's such a nice character, though. Why do you call her a bitch?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you figure he thought he was talking to a detective who was really on to this Steve Maddox guy and really starting to get to the root of what was going on. So he was very excited because he was telling me stories about some investigating that he had done and stuff. Which, when you think about it, if you step away, that's why I did it, was so that he would talk to me as though I was someone else and an investigator and spill the beans to me on what all he had found out and stuff. So
wasn't he supposed to meet you once, and then it turned out the story's very, I can't remember it well, but he went to your door or something, and you said you had laryngitis and you couldn't speak or something, or am I wrong about? There's something about that.
No, that doesn't sound familiar. I know I went to Memphis to meet somebody.
Was it that Tupelo guy?
Yeah, Tupelo. His real name's something Brown, and he went by Tupelo. and I drove to Memphis and met him. He wasn't there. I like taped something under a chair under a booth at McDonald's for him.
Oh, was he Joseph Brown, that one guy that?
No. That's
Andy or.
Something under a chair. I feel like I'm missing a lot of pieces to this. What are you taping to chairs? Who's picking this up? Who's untaping it?
Well, this is back. This is about 10 years into. This is about 10 years into all this Kaufman stuff. There's been so many groups of people along the way that have been involved. They come and go and come and go and come and go. Just slews of people, and I can't remember all their handles and all their names and stuff. But yeah, this was probably 20 years into it. 20 years into it. So this was 2003 maybe 2004. Was a guy named Tupelo was his handle, and his real name was something Brown, not whatever you just said, Joseph. Anyway, he was somebody that was real into this, and he lived in Memphis. So I drove up to Memphis and put something in a McDonald's near Graceland. I taped something under the table, a note or something for him to get.
Something secret.
Postcard, maybe. Yeah, postcard and a note. And then I went over to Graceland and called another guy from Graceland. There was a payphone on Graceland's property, and I knew that. I've called several people from there. So that same day, I went to Graceland and called that guy Rob, W-A-A-A-W-B.
Oh, I remember him. Rab himself. I always like to call him. There's a guy in that show Jackass called Rab himself, and it always reminded me of his name for whatever reason.
Yeah. Just got really quiet all of a sudden.
Well, did he end up picking up the postcard?
Story. Yeah, I was waiting for the end of the story.
I think he dropped again.
I think he dropped.
I just found out I'm having a barbecue at my house with some friends tonight. We don't have any gas for the grill, so I gotta go out eventually.
Hey, the weather's been bad here in New Mexico. I wonder if that has something to do. Does the weather affect the internet though? Probably not.
Well, sometimes.
Unless it's storming.
John, out here?
What are you asking? What's up?
Yeah, are you guys thinking of moving out here still, or what? What are your thoughts?
I probably won't move for a while. I don't have any money. I'm moving in with the guy who I do Rantcast with at the end of the summer. Yeah, just for now.
Is he going to charge you rent?
Not a lot. Like, very little compared to what other people charge. Because we've been friends for almost 15 years now.
Okay, and you're working full time right now in a mailroom?
Yeah, I just got the job. I start Monday. I was doing the teaching, but they were cutting my hours. I wasn't getting full time anymore. And
right.
The kids were like biting me, kicking me, and it was.
Do you carry much debt?
No, not really. I don't have any debt. I paid for my school up front, and I saved money. I don't have a lot saved, but I've enough for a case. Huh?
How about a car payment and credit cards?
I paid off my car a month ago, and I don't want any credit cards because I'm smart and I don't want to get myself in trouble yet.
Okay, well that ties in with what I'm about to say.
Yeah.
You're moving into a friend's house, and the rent's going to be very low.
Mm-hmm.
You've got a full-time job. You can save how much? I mean, think about how much of your income could you literally put aside if you don't have a car payment. I'm assuming you got car insurance and gas, but you're saying no credit cards. So you could put a large chunk of your income aside, I'm assuming, right?
I could, yeah, very much.
So then you have no choice. You have to do that.
I will. I actually started the website the other day. It's not launched yet, but I'm working on it all the time. But what's that?
Well, I'm just saying, you get what I'm saying though, as far as you can bank a big portion of your income. You can still go have a beer every now and then. You can eat.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But if you don't go out to eat every night, you don't go treat your friends every night, you don't go out and get married, you don't go out and buy a huge big screen TV with surround sound. You don't rack up a bunch of credit cards thinking that somehow personal items make you happy. you can bank a lot of money. And I'm not talking about any kind of crazy ass retirement, stupid shit like that. I'm talking, what could you have in a year? What could you have in 2 years?
That's the goal, to save for a straight up year and then make a decision if I want to continue just working out here and doing side projects, or go up to California and see if I can get anything going.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
You get yourself a bankroll, easy to do, a year or two of sticking, sticking every bit of money that you can spare to put into your savings, and then you could, whether it's there in Chicago, you go to the theater there in Chicago, you go to California, you go to New York, you start looking for little acting things on the side in New York.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
I'm excited to show you and everyone else what I'm doing. I have 3 or 4 little mini YouTube TV shows I'm going to be doing in the next 2 months. So by the end of the summer, hopefully I have some of them up and posting them. But
along with that, wouldn't you like to be doing stuff on stage in front of audiences?
Oh yeah, I did stand up the other day.
Oh great.
It wasn't as me though. Did you ever see, Steven, the link I sent you, the Brain Freak character I created, the magician?
You did stand up with the Brain Freak?
Yeah. Have you seen that, Steven?
I don't know. Was that like years ago?
No, I've only known you 2 years.
Well, okay. Was that like years plural, 1, 2 years ago?
Yeah, it might have been. It's that magic character I have that doesn't know magic but thinks he does.
Well, let's put it this way. If you sent it recently, like in the last 6 months, no, that doesn't sound familiar.
Okay. Well, I'll resend
it. If you sent it a year or two ago, then yes, it seems like maybe I did see it.
I'll resend it to you like today before I leave, and you can check it. But I did the character on stage, and they loved it. It was a lot of fun.
That's cool.
Yeah, man. I'm keeping busy.
I'm talking about along with that, like getting in a play, singing, dancing, acting, up on stage, performing. You did that throughout high school, right?
Yeah, I did that then. I did that through college a little bit. I hosted talent shows, and I did a lot.
So why aren't you doing it now? I guess
Well, I'm starting to finally.
Okay.
I got the website coming where I perform all my characters. I have other friends of mine out here who wanted to do it for years. They're doing it too. So they're creating their own material, and I'm just going to pop it on flyingjellybeans.com. That's what it's called. Flying Jelly Beans. I like the name.
Right. But along with trying to do something where you created and whatever, on the side, it seems like you would be like auditioning for plays there in the local area and stuff like that.
That's the future goal.
Okay.
But
you're not doing it now.
Not yet, but very soon. Once I get a little bit money saved away, and I'm set. There's a lot to do this summer.
Diane has a friend in Chicago that he's doing something pretty cool. Have you heard of the $1 Million Quartet?
I think so. Rings a bell.
There's a play, and it's rooted there in Chicago, but it's traveling the country. The $1 Million Quartet.
I should check that out.
Yeah, and he plays the Great Balls of Fire guy, Jerry Lee Lewis.
Nice.
Yeah.
Andy Kaufman has actually inspired me to get into comedy as well. So that's a big part of why I'm so into this whole thing. It's very, I don't know. It speaks to me almost, because before I started watching stuff that Kaufman made, I didn't know that you could just fuck with people for a living. I didn't know that was acceptable. I didn't know I could just mess with people.
But the problem is, if you have talent though, you can't really do the exact same thing he did, but yeah, you can be influenced by it and do similar stuff.
Oh no, for sure.
But like we talked about before, he had no talent, so that was the big thing that helped him out a lot.
Andy Kaufman had no talent?
Very little. I mean, he had.
I guess that depends on. I can't argue with that. I really can't.
I mean, think about it. His singing was okay. He could sing halfway okay. His acting was terrible. No, I mean, really, when you think about it, he did a character. He did the foreign guy. Okay, so you can take that character, and if somebody is writing your lines for you, like I could look up and I could do some kind of character like this, and I'm seeing on the screen that it says, what's it say? Oh, I tried to read tweets and that wouldn't work. But yeah, I mean, you in other words, picture him in a stage play on Broadway. Not going to happen. Picture him playing the Alex character on Taxi. Not going to happen in a million years. He wasn't an actor. He wasn't. I mean, he couldn't act. So when you see him doing something other than a character, he's pretty lousy. He's public access level of acting because he couldn't act. He wasn't really, talented on an instrument. He could kind of halfway strum a guitar. He could kind of bang away a few basic chords at a piano. He could mimic when he sang, so he could like mimic and kind of do the Rosemary thing. He did a mediocre Elvis singing, which people say his Elvis was dead on. That's a joke. Look at a good Elvis impersonator out of Vegas. Their Elvises are dead on. His Elvis looked like Andy Kaufman sort of doing a mediocre Elvis. So how did we get off? How did we get off on this? Oh, yeah. He had very little talent. Stars aligned just perfectly for him to wind up where he wound up. And by stars, I mean a wealthy dad with connections and things like that. So in other words, you take this person of mediocre talent and abilities, but you thrust them into what his dad kind of accidentally thrust him into, and
I don't know, man.
The result is somebody that doesn't belong where they are and takes full advantage of that fact.
This is a man who loved to entertain. I think that was his talent, entertaining people, getting emotions back.
Have you met him? Do you know him personally?
I have not met him. I don't know him personally.
Then why?
I only know from the video.
Why would you question what I'm saying?
Because I
don't
know you, bro.
You don't know
I don't know you. I don't know if what you're saying is real or not. That's why I'm questioning what you're saying.
Well, I could care less if you're questioning what I'm saying. What I'm saying is what I'm saying is fact. So you questioning it, I mean, what does that mean? What does that matter? Why would I care?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't. Andy Kaufman was a talented man. I disagree.
No, he wasn't. Do you know what his dad's connections were to get him in the business? His untalented son that he was worried was a fagala and was never going to amount to anything because he really wasn't that smart. Do you know what his dad's connections were that got him in the business?
Please enlighten me.
Well, if you're going to say things like he's talented, it would help if you knew things like that.
Oh, I thought you were going to tell me. I didn't know. I don't know. I'm just saying I was entertained by him. I appreciated what he did.
Well, you can be entertained by him. You can appreciate what he did, but that doesn't mean he had talent.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I mean, he can be very entertaining. He can entertain millions, but that doesn't mean he had talent. You have to step back and say, okay, did he really have talent? Or is he an anomaly in that this no talented person got thrust in this situation by family connections and just hit just at the right time when people were getting kind of fed up with the one-liners and the comedians and the, whatever. And that was the perfect time. That was the 70s. That's when kids were starting to break out of what their parents thought was funny. That's why Saturday Night Live came along. And here's this guy who really just didn't have any talent and used that to full effect. His father gets him in because his dad is good friends with a client of George Shapiro's. One of the people that wrote the Dick Van Dyke Show, Sam Dinoff. His dad's buddies with Sam Dinoff. Sam Dinoff, his manager is George Shapiro. He co-writes the Dick Van Dyke Show. So now all of a sudden, Andy Kaufman's hooked up with George Shapiro. Andy Kaufman's on the failed Dick Van Dyke, let's revive that old Queen's career show. You know what I mean? And it snowballs. Then it's like, oh, so does he have talent or doesn't he have talent? And then you just ride that wave as long as you can, suckering people that you actually have talent when you don't, until there's nowhere else to go but to fake your death. Because he literally had nowhere else to go. There was, he would have, he could have wound up a crazy neighbor on some sitcom, but that wouldn't have lasted because he couldn't act.
Could he have been Kramer on Seinfeld?
no. I mean, think about Michael Richards' abilities and talents, and compare that to Andy Kaufman. It's like you're comparing, Olivier to somebody on a public access show. I mean, they're worlds apart as far as talent.
I don't know, man.
You can just
I
agree to
would say-
disagree, I guess.
Yeah, let's agree to disagree. But I think perhaps his
And that's exactly the words Frank used when I told him on the phone why he was going to lose the job at WFMU. Way before he was ever going to lose that job at WFMU, he said, "You know what? Let's agree to disagree." And cool, that's fine. He was the one that asked me why I thought his show wasn't working at WFMU, and I told him. He asked me, I offered it to him. He asked me why his show wasn't working. I told him why it wasn't working. He said, "Let's agree to disagree." And within a few months, they canned him. So I was right, he was wrong, but he agreed to disagree.
could his absence of talent be considered a talent?
Could what, where?
Could his absence of talent be considered a talent?
Who are we talking about, Frank or Andy?
Kaufman.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, we wouldn't be sitting here talking about him today if his absence of talent wasn't considered by people as entertaining.
As a talent. So then he was talented.
You said that, I didn't. I said entertaining.
It's different opinions, guys.
He was a talented man.
Some people can say like, "Oh, that singer, she's not talented," but other people say, "No, I think she is." It's all about what you view as talent. We're all different,
He inspired me. That's all I can really say. I could only hope to inspire others the way he inspired me.
And that's great. I think that's cool. He inspired me too. I personally think what he did was funny. I was entertained. That's all that matters. If he entertained you, that's awesome. Like, anyway. now we're all quiet. Like, what do we say? So Steve, you still there?
Yeah.
Yeah. So out of curiosity, is there any reason why? And I don't want to sound mean asking this, but like the Kaufman Lives documentary, are you just not interested in doing interviews about it on camera at all, or what's the reason you're choosing not to participate? I'm just curious.
Who said I wasn't
Oh, John Lumberg told me that you
participating?
John Lumberg said you didn't want anything to do with it, that you never replied back.
I'm confused.
To him.
Huh?
John Lumberg said
You're
that
breaking
you.
up.
Oh, let me. How's this? Is this better?
What?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
John Lumberg
Go ahead,
said.
what?
Lumberg said that you never replied to him when it was time to, make a decision on where to meet for the interview, and he was a little disappointed about it. He was just talking to me about it. I was just curious why, but you'd be okay to do it.
That's a no. Why would someone think that's a no if I didn't respond?
I don't know.
He said he was probably gonna. He told me he was probably gonna spend 10 years making the movie.
10 years?
Yeah, he said I might spend as long as 10 years making the movie, so I didn't realize there was any kind of rush or anything.
Because that's what his impression is, that you just don't want to do it because you never got back to him. But that's just, you don't get back to people because that's what happens, I'll let him know that you're interested again to contact you.
When did I say I was interested?
Oh. I'm done.
That's great.
So is that a yes or no, Steve?
I love it. That was so brilliant. When did I say I wasn't interested? And then you said that, and he goes, "When did I say I was interested?" Oh my God, I love it. This is so awesome. That's what makes it so much fun.
So that's a yes or no, or is that just a maybe? Anyway, moving on.
Did you leave?
Who, me?
Oh, I guess not.
No.
Oh, I saw the mute thing. Oh, that was on Matthew's mic. Okay.
Well, moving on. Sorry if that sounded mean. I was just curious.
Why would I think that was mean?
I don't know. That's me. I'm a freaking sensitive guy. I get all worried when I don't know. Just ignore me. I'm from Chicago. We don't matter.
Hey!
I'm kidding.
Son.
all of our hopeless Cubs dreams. And
Why would you ever sell yourself short?
I'm joking.
You do realize what's going to happen when you die, right?
What?
This life's going to be over.
Oh god.
No, my point is, why would you ever waste it worrying about if something you said made somebody mad, or in other words, I think you should go out there and make people mad? No, of course not. But if you're going to ask me a question, why would you fear anything? Why would you fear, oh, this might make you mad, or oh, maybe I made you angry, or
I just care about people's feelings too much.
No, that's not it.
Huh. I feel like we're in like a psychology talk now about my life.
Well, where do you think your life's going, and are you happy with it?
I'm happy now. I wasn't happy about a year ago. But I made changes.
Cool. So
Hey,
you're happy now?
Steven.
Yeah, I'm very good now. Thanks, dude. I made some changes, and I'm doing great.
What were you going to say, Knuckles?
I was just going to ask Steven to describe his most recent dream to me.
Where's this going?
Here lately, Skittles, the dog we had to put to sleep in early March, he's just showing up in my dreams all the time. My most recent dream would have been last night. I dozed off for a little bit. And I don't think, well, now that I think about it, he wasn't in that one. Let me think. I'm going to have to think about that and get back to you.
I was just curious.
I know Diane's most recent dream, just a little bit before we got up this morning, she was standing she was standing in the middle of the living room, and our dog that's still alive, Smuckers, just up and hiked on the wall in her dream, and she like flipped out because he would never ever in a million years do that. So that was her dream, but I'm trying to think of what mine was. I'm gonna have to think about it.
Hey Steve, I don't know if I've asked you this before. Have you ever gone to Noble before, that store? The video game store?
Oh yeah, I go there all the time. I was there. Cool.
I get all these old NES games here.
Yeah, I love it. There's two of them. One on the northwest side by the Cottonwood Mall where I used to live, and then there's one more east over at Montgomery and Wyoming.
Yeah, that was me. I was at the one at by Hastings.
Yeah, they're in Montgomery and Wyoming. That's where I got a bunch of Diane's Christmas presents came from that one.
Yeah, that's a cool shop. I like it.
Yeah, I love that place. I got my brother. He was here for a visit a few years ago, and we played Dr. Mario with him. He wasn't even familiar with Dr. Mario, and Diane and I have been just Dr. Mario addicts. We play that like every single day for the last 25 years.
Oh man, I can't remember. Is that kind of like Tetris a little bit?
Yeah, it's the one where the pills fall or come down on, and you have to kill these viruses with these pills, and you play against each other.
Oh.
It's really fun. This is my camera was working.
When I was a kid, I don't think I was bright enough to understand it. Like when I was 5 years old. But I gotta try it again.
It's a fun game. We were playing it as recently as yesterday afternoon during her lunch. She came home and we were playing Dr. Mario. Anyway, my brother came and visited us here in Albuquerque a few years ago, and we played Dr. Mario with him. And he had an old SNES, an original 8-bit Nintendo that I'd given him like 25, 30 years ago. And so I went and found the original Dr. Mario that plays on the 8-bit Nintendo and mailed it to him. So Noble is cool because they've just got anything and everything you could want, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, Nintendo games, they're almost going up in price. It's almost like they're becoming collector's items now.
Yeah, especially the ones that are more fragile, like the GameCube games, the ones that were on disc, and now the Wii games. So
Nintendo 64. Nintendo 64. I tried to buy one the other day. So expensive. It's like $80 for a game.
Wow.
Just
For a
for the
game
N64.
on 64?
Yeah, I really wanted one because I was craving it, and the console was like $30, but the games were it's all expensive now.
GoldenEye is
good
the
ones.
best game on that.
I agree. Mm-hmm.
So Matthew
Hey.
says, because he doesn't have his camera on or he doesn't have his microphone, he put this over here. He goes, I haven't laughed this hard in months. Steve, you say that you know for a fact that Andy faked it. Do you know if he has a desire to return?
Never.
So the deep mouth tweets, just ignore those.
Well, no. I mean, I never said.
Mm-hmm.
You have to read them careful. I mean, I
I mean,
nailed you.
it's like an observation, I think.
Remember, I nailed you guys on he is going to end the farce.
Yes.
Yeah, that was
Being
awesome.
Zmuda, the farce being comic relief.
Yeah. Ryan Chavez. Anyway, I was talking to somebody. Yeah, the deep mouth tweets aren't about him returning as much as the possibility of there being a return. I mean, if you read Bob's book, you can pretty much know that that's something Bob is obsessed with and is going to make happen before he dies.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you think he's going to make his return happen, or maybe a fake return or something?
You said it, not me.
I guess if Fugly were here, he'd say, what time do they serve the midnight buffet? I guess that would be...
That's actually a book. That's actually a book, and it ties in with cruises. When you're on cruise ships, you have the midnight buffet, and when you think about it, the midnight buffet is served for hours. You don't serve a buffet.
Mm-hmm.
That's like saying at what time do they serve the Golden Corral breakfast buffet? Well, you can say, okay, well, it starts at 6 a.m. and ends at whatever 11 a.m., but they don't serve it to you. You go up and get it. They don't serve the breakfast buffet.
They used to have the best dessert there.
Just like on a cruise ship, they don't serve the midnight buffet.
No, I was just on a cruise. I had lots of midnight buffets.
But they didn't serve it to you, did they?
Nope, I got it myself.
A true buffet is where you go up and get it yourself. So you got to look at Fugly's puzzle and say, well, they don't serve the midnight buffet.
Okay, Steven. So you're deep mouth. Yes? All right.
I suppose if Steven's microphone was working, he'd say, you said that, not me.
Yeah, you said that, not me.
Okay. Well, never mind then. It's going to be a whole series of questions. Not really, just one more.
Yeah.
What's the other question?
I'm going to wait till he gets back. Is he not here?
Oh, he does this from time to time. I'm pretty sure he's still listening.
My next question was going to be why. Why do you have two different Twitter accounts? Why is deep mouth even necessary?
You gotta learn. Eventually, you learn the right questions to ask that will get answers.
Amazing questions.
They're good questions, yeah.
These are amazing questions. Questions I would never even think about asking, just because I wouldn't even contemplate that. That's incredible.
Today, Knuckles is playing the role of Frank Nora.
Yeah.
Is Frank here today?
No, he's busy.
I have not heard anything by Nora. I tried to listen to
I like his show.
A recording of the Andy Kaufman press conference from years ago, but I think I lost. I got distracted by something else or something. Never finished it.
He's got. I like his podcast. It's fun. I listen to it sometimes. Well.
So these possible events here. I mean, if anything, there'll be a Bob Zmuda fabricated shenanigan.
Like a faux comeback. I made him leave. He'll be back, right?
Probably.
It's getting all.
James.
There he is.
Cool.
He's
cool.
back. Welcome
Anyway,
back.
Yeah. Was I back a minute ago? Because I was back, but I couldn't hear anything.
No, he just came back now, man.
Okay, so yeah. So somebody was asking something right when I crashed.
That was me. Are you deep mouth?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
It's funny. People. I remember I set up an account called Kaufman Faked It to try and get people to wrap their head around the concept of sharing accounts, and also to see how long it would take before somebody hijacked it and took it over. And people kind of got into it. This was years ago. Had an account called Kaufman Faked It, and set up. We shared the password. So in other words, like right now, if I set up a account called Kaufman Google Hangouts Saturday, and password Saturday, and all you guys here then could log into that account with password Saturday, and you could do anything you wanted with it, and nobody would know that it was multiple people until somebody finally got the bright idea to hijack it and change the password. But yeah, so when I say sometimes on DeepMouth, that's exactly what I mean, sometimes.
Sometimes it's you, sometimes it's Lynn.
I didn't say that.
I was just asking. I was just curious. But, all right, that's cool. You're an interesting fellow, Mr. Maddox.
Is the clown back?
I wish. Where's Fugly?
I don't know. He's probably snorting Prozac somewhere.
Oh man. What was your other question, James? That was a really good one.
Oh, why? I mean, if he shares the account, I guess it makes sense for there to be a separate account. But I just want to know, why was it necessary to have a DeepMouth account? Just.
The creation of the DeepMouth account was to have a locked account, one of those ones where, where people have to request being part of it and stuff like that. And it was a place to have much more sensitive information. So over the years, much more sensitive things have been said on the DeepMouth account than were ever said on any of the other accounts. So it was the one private account. I mean, a few private accounts have showed up over the years since then, but not to the extent of what DeepMouth is, which is, DeepMouth. Yeah, there's like UPuppet and Chaos something is another one where it's a locked. I don't know what the word is for that one. It's a locked account where people have to send requests to follow it. But anyway, that was the origin of DeepMouth, was to have a place where videos and links and facts and much more sensitive things were being said on that account than might be said. And you figure there's a mountain of stuff that's been deleted from that account.
Indeed, yeah. There's like one tweet currently.
Yeah, matter of fact, I used to just delete the whole account. I couldn't tell you how many times I've deleted the main account, the Andy Kaufman account. That is like I became the #1 tweeter in New Mexico and got some kind of thing of, you're the #1 tweeter, you got the most followers. It was like in the thousands, tens of thousands of followers. And I thought, what would be funny is to do the exact opposite of what someone would normally do at this point, which is to somehow cash in on that. So instead, I deleted the account. That was the first time. That was the first time I ever deleted the Andy Kaufman account. That was like in 2009, maybe. And I deleted it for like a year, and then resurrected it. Went back, it was available, and I got it. And I've done that a number of times where I delete it. And one time, or a couple times, people hijacked it and took it over for a while. That happened a few years back. I deleted either my Stephen Maddox account or the Andy Kaufman account, and somebody hijacked it and started calling people names and getting all shitty with everybody. It was funny.
So John Lumberg just sent me a message about you, Steve. he said he wants you to know that he's willing to do an interview on your terms. You guys don't have to meet. You can do it on Skype, and you can make the terms. He just wants you to know that. That's. Uh-oh.
No.
Oh, saved by the phone.
Okie doke. See you in a little bit. I know that. I mean, people have said that. before about the Skype and all that stuff.
Hmm. He just wanted to let you know. He wasn't sure if you were aware. So just.
Kurt has brought up the Skype, I think, a few times.
Hmm. Cool. Anyway, I think that's it for me. I got people coming over about an hour for a barbecue, so I gotta start getting ready.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually on my lunch break. I have to actually get food now, so
Do you guys
I'll
want
be out
me,
too.
like Steve? You want me to leave this on so you can talk to the others? You guys have to go. What do you want me to do?
Oh, I never even planned on being here, so I don't have any.
No, I'll go for another half hour. I got time. Let's keep going.
I do have to go. You guys take it easy.
All right, take care, man.
I appreciate you
Bye,
having
all.
me.
Take care. Thanks for coming by.
Yeah, I got a little bit of time. I'll be okay. This is rare that we never get together like this, so gotta make every moment count.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's great when new people come across this stuff. I always love hearing it through their perspective. You know, anyone who's coming across new to this. I mean, not. There's always new stuff happening, so it's not like I'm not constantly surprised about stuff. But it's like for someone to come in and like have this wealth of information with the Puzzlementary offices, and then to hear about Detective Hardy, and then to know that there's Network 54 and Wave and Awake, and I mean all this crazy stuff, AndyKaufmanLives.com, and just so on and so forth, and just to come across all this stuff and then try to make sense out of it. And then there's Steven talking about leaving little messages under booths and stuff. It's like anybody would just be like, I'm in the eye of the tornado here. I have no idea what's going on. So it's awesome. It's a lot of fun to see how people react to this stuff. So I'm glad he came by.
Yeah. Steven, you and Diane doing anything fun this summer? Taking some trips, vacations, anything like that?
We never planned anything. We just went to the Grand Canyon 2 weekends ago, 3 weekends ago, maybe. We drove over to the Grand Canyon.
Nice. Isn't it beautiful? It doesn't even look real. It's so surreal.
Oh yeah, it was cool.
Yeah. I was on a 7-day cruise about 2 months ago. I went to some cool places, did some cool things. That was awesome.
That's cool. What were your stops?
Cozumel, Mexico, the Grand Cayman Islands, and somewhere in Jamaica. I forgot the name of the Jamaican island.
Did you go to Hell?
Yeah, I went to hell. I got some pictures there.
Okay. I've been to where you're talking about. I just can't think of which part of Jamaica it is, but yeah, I've been to Hell.
Yeah, hell is cool. That was neat. Even though it was really small, it was kind of cool. I like the gift shop they have. You can get things from hell.
I remember matter of fact, that's where I was when I mailed all that stuff to Kurt and all those other people.
Really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was in. Was it? No, it was in Ocho Rios.
That's where I went. That's Ocho Rios. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So we were in the same place, different times.
yeah. There's like a road, and it's got all kinds of like restaurants and things along it. And there was a eating area. It was like a little, almost like a strip mall, and there was an eating area. And I remember sitting at that eating area and making all those puzzles for all the people that I mailed those things to, and I mailed them from Ocho Rios.
That's crazy. I was there 2 months ago.
Yeah. Yeah, this would have been, this is a long time ago, maybe 10, 15 years ago. I don't know.
That was so much fun. That was awesome. You had to like email this account. I think the guy's name was Craig. And then you had to email him like some secret, what was it? You emailed him if you were interested, and then he would reply with some kind of like cryptic series of numbers and letters, and then you'd have to email that back to him. I forgot what it was, but man, you made it a lot of fun. That was awesome. King sent that to me from Jamaica. You were out there for what would you say, the Bare Naked Ladies or something?
No, we went on all the Bare Naked Ladies cruises, but no, this was before that.
Oh, that's cool. They're one of my favorite bands, Bare Naked Ladies. That's cool.
Oh, they're awesome. Other than they've completely fallen apart now without Stephen Page, and we went and saw them here at one of the casinos in town shortly after Stephen Page was booted out. And it was nice, but it felt like a B&L tribute band. You know, it's not the same without Stephen Page and Ed Robertson interacting up there on stage. They were, it's like Lennon and McCartney. They were idiots, and now one of them, is dead, and so they're never going to work again. And,
that stinks. They were on my list of people to see in the future. Oh, that's sad.
Oh, B&L or the Beatles?
Not the B. Well,
Okay.
we got Paul
Because
McCarthy's
I
coming out.
I got bad news. George Harrison's dead too.
Oh no! What about Lennon?
Yeah, Lennon's dead. George
We got
Harrison.
Paul McCarthy is coming out to Lollapalooza in Chicago, but the single date tickets are gone. It's all VIP and it's like $2,000. So no.
Yeah. If you ever ask him for an autograph, make sure you pronounce his name right though, because you just called him McCarthy.
Yeah. Sorry, it's a Chicago thing, okay? Chicago.
Yeah.
Forget about it.
McCarthy.
Yeah.
Paul McCarthy.
Yeah, I can't say that.
Paul McCarthy's dead. I mean, Paul McCartney is alive, but Paul McCarthy is the one. So people like Frank accidentally think that Paul McCartney faked his death, when in reality Paul McCarthy, a Chicago native, is the one that faked his death. I'm sure I bragged about getting to be backstage at a McCartney concert. That was
really
cool. Yeah.
Oh, that's
yeah.
cool.
I mean, I've been backstage at a bazillion concerts working with Clear Channel and all that stuff, but being backstage at McCartney was probably the coolest because he was such an influence on when I was a kid, becoming a bass player, and you know, I owned a Hofner because of him. I owned a Rickenbacker because of him. And when I was a kid, I worshipped him. Later on, it was like, yeah, I got into other stuff. But man, when I was 15, I just worshipped Paul McCartney.
Did you get to meet him?
Yeah.
Oh, how was he? I hear he's nice.
Yeah, he was pleasant. His wife wasn't. I mean, I didn't interact with her, but boy, she didn't seem very friendly to the people around her. Because he just kind of breezed past and met and hellos. We sat and ate with her, and she just seemed rude and whatever. That was the one with one leg who divorced him. I can't think of her name, but
she dead now?
No, that's Linda. That's the original wife.
Oh, okay.
This wife had her leg blown off by a landmine, or a cop hit her or some crazy shit. Or no, she had a charity for people that had their legs blown off by a landmine. She had lost hers in a car accident, I think, maybe with a police officer or something. But anyway, she just was. I didn't like the way she can treat people however she wants, but I didn't personally care for the way she treated the people serving the food backstage and whatever. She just seemed like a bitch, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at. I don't know. How did we get down that road? Oh, yeah. Picturing you asking Paul McCartney and saying, Mr. McCarthy, could I have your autograph? I paid $2,000 to see your show, Mr. McCarthy. Could I have your autograph?
Yeah.
He would walk away faster than if you called Dale Earnhardt Dale Jarrett. He would turn and walk away from you.
I got a little accent, okay? I don't say things correctly.
Yeah, you can blame it on that, but you goofed up.
I goofed up. I admit it. Okay, I'm sorry.
Embrace your goof ups.
I embrace it. I still, you know, it's funny. I just learned how to ride a bike a month ago, and I'm 21. Yeah, I was
a motorcycle or a bicycle?
A bicycle.
Your whole life, growing up as a child, you never had a bicycle?
Yeah, I was sheltered. Whoa.
Oh God. Here we go. We got them both. On. Oh yeah, here we go. Feedback time.
Yeah, I just learned how to ride a bike last month. When I was a kid, I stepped on a beehive in the woods, and all the bees attacked me. And since then, I was scared to go outside.
Can you swim? Or
no, I can't swim either.
So the whole time growing up, you just didn't go outside and didn't go outside?
No, I had a fear of bees. I would go outside when we go out to eat or something, but I would never go play with my friends outside. It would be sitting inside. No, I had to have been 5. My grandfather was chopping wood at my aunt's house in the woods back, and I went back to find him because I missed him, and I didn't see it, but there was an active beehive on the ground, and I stepped on it, and all the bees got up there, and they were all over me, stinging me. My grandpa had to tackle me into a lake to get him to stop. Yeah.
Oh my God.
And since then, I was terrified of bees, so I associated bees with outside, so I never would go outside.
Your fear was more logical than mine. I was afraid of dinosaurs.
I still,
Yeah.
I still have this fear that I'm scared of ketchup. I have a fear of ketchup still.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I am. It's the weirdest thing.
I love ketchup. I don't like
No,
mustard.
I.
Careful, the laptop's live.
Okay, yeah, we can see. Yeah, I have a fear of ketchup. Like any.
No, I was telling Diane to be careful, not walk in front of the laptop because it's live.
Okay.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
Hey, Diane! Mystery lady?
I think she's.
Dear Diane, my goodness. She's always kind of like been this.
Oh, yeah, she can't hear you because I have headphones on.
Whoa,
I got to eliminate that feedback that.
Oh yes, that's right.
Talks
Well,
about.
please tell her say hi, because she's always kind of been an enigma. Well, as you.
Kurt says hi.
Hi, Diane.
Well, you got to say it loud. She waved.
Hi.
There you go.
Should we drop the Nate McCoy one? Because I hear double voices for you.
No.
That's what's so fun about it.
But if I was doing Alan Terry, I would. What would I do?
I don't want to talk about that. I'll get it wrong.
See, now you only hear me off one, right?
Yeah, you're good now.
Now I'm coming up with the other one.
Well, now
Yeah.
you are.
But see, if I mic both of them, and did you ever wonder why I talk so slow? It's because I'm always hearing myself in a delay, and that's why I talk so slow.
Oh.
Have you ever heard like your own voice is like half a second behind your voice?
No, I never noticed it.
Well, no, I mean like you have a setup like what I'm doing right now, which is having two computers going, and one mic's picking me up that shouldn't be, and then this mic's picking me up.
Oh, so that's how you did Alan Terry.
I didn't say that.
Is Alan Terry gonna pop up here? 3 accounts?
I love it. I love it.
Oh,
yeah.
I don't know.
So, Steve,
there
are
we go.
you saying that normally, like just out there in the world, you have a delay on your own voice?
Just because of what I'm doing right this second.
Oh, I
One
see.
laptop-
Because
the
of
lap-
technology.
Smokey Joe.
Did you see Smokey Smuckers? There he is.
Oh, sweet Smuckers. Look at little Smuckers.
You know, fatty.
He's very blurry. He just wuggity, 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 wuggity. And there's Diane's feet.
Yes. The mystery woman.
Okay,
That's awesome.
she's done.
Double Stevens, look at that.
Anyway, yeah, when two mics are open, there's a delay, and that makes you talk real slow. So I need really to shut one mic off because I'm not doing any kind of character right now. Like James, James, probably the clown. You do realize James is Knuckles, ugly.
Is he? Are you
No.
sure?
No, I'm making that up.
Because they were on at the same time and it was no delay.
Yeah, I meant to feed him and I forgot. I'm going to see if it's still raining. Yep.
It's clear here.
Yeah, it's just a little bit. It's raining. That's
So,
my
Stephen,
rock.
Matthew wants to know why you were so excited to get backstage to the Bare Naked Ladies show. That's his question.
Why I was excited to be backstage at the Bare Naked Ladies show?
Yes, that was Matthew's question.
I wasn't. I thought it was cool to be backstage. I enjoyed the Paul McCartney thing. Backstage at B&L was work, and I don't get the question, I guess, is what I'm confused. I was excited to be at B&L.
Yeah, that was his.
She was. She was excited to be. She was very excited to meet B&L.
I'm seeing the Stones live pretty soon in the next month or two. I'm excited.
Oh, that's awesome. How much do they charge expensive for the tickets, or?
It's at this big music festival where it's one price gets in, and my buddy works for the festival, so I didn't have to pay extra for the extra tickets. So I only paid
That's
$30. Yeah.
so. What kind of seats are they? Are they good or?
Well, it's outside, so we're like in the lawn.
Next time Alice Cooper plays here, I'm gonna pay extra 100 or 200. You can get backstage passes and meet him.
Nice.
And they give you pictures and like discounts on his website and stuff.
Alice Cooper.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Alice Cooper. He's my favorite.
He puts on a great show.
Have you ever seen the Stones, Steven? Do you ever see the Stones?
No.
No. They're really old, but I hear they could put on a good show.
You ever heard that rainbow song they do? She's a rainbow.
Oh, I love that one. She's like a rainbow. I
Yeah,
love that.
Awesome song. That's one of my favorite ones they do.
Me too. That and Painted Black, I think, are my two.
Oh, that's a good one too. Ruby Tuesday's another good one.
Oh yes. God, they have so many good ones, huh? Left. They just kept going.
I think I like the Stones better than the Beatles, even though I like the Beatles too.
Well, I never understood why bands actually break up and then they have to get back together later on. Why don't they just take a hiatus from each other if they don't want to hang out, and then, they just kind of leave it like the Eagles, right? And they say they'd never get back together until the hell froze over or something, and it's like, why? It's just, what's the point of breaking up? It's kind of strange.
I think Fleetwood Mac did that too. I think they're back together.
Fleetwood Mac.
Well, a lot of cases, it's financial. It's about money. They want to installation.
Oh, he disappeared.
Mm-hmm. I think.
So when is your book going to be done, Jack? Man, when can we expect to hear to read this?
It should be later this month. I was going to send you and Stephen and John a copy of it with the short story.
How many pages are you up to now?
I'm up to 210.
And then how long, like, what's the time span when you started and up to, like, how many years or months or what have you?
I've been working on it since I was interviewed last time on the on the news around here around 2013. I had the idea of it, but I wrote the whole book once and I wasn't happy with it. This time around, I'm much happier with it.
Nice. So it's a long project. That's cool.
And it's based on real events?
No, I wouldn't write about the real mafia. I'd be too afraid to. They'd come after me or something.
Man, the Chicago mob stuff is really interesting. I watch documentaries all the time about it. I went on a big mob tour a few months ago of all like the spots in Chicago where the mob was big, like the St. Valentine's Day Massacre and all that.
You know what's interesting? You know, Al Capone in the book I'm reading, they don't think he had anything to do with that.
No, I don't think it did either.
Yeah.
That's what Chicago feels. Everyone's like, no, Capone had nothing.
A lot of these murders, they can't even pin those on him, so I'm wondering, that'd be funny if Al Capone never even killed anybody.
Yeah, just like Dillinger. I don't think Dillinger ever killed anybody.
Yeah, just kind of like outlaw or whatever.
Oh, Stephen, Matthew has a question here. He goes, we had Joseph Brown in here earlier. Actually, Joseph was hanging out. Well, Joseph was asking his questions on Twitter and stuff and on the whatnot there, and he was going, so we had Joseph Brown in here earlier. What do you know about him, and have you ever had interactions with him?
There you go.
So I guess that's the answer to your question there, Matthew.
Is Matthew still there?
He's listening. I'm pulling up his little chat bar on the side here, and everyone's question.
So let me ask you, Stephen, who was the creator back in that Q&A about a year ago? I'm curious.
I don't. I mean, did it? I don't remember that.
I think there was like a video feed. Am I right, guys? There was like a video feed of him, like a backyard.
I don't know if it showed him though. I
No.
think that.
That was just like.
Okay.
Run at the same time.
I was curious.
Yeah, obviously it was supposed to represent a potential Kaufman being alive thing, but no, it was just two computers.
Okay.
Are you a fan, Steve, of Motley Crue? I think you are. I can't remember.
Back when they were popular, I don't really know anything they do now. Or
Yeah, my
anything
dad
about them
used
now.
to. My dad used to be roommates with Bob Dylan. He went on to be Mick Mars.
Your dad was friends with those guys?
With just Bob Dill, the guy that played that became Mick Mars. He used to be in a band called White Horse in like Southern California, but I guess White Horse never took off. The funny thing is there was a female singer for the band, and her name was Mickey Mars.
Wow.
He stole the name from her.
Oh my God. Wow, man. That's cool. Your dad. So how do you know these guys, or how do you know him?
He knew him that I guess he lived around. I think it was kind of like Orange County, and he knew a lot of those musicians back then. But the fun thing is, he put my Bob Dylan in for free room and board and stuff. And like back then, my dad never even thought Bob Dylan was gonna hit it big, because he said even though he was good, there were other musicians around there just as good as him.
Oh my God! I just heard a car crash outside, like literally right across the block.
Crash?
Oh God! I just heard the screeching and then the metal and the.
Oh crap!
Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna run out there and dial 911. I'll be right back.
Yeah,
You got it, Kurt. Save lives. You got it.
Man,
Super Kurt is like a hero.
He's Batman.
Kurt is Batman. I talk like a robot.
But I find it funny how these bands like Motley Crue and stuff, like they say it's their last tour, but it seems like they say that every year. Like they've been saying that 3 years.
Who recently said that? It was Motley Crue.
Yeah, but it seems like they've been saying it since like 2011 or so.
It's our last time, guys. We promise.
And that's what David Bowie's band did too. Though I don't blame Bowie. I think it was his greedy manager. Like during his Diamond Dogs tour, he said that was going to be his final tour too, and he was playing right after that again too. But people are buying all their tickets and stuff. I guess it's just a gimmick.
It's all a gimmick. They want you to come because they think it's the last time, then it's not.
Yeah, it's all about greed, I guess.
Yeah. I've barely seen any bands. I gotta get more out there, some concerts. I saw Smash Mouth last summer for free. That was that was fun.
That's cool. I saw all I've seen is Alice Cooper. I've seen Tom Jones when I was a kid. I still remember the women throwing their panties up on stage at him. And man, who the hell else? And I saw Blue Oyster Cult, one of my favorite bands in Albuquerque, about 5 years ago.
I know who those guys are. I know Blue Oyster, I think.
They do "Don't Fear the Reaper" and
Mm-hmm.
a bunch of old cool songs.
Yeah, Don't Fear the Reaper. I know them. I'm more of a '90s guy. That's what I grew up with, like '90s rock and stuff.
I like some of the '90s stuff. I like Nine Inch Nails.
But I'm more of like, the fun, hip stuff. Like, hey, kids, like, not really kiddie, but it's just different. I wasn't a grunge guy, let's just say.
Yeah, I never got into Nirvana. I never really.
Nah.
I thought it depressed me too much. Not that he wasn't talented, what he did, I guess.
Nah. That's a conspiracy in its own, the Kurt Cobain stuff.
Oh, that his wife killed him or
Yeah.
something?
We got a guy in Rantcast coming within the next week or two who's big on it, and he's going to come on the show and talk to us about it.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people that love Kurt Cobain.
I wanted to get Frank Nora on Rantcast to talk about the Paul is Dead stuff, but he didn't want to do it.
Maybe he'll come on a little later.
Yeah, hopefully. I like him.
Paul is crazy too.
Yeah. I don't know much.
Uh-oh.
Wow. Okay. I don't know anything about the Paul is Dead stuff, and Jack brought it up. I forgot when, but not
Yeah,
Jack.
I
No,
don't know
Frank.
anything
No, Frank. Frank did. Sorry.
That's okay.
Mhm. Is there any conspiracy theories, Stephen, that you think are just absurd? Except for all of them?
Because of what I think.
Yeah. People think that of me too when I talk. Whenever I bring up the Kaufman stuff, like, "Oh, you must be conspiracy nut." I'm like, "Well, I'm not." Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, there's better things to do. The Kaufman stuff doesn't take over my life. It's just something that interests me from time to time. I was. I was gonna. I had like when I first started the podcast, I wanted to do one a week, but then I'm like, well, I'll run out of guests eventually. Then there'll be nothing to talk about for a while. So now I'm pacing them.
You know who's aggravating you, or just real silly? That stupid Alex Jones guy. Like he'll get these articles and he'll act like it's proof of this insane stuff he's doing, but the articles are coming right from his website.
Are you talking about Bill Hicks?
No, he's Alex Jones.
No, people think that Bill Hicks, the dead comedian, is Alex Jones.
Oh, really?
There's a big thing about it. Yeah, there's videos everywhere. Do you know who Alex Jones is, Stephen? You ever hear of the guy?
I'm familiar with the name. Is
Yeah,
my hand on the screen right now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
He's a loony bin, that guy. He just screams and
he's crazy.
the government wants your kids. Like
Somebody told me he moved to Australia or something, but
I think he's still in the
George Norrie. Oh, that's cool.
Hey.
Yeah, he's very. Hey, what happened?
Dude, there's an intersection right nearby here, and it's like you're not supposed to do a U-turn. It's like there's like a median there, and you're not supposed to do a U-turn around this, but a lot of people will do that, you know. And that's probably what happened. I got out, and there were just a bunch of people out there, you know, looking at what's going on. I called 911. I'm sure a lot of people did too. It didn't look like anyone was like seriously injured or anything, and you know, maybe it was just. It sounded bad. That's for sure.
That's good.
God.
I was hit by a drunk driver once. That sucked.
Oh man.
Really?
Yeah, I wasn't hurt at all. He just hit me, and I was old enough to know that hey, I can milk this somehow and go to therapy and get some money.
Right.
No, he just hit me. It wasn't bad. Totaled my car. I've had 3 accidents. None have ever been my fault, and all those cars have been totaled. It's crazy.
Whoa.
Yeah. People just keep hitting me.
There's a lot of drunk drivers around here. Well, I guess you could say that about anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So John, now that you've learned to ride a bike, are you riding a bike a lot more, or?
I get bike to work now. Work is only 2 miles away, so I'm gonna start biking and saving the gas
That's
money.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's such a thrill. Riding a bike is great, man.
Yeah.
Out here in California, you really got to watch your back because there are so many people who are just really careless with how they drive. So I actually got hit on my phone. I was right on the sidewalk. And then there was a street that was coming out, and I thought for sure the lady saw me, you know, and that was just my own ignorance and not stopping, you know. I thought for sure she saw me, and she clipped the back of my bike and the wheel, and I said, "Whoa, lady, you could have actually killed me right there. You know, like you could have smashed him. Like, oh, I'm so sorry. I just wasn't watching." I'm like, I know it wasn't my fault. You know, it wasn't like my fault too, I guess, because I should have just waited. You know, I shouldn't have just gone. Oh yeah, I got a bicycle. Okay, just right across there. Nah, the lady had a stop sign, but I don't know, man. You really got to watch back out there if you're riding your bike, and because they're just a lot of drivers. A lot of people come over here who are, well, they're a lot of countries, let's say, who maybe they have their driver's license, I don't know, but some of these people are just really, they're not using their turn signals, they're just not watching, you know, just crazy, man. But
like that here, they tailgate so bad, and if you had to hit the brakes in the road for any reason, it would cause a horrible accident.
Oof.
I don't even go drive in Chicago. I stay away from driving the Cinetic trains.
I imagine it would be pretty scary there.
I'm far enough away from the city where it's suburban drivers and they're fine. Everyone's careful and cautious. But if you drive half hour up to Chicago downtown, no one cares.
What show I'm starting to watch again? I was thinking of you, John. That, remember that? Did you ever see that show, Perfect Strangers? With
Yeah.
No, never heard of it.
Yeah, there's this guy. It's this guy that he's kind of like a Lotka ripoff, but I still like him. Kind of nice.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, he's definitely inspired by Lotka, but I still love the character.
Absolutely.
It's really funny. And it takes place in Chicago, the whole show, though. So they show all the landmarks and stuff of Chicago when it starts, and it's a fun show.
Not many shows are based in Chicago. I don't know why. It's all New York, and but Chicago's a nice town. I don't get it.
Yeah, that's why it stuck out.
Yeah.
Which one was that, Steve? Oh, I don't think I've seen that.
That's a newer show, yeah. Yeah, it's... Yeah.
So you guys, should we end this thing? I just realized 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. It's 5.5 hours. I just realized I've been out here 5.5 hours.
That's insane. I just woke up and I pop out of here. I'd be okay with calling it quits. It's Saturday. I'm sure we got stuff going on.
Well, you have a picnic after all.
Yeah, I gotta get my grill ready. I don't have any gas or charcoal, and I gotta go find stuff.
Oh, man. Wow. What another fun day.
Fugly? I missed that.
Yeah, well, that wasn't fugly, but he thinks it's fugly.
Oh.
So yeah, Jack, should you go back in time, after we're done with this thing, and you go to check out what's going on, you'll see we had a lot of surprise guests that we did not expect. It was
Yeah, some
amazing.
guy named Ryan from Turkey. He was all about talking about his fuck buddy and Pikachu, whatever his name is.
Yeah, I think we even showed her on our screen. Do you want to see pine? What do you say? Pine? Oh, pine nipple. He goes, pine nipple.
Yeah.
And we're like, what nipple? He goes, oh, hold on, I'll show you. And all of a sudden, he puts up his cell phone, and we got pine nipple on it. And yeah, you'll get a kick out.
Was on then, kind of.
What? What, Jack?
Oh, Claire from CMG was on? Oh,
interesting you said that, because Steven actually called one, and there was a voicemail from Claire. So she technically was on, but she kind of...
You know how funny this is? Like, Jack, what happened was Steven came on, and it was, like, quiet for minutes, and he just kept calling phone numbers. Then eventually started talking, but like Kurt was like, his ear was like against the speaker. It was really funny because it came up as Nate McCoy, and Kurt was like, "Oh my gosh!" And I was like, "What is this?" And
oh, I can't wait to watch it.
It's 5 hours. It's over 5 hours. Gosh, what are we doing with our Saturdays, guys?
One thing's for sure, we're doing something eventful. That's for sure. And that's what's exciting, is just knowing that this thing is going to be, saved for future people to see, and they're going to come across this and go, "What the heck? Or what's going on?" And
what the hell is this?
Oh man! Wow, man. Well, shoot, you guys, I had so much fun.
That would be awesome. It would be weird, though. I hope that, nobody gets in trouble for that or anything.
We're all going to be arrested as accomplices.
You hope that no one gets in trouble for what, Jack?
I hope nobody gets in trouble for that, when they gets exhumed or anything.
No, it's all of us. We're all in trouble.
No, I don't mean that. I just mean that would be sad if he got busted or something. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Steven?
No, not Steven. I mean Andy.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, I
cool.
think a lot of fun if it was exhumed and it was empty, and heck, you'd even inspire.
Empty, man.
Yeah. Kaufman True a theory that Kaufman actually took that sleep drug. That you actually took the sleep drug, fell asleep in the casket. It was like, it makes you pretty much dead, I guess.
Well, they mentioned that in Bob's book, the Romeo and Juliet drug that they took.
Right. So Kaufman Truth thinks that maybe he was asleep in the casket while they're in the funeral, or whatever, at wake or whatever. But then we hear from Joe Troiani? Is that his name? Joe Troiani, who says he poked something like that. He said it was like a wooden.
Yeah, he said it was like a mannequin. He thought it wouldn't budge or something. That was what he said, but that's weird. Wow. I believe Steven. Because he said this before the Buddhist did it.
Something that Steven was talking was that these are criminals who helped this happen. So they're if we were their permission in order to actually in the grave, so they'd have to. I don't even know how we'd go about doing that. I have no idea. But I think it's time. I think I'm gonna bust out here. I gotta go eat something. I'm so hungry. Guys, I had such a fun time.
Go eat food.
Go eat food. Yeah. So thank you. Wonderful time. I'm gonna bust out of here.
Yeah.
Take care.
See you.
Kurt.
Good night.
All right. Well, do you guys want to hang out for a few more minutes, or you gotta go?
Oh yeah.
So to
And it
clarify,
probably comes with formaldehyde and all kinds of things too that made it feel unnatural or something.
so I realized a connection with Joe Brown. We had Joseph Brown in the chat room, and he was giving us all these locations, and Steve, you even kind of like mentioned the town in South Carolina. So has there ever been any interaction with you and Joseph Brown? Have you chatted at all? Do you even know who he is? No. Mhm. Okay. 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 Yeah. Cause. Mhm. He.
Kaufman lives. Oh, sorry. There's a delay, so it always makes me talk over.
Yeah.
They zoomed on that face of Kaufman's, or the guy that he took in the store. He kind of looked like Kaufman, but I put it in the celebrity look-alike generator, and he didn't get Andy. Andy got Nicholas Cage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm. Mhm. Yeah, Joseph Brown was telling me he's been doing this for 25 years and he thinks he found Andy, like the actual Andy, but he doesn't want to give the information out because he doesn't want it to like be the if it's the wrong person, he'll be in trouble. It's weird, it's strange. I don't know. Yeah, he got my attention. He wants to come on Coughcast, but he doesn't want to give away any details. So I'll let him come on just out of curiosity, see what he's got to say. Yeah. We've been trying to get him on since January, so I don't know. I don't know. Maybe before that. Wow.
I was gonna tell you guys if you have any health problems, like one thing that I've found that seems to help a little bit is probiotics. Do either of you guys take those or not?
No.
It's supposedly like I think I might have figured out why I'm so sick. Cause have you ever heard of the Candida overgrowth?
Mm-mm.
It's a thing where Candida is like a fungus that you naturally have in your body, but through bad diet and other bad things, it can increase and intensify, and it can cause all kinds of trouble in your body, like neurological problems and stuff. Eventually, like food allergies and stuff.
Huh.
But if you take a probiotic, and you got to take antifungals too, but a probiotic will help kill that. But see, stuff like antibiotics, they make it bigger, the Candida. And I've been prescribed antibiotics a lot in my life. I mean, it's a theory. I'm going to go to a Lyme specialist, and she does Candida too, and we're going to take my blood and test me for that and a bunch of other stuff. But I think that's what it is. But since I've taken the probiotic, I do feel slightly better.
Good.
But for everybody though, to put good bacteria back in your stomach, it might be a good thing for just everybody to
I
be on a
need to.
probiotic.
Ever since my grandpa passed a few months ago, I've been the health nut because one of the last things he told me before he passed was, don't end up like me health wise because it's not fun. So I've been kind of trying to honor him by doing that, not eating as much junk, but it's hard. It's well, I've been good all week. Okay, I can have a burger.
It is hard not junk food. If I could eat it, I'd be going to get a pizza right now.
Dude, the
If I
deep
could.
dish if deep dish pizza is my death. Like we have such good pizza here. It's hard not to eat it.
You guys remember when Pizza Hut used to do those stuffed crusts?
Yeah,
Like
they still
in the
do.
90s?
They
Oh, they
still
still
do.
do it? I love that. I
Yeah.
used to always eat it backwards like they did in the
I try so
commercial.
hard not to eat this stuff. It sucks. It's been a struggle. I've been working out the last few weeks though, so hopefully.
Is it Oh, sorry, it froze so for like 10 seconds. So.
I don't know. My grandpa had bad diabetes. He needed like 2 shots a day, and my family has a history with it. So I'm trying to cut pop and do all this stuff. It's hard.
That's a good thing. Or if you don't like take it out of your diet completely, just have it every once in a while. You know what's pretty
Yeah.
good is go to the store and buy some natural ginger ale in a
Mm.
health food store.
Stabbing. Well, yeah, true, but I don't want it to get worse.
Oh.
What? Oh! What a jokester. uh, sorry, soda. I don't know what you guys call it over there.
Do you ever,
Yeah.
do you guys have diabetes or blood sugar problems or no?
I probably will in the future with my family genes. When I got out of high school, I drank like 8, 9 cans of Coke a day. That's how I gained all this weight. I used to be like 220, 230. Now I'm almost 300.
I used to drink.
I'm 6'1", so you can't tell I'm that fat. Yeah. But I'm big.
I'm about 6'1", maybe a little beneath.
Are you?
6'1".
I didn't picture you being 6'1". Wow. Huh.
Yeah, I notice in my pictures I look a lot smaller than I am. It might be because
whenever I meet you, we could be like head to
I'm
head.
down to 148 and I'm kind of like anorexic almost now.
When I meet you in the summer, we're gonna be like head to head then.
Yeah, we're about the same height. How tall did I seem, Steve, when you saw me, or could you remember?
Uh-oh. Think he's gone again.
You know, there's a lot of delays on this thing. I think it might just be my computer, but I noticed when Kurt was on, it would delay too.
Mm-hmm. I wish we could do this on Skype. It would be much easier. Skype never.
We should.
Yeah.
This
But then
thing is
you wouldn't have the
long.
open forum then that anyone could join if it was on Skype. It would be more controlled. Yeah. Now it's quiet.
Yeah, I know. Where's Steve?
He'll be back. Wait a minute. I don't want to leave because it's so rare. I'm gonna give it.
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
know,
say.
talk to him. Yeah, I'm the same way. I was gonna go get a sandwich, but I'd rather not a sandwich, but something to eat.
I think I'm gonna call it quits in like 20 minutes or so I can go get stuff for this barbecue. I literally woke up, ate a slice of pizza, and started doing this. I haven't done anything since. I'm still in my pajamas, kind of.
Did you ever play the original Nintendo?
Yeah, very little when I was younger, because I grew up with the N64 stuff. And Sega
Oh,
Genesis, my stepdad had Sega Genesis. That's my first video game memories, believe it or not.
Oh, so like Diddy Kong Racing.
Yeah.
Mario Kart, GoldenEye.
Yeah, when I got my grandpa gave me an N64 for Christmas, I freaked out. And I got a hit because like when I didn't go outside, I would just play my N64 and watch Nickelodeon. That's all I did.
You know, that thing for its time was cutting edge when that came out, Nintendo 64.
It was huge, yeah.
'Cause like Super Nintendo wasn't that different from regular Nintendo, but 64, that's 64-bit.
Yeah, every game was different.
Oh, I loved it. You remember Turok?
Yeah, Turok Seeds of Evil, man. Yeah. Man. Well, you alright there, Steve?
I crashed again.
Well, hopefully this will last. I'm only on for another 20 minutes. I'm just having fun, but in 20 minutes I gotta go to the store and probably get my pajamas off. I've been in my pajamas this whole time. I got home at like 5 in the morning yesterday after hanging out with everybody. Slept for like 5 hours. Woke up and got this going. So
I'd be so tired if I only got 5 hours sleep.
I get too crazy on my weekends, man. We have fun.
Still raining, Steve?
No, it's dreary and overcast, but it stopped raining.
Yeah, I can hear it hitting the window like intermittently, but
it was supposed to rain all weekend here, but it's cleared up. I'm pretty glad about that.
That's cool. So when's Art Bell coming back? This year?
I'm not sure. I just read an article yesterday, and They sound like something that's in the near future, but like I said, it's internet radio, so
Kind of like a podcast.
I'm guessing, yeah, something like either a podcast or live, probably live streaming, like an internet radio station.
Did you ever hear Ray Taliaferro on the radio?
Doesn't sound familiar.
He was so funny. Like he hated the Republicans, and like whenever and Bush, and whenever a Republican would call up, he'd say, "You stupid idiot, you fool!" He'd scream at him. But I never heard anyone on the radio like that before, and I thought, "Whoa, that's great."
No, I never heard of him.
Have you, Steve? You've heard my Redcast before, right? Have you listened? I'm curious.
I've heard a couple of them. I know I heard the one where he that you guys talked about how he pretended to be a cop and
yeah, he got me bad.
Had you all upset. Yeah.
I'm just curious. I like to know people's feedbacks and stuff. It's interesting.
Yeah, like I said, I've listened to maybe one or two or part of one or two of them, and if that's been a while since I've heard them. Yeah, I mean it's fun or cool that you guys do that.
We turned this whole basement to a studio. We both bought mics for ourselves, and we got a mixer. We got a TV that we could stream stuff and watch it. It's cool.
That's cool.
We got a nice little studio down there. I wish I could do Kaufcast there, but he owns a fish tank business, so he cleans fish tanks, so he's always busy. I only see him once a week. Yeah.
But when you move into his house, you'll have more access to him.
Yeah, I can use the studio for all the I have so many projects coming up. It's gonna be fun. I'm excited for you guys to check them out.
That's cool.
Yeah, I put up a Craigslist ad for some actors for some stuff coming up. So, all right. Hopefully, I don't get weird people showing up to these auditions I'm having, because I'm doing auditions at a park. That's the only public place I have, and I got like 20 people coming for these auditions, and
yeah, but you would want the weird ones. Those are the ones that are going to be fun.
Yeah, that's especially for what I want to do with the Brain Freak character I have. So that's going to be interesting. I just bought a new outfit and everything. I'm going all out. Creativity.
Very cool.
Yeah.
I like. And you said you were going to kind of make it kind of like Jackass and kind of how it's a live movie like Borat and stuff.
Yeah, it'll be mixtures of Borat with actual story. Like Borat with a lot of improv, but had a story, and they're actors who do the story. That's kind of what I'm doing. Like I'm going to be doing tricks to people on the street, but the characters who are with me, like my two groupies who are with me, and my manager, they're all characters, actors who are playing their part.
Just don't try and tell anybody that Andy Kaufman doesn't have talent. That seems to ruffle feathers.
I kind of take what I'm doing off of what he did in a way, so I'm kind of twisting it in my own way. I think his style's cool. I like his style of how he did it. Like I told everyone who's coming to audition, like when I'm filming, I'm not gonna break the Brain Freak character. I want them to be in their character too. The second we meet up to film, with knowing what they're doing already ahead of time, so it's gonna be fun. I did stand up a few weeks ago with it, and everyone got a kick out of it. I did this trick where my two assistants had a bed sheet up, and I'm like, I'm gonna disappear, and I went behind the bed sheet and I just laid down. And I made sure my feet were sticking out. They put the bedsheet over my body, and you can see my feet sticking out. And I'm on the microphone under the bedsheet going, I just disappeared. Like,
that's cool.
they were cracking up. I had someone come on stage, and I'm like, I'm going to predict things about you. And I turn them around, and in the microphone, I make sure you can hear me. I'm like, what's your name? And everyone heard me say it, and they're laughing. She's like, Stacy. So I turn back around, your name is Stacy. And they got a kick out of it.
Cool.
Huh. Anyway. What you got going on this weekend, Steven, other than TV show stuff? Anything fun?
No.
Yeah. I know.
It's funny, I hadn't planned on spending it doing what I'm doing right now. I'm not even sure how that got started. Kind of like the last one. I just planned on listening to it later next week. Oh yeah, I texted Frank and never heard back from him, and I thought, and Diane was like, "Aren't they doing a Hangouts today?" I'm like, "Oh wow, I wonder if he's on the Hangouts," and that's why I didn't get my text. And it's like, yeah, but that wouldn't affect his phone. So I tweeted him and didn't hear anything, and I thought, well, maybe he's on the Hangouts and is just sidetracked. So I once again tried to go into the Hangouts to see if I could just see without actually being there, and I wound up being here. So.
Didn't you see there's a YouTube link where you can just watch and not be a part of it?
Yeah, I found that like after the fact. That's how I was creating the feedback.
Okay.
Where's the YouTube link at? I didn't know about that.
I just got your message, Frank, about that. I was so sidetracked that I wasn't really looking at my phone until Steven started like tweeting me. Then I started looking.
You just called Jack Frank. That's funny.
You must be dying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Frank
McCarthy. Man, weekends are hard for me. Because I'm always so out and tired and not sleeping.
First it's your accent. Now you're tired and not sleeping.
Which one is it? You'll never know.
You've got an excuse for everything, John.
Not everything. I'm clumsy. I don't have an excuse for that.
It's Jim. That's your name, right? Jim?
Yeah, Jim Cruiser.
Fugly?
You know, my name's John, like yours, John, but
Are you serious?
My dad's name's John, so when I was younger, my parents started calling me Jack, and it stuck.
Huh. I didn't know that.
Started calling me that, yeah.
Yeah, and Alan Terry's nephew's name is Johnny. His nephew, Johnny.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, whenever Alan Terry talks about his nephew, he talks about his nephew, Johnny.
Hey, he's asking, Johnny, help me with the computer, whatever he said. My old wrestling name when I did pro wrestling, was Johnny Thunder.
Thunder.
If you guys have kids or ever have a kids, do them a favor and never name them the same thing as you.
No, it's going to be Jim after my grandpa. I'm naming my kid James.
Because even though I had a different name as my dad, like when he used to take me to church when I was a kid or wherever, people used to always call me John Jr., and I hated people calling me Junior. I don't know why.
I'm going to name my kid Valet so I can get valet parking because it's for him. Yeah, Valet, there's your parking.
But see, there you go, John. Now you were going to save up all your money. You were going to have this creative, crazy life, and now here you've got a kid named James and a kid named Valet.
I'm planning for the future. I got to find a girl who can stick with my crazy first. The last one got too intimidated. She did.
Find a girl that can make some money.
The last one I was really into, she just thought I was too intense for her. I'm like, well, I'm not changing who I am. It's just me.
Yeah, they're a waste of time. Just go live your dream.
Except for Diane, she's wonderful.
Well, she's just hung on for the ride. She's not really like a. I mean, she's my wife on paper, but she's more just kind of like a partner in crime.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that. I want that kind of relationship. That's what I strive for. Illinois girls are too. I want money. I want this. So I'm just gonna go somewhere else someday.
Well, we met in high school. She was a bass player and I was a bass player.
Oh.
Actually, she was in 8th grade and I was in high school when I met her. And I thought it was cool that this girl was playing the bass, the big stand-up upright bass. And so I talked to her briefly, and then her freshman year came to the same high school I was in. But by that time I was a senior, so I was a senior and she was a freshman. So even though I was instantly attracted to her, the age difference, bothered me, because when you're young, it bothers you like that. So.
Huh. Well, is it 4 years or so? Yeah.
Yeah, I was a senior. Well, 3 years. Yeah, 3 years. I was a freshman, or she was a freshman. I was a senior, and then she wound up getting pregnant and having her oldest son and getting married right there while she was still in high school. And I moved on and did other stuff, and then we wound up getting together. She'd already had a second kid, and then we wound up getting together in '88. So we've been together 27 years. Yeah, 27 years.
One of those videos you had her with you in the 90s, was it like 91 or something that you posted?
Yeah, 91, 92. Yeah, that's when we moved to Orlando. But yeah, like I said, we met in 1980, and that's when she was an eighth grader and I was a junior, and then we became a couple in '88. So 20, whatever that is, 27 years ago.
It's crazy because my grandfather had the same story with his dream girl. They met in high school, then he went to the army, so they just had to break up, and then he had two other wives until he reconnected with her, and he had like 8 or 9 kids. But he ran into her on the street one day. Within a few months, they were married until he passed. So it was crazy, and we found a tape that he recorded to his mother, telling his love story as of 1995 about how he just refound Donna, and he said every wife he had, he always thought about Donna and just wanted to get back with Donna. It's a crazy story.
So were all her kids grown then when they got back together?
Yeah, her kids had wives and stuff, and his kids were getting married too. So it's almost the same story as yours. It's remarkable. Those two wives he had, they both left and cheated on him, and while he was single for 10 years, all he kept thinking about was, oh, I'd love to see Donna again. And Donna's first husband actually passed away from cancer. So they just randomly found each other again, and within months they were married until he passed away in February. It's a crazy story.
Yeah.
Yeah, I miss him every day. That was the first death I've ever had to deal with, so I'm still struggling. He raised me. I never knew my dad.
And here you're threatening to kill him you're threatening to cut Pop,
Yeah,
and
I'm gonna
you
cut
never even
Pop.
met him. You never even met him.
He took off on me when I was 1, so technically I knew him, but not knew him. And then my stepdad came, but I was never close with him. But my grandfather lived with me from when I was born until 12 years old. We shared a room together. So then he married Donna, and they went out to Wisconsin. But we talked every day still.
So do you know who your real dad is, or?
I reconnected. I found him, and I forgave him for abandoning me. And we chat here and there, but I wanted to get that anger out of me, so I found him and forgave him, and that felt really nice, That was cool.
How did he react to you forgiving him?
He was shocked. He thought he'd never hear from me, but I found him on Facebook, and we exchanged numbers, and we talked for hours, and I could tell he's a BSer, and he still is, but I don't hold any ill will towards him. We talk a few times a year. It's nothing serious, but just to let that go and say, I forgive you for what you did, I don't want to hold it against you, that felt good.
When you say BSer, let me guess, is he a car salesman or no?
No, he doesn't. He kind of gets fired a lot from jobs. He switches. He's kind of scummy. He makes up a lot of lies, and I can tell they're lies, but I don't call him out on it. I think he's got compulsive, like a lying disorder, and he can't help it.
Do you hear about it? Or so I don't hear.
It was when I had the laptop going. I needed the headset in.
Yeah, so that's my dad there. We don't talk much, but I wanted to let it go. I don't want to hold it against him. That's kind of what my grandpa taught me. He was an easygoing guy. He helped out everyone all the time. That's kind of what I'm like.
Yeah, is your grandfather? He was German then? Is that a German name?
He wasn't. We're all German, but we don't have accents or anything. He doesn't. He served in the war. After the war, actually, in Germany, during the Berlin Wall thing, but he never really.
Because according to Fugly, you're like a Jew-killing crowd or something.
Yeah, that's what he says.
Jew-hating crowd.
Well, we weren't Nazis, okay? My great-grandfather missed the war because he was in the government job. He was doing like trains and stuff, working for the train station, so they didn't make him go to the war.
I tried that Ancestry.com test where you spit in it and it's supposed to tell you what you are.
Yeah.
I thought the results were so crazy I didn't even believe them because my grandma did genealogy and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think that stuff was pretty much a waste of money, but I did take a DNA test this month. It's supposed to tell me my genetics, like what diseases and stuff I'm disposed to having, and I'd like to know that to know myself and stuff in the future.
My grandpa knew it all. He had a book. My whole family have kept the book since they came to America. It's this old rugged thing, and he had it in his attic, and he kept up with it. We post pictures of all the newborn babies in this big book, and it started in the 1800s. So we have our own thing. It's really cool.
Who got the book after he died?
I think his sister, my Aunt Jean, has it, and him and my Aunt Jean are very passionate about the book. So it goes to someone else when she passes, with the instructions of every newborn to our family gets put in there. And
do you think she'll trust you, Mr. McCartney, to put the names in correctly?
I think she might. She hinted at it because I love the book too. I want to keep up with it. I think it's my grandpa. His dad taught him, and his dad taught him, so it's kind of been passed on to us. I'm wearing his Hawaiian shirt right now. He left me his Hawaiian shirts, which I love. I love him.
You ought to spell the names right, though, is what I'm getting
I
at.
will. I know how to spell my last name. Don't worry.
The ancestry test did say I was 5% Jewish, so maybe I'm related to Andy.
Well, apparently I hate you, so according to Fugly.
Well, see, that's the thing about the. You guys were asking earlier, like what my show's about and stuff. My show's about just anything and everything, but it's also about things that, to me, that people miss out on. They don't get it because we're, to a certain extent, we're all brainwashed to be, when we're born, we're brainwashed to act a certain way and be a certain way and think a certain way. And there's so many things that we miss out on because of that brainwashing. The brainwashing is good because that's what turns us into responsible, intelligent human beings. But and here's where I'm going with this: ancestry. I love ancestry. And that's one thing I talk a lot about. We treat ancestry like, oh, my great this came over on the Mayflower and did this or did that. And that's so insane to me. Nobody ever stops and thinks about what ancestry really is. You have two parents. So let's say on average 25 years, just as an average, people have kids every 25 years. So go back 25 years and you have two parents. Go back 25 more years and you have 4 grandparents. 25 more years, you have 8 great-grandparents. 25 more years, 25 more years, 25 more years.
Mm-hmm.
And if you just sit with a piece of paper and do that math, you begin to see how many thousands of people, just going back a couple hundred years, thousands of people got together and hooked up to create eventually you.
And it's weird, it's mind-blowing to think about it, isn't it?
Oh yeah, but we think, and everybody thinks this, we think in terms of our last name. Okay, we follow our last name down this tight little imaginary trail. Okay, well, my father's father and his father's father and his father's father, and then all of a sudden, oh my God, they're a slave owner. I'm a descendant of a slave owner. Well, guess what? You're a descendant of an infinite number of people.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could go back just a couple hundred years, and your thousands of ancestors were everything from slave owners to murderers to rapists to priests to child molesters to crooks to whatever, because you're the product of thousands of people. And you figure that's not just speculation. That's not just boogly talk. That's real. You can put that down on a piece of paper and say, okay, 25 years, I mean, just you look at a pet and you look at their genealogy and you see that just in a very short period of time, they came from this huge number of animals. So you kind of get what I'm saying as far as that's the kind of stuff I talk about. It's mind-blowing to me that we're all conditioned to think, oh, we had this ancestor and they came over to this country from this. It's like, no. You have just millions and millions and millions, but you only have to go back a short time to realize you have thousands.
Mm-hmm.
You have every one of those people got together and had a kid and then had a kid. And so I'm not criticizing when people says, oh, my ancestor did this, but it's funny to me that they don't just naturally think that, oh, well, that's insignificant because I have this enormous amount of ancestors,
Mm-hmm.
It's like time. Time is a concept. Time isn't real. And whenever you say that, people go, ooh, you're kooky. And it's like, time is a measurement. Time is something that we all agreed upon how long a second is, how long a minute is, and we based it on Earth's rotation and things like that. But when you think about it, time is like saying 1 inch, 1 foot. You know, I mean, you wouldn't say 1 foot ago. You wouldn't say, 12 feet ago or 2 yards ago. But with time, we begin to think it really is something that exists. So we say, 1 minute ago, 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago. But we don't realize that's just a measurement. That's all that is a measurement.
Something that man-made, kind of.
Yeah.
It's crazy because the book we've had different books. Like at one point, my grandfather took all the information and transferred it to a different book because the old book was from like the late 1800s. It's falling apart. So we've switched it up a lot. I feel bad because I wanted to keep the original, but it's so beaten up. You had to keep it switched out. But as you said, you relate to millions and millions of people, but it's just cool to have pictures of what my ancestors looked like in like 1905, and my great grandma's 99 years old. She's still alive, and that's remarkable.
That's cool.
We're all
I'm
visiting
related
her.
to Bob Barker.
But you're related to Bob Barker?
That's what my grandma said.
All right, guys, I gotta bounce off here. Do you want me to keep this up? You guys gonna keep talking?
Actually, I need to get going too.
Well,
I better go have a bite to eat, but it was real good talking to you guys.
Yeah, Steven, It's been fun, man. Thanks for coming on.
My pleasure.
Yeah,
Have
talk to you guys later. Take care,
See you,
guys.
John.
See ya.